Chapter 41:20. The people of Myriad Swords Pavilion gritted their teeth and said, Senior Brother Wu Jian was dead, and the weapon was nowhere to be found. Dark Sword Master frowned as he healed himself. Wu Jian? Who is that? Why haven't I heard of this name before? Senior Brother Wu Jian was nurtured by a sage. He's the foundation of our Myriad Swords Pavilion. A sword saint said. The Dark Sword Master furrowed his brows tightly when he heard this. He naturally knew about the foundation of a sect. However, he had never heard of Wu Jian before. Forget it. I'll ask the others when they arrive. Dark Sword Master closed his eyes and began to heal himself. Following that, the other sage sword masters started to have conflicts. They searched for the weapon all over the world. In the end, they joined hands and sealed the entire world. They were only allowed to enter and not leave. Even if they had to turn the world upside down, they had to find the weapon. Experts from Myriad Swords Pavilion had arrived. This time one Jianni and another sword reverend came as well. There were also quite a number of late little saints who had come. It seemed like they were determined to get the weapon this time. After arriving, they met up with Dark Sword Master and the others. Dark Sword Master asked if they knew a person called Wu Jian. Those people were puzzled. We don't have such a person in Myriad Swords Pavilion. No one? Dark Sword Master frowned. Those injured people from Myriad Swords Pavilion screamed. Impossible! Senior Brother Wu Jian is very powerful. Could it be that they were cheated? Some of them frowned. Someone had pretended to be a member of Myriad Swords Pavilion in order to take advantage of the situation. When they thought of this, their faces turned cold. Impossible. Those people were dumbfounded. We suspected it before, but he really knows the Myriad Swords sect. Other than Myriad Swords Pavilion, who else knows the Myriad Swords sect? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the two great sage sword masters turned gloomy. A mysterious person knows the Myriad Swords sect. Damn it, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. It seemed like other than searching for the weapon, they were also searching for a person called Wu Jian. In the great sage pagoda, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He felt that it was about time, so he prepared to leave. When he and Bai Qianqian came out, they found that their surroundings had changed. The aura of the entire world was very oppressive. Bai Qianqian's face was filled with fear. This was the aura of a saint, and there was more than one of them. This world was sealed. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed like these people would not give up until they found the treasure. He turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky with Bai Qianqian. The void shattered endlessly. However, at this moment, a massive sealing power pressed down on him, bouncing him back. Lin Xian frowned. This seal was very strong. Furthermore, it was not set up by one holy venerate, but by at least 4 holy venerates working together. If he wanted to blast it open, he would have to use the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. Moreover, he would also need to accumulate power for a period of time. He would definitely be discovered. In fact, he had already been discovered. Countless figures gathered in this direction. Who was it that wanted to leave? It was too suspicious. They wanted to capture him and ask him. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. Boundless sword qi intertwined to form a mask on his face. At the same time, terrifying sword qi swept in all directions. Do you want to die when the 10,000 Swords Pavilion is doing this? What a terrifying sword qi. He was a top genius of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Some people were shocked when they saw this scene. There were also some people who were puzzled. One person screamed, Could it be that you are that Wu Jian? Are you not dead? It was too unbelievable. Back then, that was a saber strike from a holy venerate, but the other party was still alive. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that he had been recognized. But so what? He said coldly, Since you know who I am, hurry up and get lost. Those who block me will die. Kid, although you are a sword Dao genius, so what? This time, it was not just one holy venerate but a joint effort. You can forget about leaving. Someone sneered. And this news quickly spread. Coincidentally, Wang Jiani and the others were nearby. When he received the news, he was instantly stunned. Do you think that suspicious person has appeared? Follow me. He led the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and turned into an endless stream of light, rushing into the distance. When Lin Xian saw that these people were unwilling to back down, he prepared to charge out forcefully. However, at this moment, the void shattered. Countless sword lights slashed and surrounded the surroundings. Kid, it is indeed you. A cold voice was heard. The people around felt their scalps go numb. It was the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Immediately, someone cupped his fists and said, "We are not targeting the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. It is just the rules. We hope that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion can understand." Wang Jiani turned his head and said, "You did not let him go. Very good. I am very grateful to you because this person is not from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion." What? The surrounding martial artists of the sacred city were stunned when they heard this. Not from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? What is going on this time? Wang Jiani did not explain. Instead, he said, "Everyone, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion needs to deal with some matters. Please leave." When those people heard this, they quickly retreated. They pushed far away, but did not leave because this matter was too strange. They had to figure it out. Lin Xian frowned as well. Had he been exposed? Thinking that since Wang Jiani was here, other experts should be here too. Perhaps they already knew that he was not here. But so what? Now that his strength had increased greatly, he was no longer afraid of Wang Jiani. As long as he did not expose his identity as Lin Xian, it was fine. Let the other suspicions be. Lin Xian snorted. "You dare to doubt me?" Wang Jiani said, "Kid, stop pretending. You can't hide in front of me." "Is that so?" Lin Xian took a step forward. The aura on his body became unparalleled. He activated the 10,000 swords return to origin. All the sword chi in the 9 heavens and 10 earths moved towards him as if they were going to submit to him. The 10,000 swords return to origin. Countless people screamed. Wang Jiani's pupils shrank. He had heard of this matter before, but he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Was the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's secret technique leaked out? "Who are you?" he said coldly. Lin Xian sneered. "I said that I am a genius secretly nurtured by the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. You are not qualified to know. If you want to know, ask the Saint King of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion." "Humph, nonsense." Wang Jiani snorted. A small saint behind him said, "Don't talk nonsense with him. Capture him, and don't let the 10,000 swords return to origin spread out." The surrounding sword saints surrounded him. The terrifying aura caused the heaven and earth to freeze. Not good. Bai Qianqian's face became extremely pale. This scene was even more terrifying than when the green flood dragon race surrounded him in Immemorial City. Lin Xian smiled. "Why, do you want to fight with me? Aren't you afraid that you will be punished when you return?" Then he looked at Wang Jiani. "I heard that you are a sword genius, but now that I have appeared, you can give me this title." Chapter 40, 121. Don't listen to him. This brat is just trying to stall for time. The surrounding sword saints felt a chill run down their spine. Wang Jiani waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'll give him a chance. Don't make a move. I'll take him down personally." "Brat, do you think you have the right to escape after a one-on-one battle? You're too naive. I'll take off your mask personally and let you die knowing why." As he spoke, the law on his body erupted. The surrounding sword saints quickly retreated when they saw this scene. However, they didn't disperse. They had to prevent the other party from escaping. Lin Xian once again sent Bai Qianqian to the Black Earth. Then he turned his head and stared at Wang Jiani. In the next moment, a cold light burst out from his eyes. The battle had finally arrived. Moreover, he could compete with the other party with his sword skills openly. This made him extremely excited. The people in the distance were also screaming. Are the two sword geniuses going to have an intense collision? They really didn't know who would be stronger. They were all excited. They watched carefully. There were two swords in front of them. They bloomed and swept across the 9 heavens. When the two collided, they were like two peerless divine swords. They let out an earth-shattering sound, an endless sword light swept across the surroundings. The surrounding people's ears were bleeding. Boom, boom. After the first exchange, the two of them continued to attack. After hundreds of exchanges, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Wan Jianyi was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to really know the myriad returning swords. Moreover, it didn't seem to be any weaker than him. It's really unbelievable. Who is this person? Who is pretending to be him? A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. This is a peerless enemy that must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will be a very dangerous enemy in the future. Thinking of this, he decided to use other means. Previously, it was only the collision of the myriad returning swords. Now he was going to use other Sword Dao laws. Starlight Law. The sword Qi trembled. Like starlight, it quickly spread out and swept towards Lin Xian. Each of these starlights could penetrate a late-stage small saint. With so many starlights falling together, it could easily destroy everything. Lin Xian snorted. He didn't use other laws, only the Sword Dao. His sword was incomparably sharp, pressing forward courageously. It was as if he and his sword alone could destroy all laws and great Daos. Sure enough, as Lin Xian brandished the starlight nomological laws, they kept shattering and dimming. In the end, the starlight nomological laws weren't obliterated. Lin Xian quickly arrived in front of Wan Jianyi and slashed down. With a bang, Wan Jianyi was blasted back. His entire arm was numb. The blood and qi in his body roiled, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoa! Thunder sword technique. Boundless thunder and lightning appeared on Wan Jianyi's body. These sword qi became incomparably violent, capable of destroying everything. His strength had increased during this period of time. Shao Chun was unrivaled under a holy venerate. He was even confident of blocking a few moves from a holy venerate. Therefore, at this moment, he did not care about Wu Jian at all. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. His opponent's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Sword of Thunder, 3,000 lightning haste, endless thunder sword qi surged, and the entire world trembled. The surrounding people frantically retreated. It was too terrifying. It was as if this sword could destroy a world. The spectators were pushed thousands of miles away. Even so, they were covered in cold sweat, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. It's over. That Wu Jian is definitely dead. Under such a powerful thunder sword technique, no one could survive, unless a holy venerate came. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had to admit that Wan Jianyi was really strong. Especially during this period of time, his cultivation had increased again. There were not many people under a holy venerate who could block this sword qi. However, he was confident. He took a deep breath. 10,000 swords returned to origin, and the principle of sword kept operating. The power of the great dragon sword soul also surged out. He struck out with a sword. Wung! This sword swept across the sky. It stirred up the wind and clouds, and the surrounding people trembled again. What a terrifying sword qi! Was this Wu Jian also so terrifying? Even Wan Jianyi's pupils shrank. He could not help but take a step back. The power that suddenly erupted from that sword shocked him greatly. Damn it, can his opponent's strength still increase? I don't believe it. He shouted angrily. Those swords of thunder became even more terrifying. Boom. It was as if a great apocalypse had happened. And the sky fell, and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared in the entire void, spreading to both sides. It was as if the world was split into two halves by the attack of the two. At this moment, the people on the Double Rain planet were shocked. Who was fighting? It was too terrifying. Not good. Retreat quickly. The mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. Many people knelt on the ground and kept worshipping. More people screamed in horror. Even those holy venerates opened their eyes one after another. The expressions of the two great sage venerates of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion changed. This aura was that of two top swordsmen fighting. One of them was Juan Jenny's, and the other was very unfamiliar. However, they felt that it seemed to have the aura of 10,000 swords returned to origin. What was going on? The two of them looked at each other and thought of a name. Could it be that the person called Wu Jian had come? Did he not die? Let's go. The two of them urgently wanted to catch each other. At this moment, except for them, the others also rushed into the distance. They wanted to find out who was fighting. Why was there a battle? Did they find the Sage King weapon? Endless sword chi rumbled in the sky. Then the two figures retreated. Wan Jinny's face was extremely cold. On the other side, Lin Xian laughed. You're just SOL. You keep saying that you want to kill me, but I'm afraid you can't do it. Damn it. Wan Jinny's face was ugly. The surrounding people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were stunned. How could this be? The other party could actually compete with Wan Jinny. This was unbelievable. How strong was this person? Kid, don't be too proud. I still have some tricks up my sleeve. Wan Jinny was unhappy. He must take down the other party. However, at this moment, two terrifying figures descended from the void. Don't talk nonsense with him. Catch him. I have something to ask him. Yes, take his soul. The two holy venerates descended. Their powerful aura covered everything. Not good. The surrounding people were instantly sent flying 30 million miles away. They looked terrified. Lin Xian's face changed too. Are the holy venerates here? Wan Jinny, you're in luck today. Your holy venerate is here. Otherwise, you would have died today. Lin Xian's body flashed. He wanted to leave. Do you think you can escape from our hands? The dark sword master sneered. He waved his sword. The entire sky darkened. It was as though all the light in the world was taken away. The other person was called the Sky-Splitting Sword Lord. With a sword, the endless sky split open. It was as though he was going to swallow Lin Xian. When the two great sage sword masters attacked, they were extremely powerful. No one could escape. Lin Xian's face changed too. They were indeed holy venerates. They were too strong. If he was in other places, he wouldn't be able to escape. He could only hide in the great sage tower. However, it was different here. He was the master of this world. He was here with the buffs of the world. Endless amounts of world energy surged in. Void escape. Chapter 41:22. In an instant, he activated the void escape technique to the maximum and disappeared into the void. Following that, two sword lights slashed out, causing the world to tremble. The destruction of the world was even more terrifying. However, the two great sage lords' expressions were ugly. The other party had disappeared without a trace. It was like a slap to their faces. One should know that they were saint lords. When they attacked, the other saint lords couldn't escape. But now, a minor saint had escaped from their hands. It was really embarrassing for them. Dark Saint Lord stood up and said coldly, "All disciples of Myriad Sword Pavilion, listen up, search for Wu Jian, and kill him without mercy." The moment the order came out, the people of Myriad Sword Pavilion were stunned. Even Wan Jinny was stunned. His mind was in a daze. What's going on? The other party escaped? Impossible. He would die for sure if the two great sage lords attacked. How could the other party escape? The people in the distance also sucked in a breath of cold air. Who exactly was this person? Hurry up and move. Dark Sword Lord saw the scene and shouted coldly. Wan Jianyi and the rest quickly searched for Wu Jian. This time, it was really spectacular. Countless sword saints of myriad sword pavilions started to sweep through the world. They wouldn't let go of any possibility. On the other side, Lin Xian used the void escape technique and world energy to leave the place. However, his expression didn't ease up, because through this world, he could clearly sense that the people of Myriad Sword Pavilion were frantically searching for him. With this speed, they would receive his message soon. Damn these people. Do they really think that he's a pushover? Bai Qianqian was also worried. Brother Wu Jian, what should we do? Qianqian, stay inside and don't come out. Leave the rest to me. Competing in numbers? Lin Xian's expression was cold. Then let's see who called for more people. Lin Xian took out a Sky Devil order and crushed it, sending the message out. Sky Devil Overturn Region. At this moment, the people of Sky Devil Clan all stood up. Their eyes were filled with terrifying light. Old Ancestor is summoning us. Hurry up and go to the general appointment platform. These experts of the Sky Devil race turned into shadows and charged forward in a dense crowd. Double Rain Star. Everyone was in a state of panic. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion seemed to have gone crazy as they searched. The others were trembling in fear. With so many Sword Saints moving together, no one dared to resist at this time. We've checked the north, but there's nothing there. We've checked in the west, but there's nothing there. Only the south and east were left. Let's go to the south first, then to the east. I don't believe that he can escape. These people moved out in a frenzy. At the same time, in the east, Lin Xian opened his eyes. In the next moment, a purple vortex appeared in the void above his head, and silhouettes emerged from it. This scene was so terrifying that everyone in the world saw it. What was that? Did someone come in again? Someone had broken the seal. These people were screaming crazily. Those from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were originally flying toward the south, but when they saw the abnormal phenomenon in the eastern sky, they immediately came to a halt. Let's go to the east. There's a situation there. Under the leadership of the two great sage lords, these people attacked frantically. Double Rain Planet, east. 3,000 demonic shadows landed. They looked at Lin Xian in front of them and knelt respectfully on one knee to pay their respects to the patriarch. Get up. Lin Xian's eyes were also filled with pride and coldness. He seemed to have really turned into a demon god. He said, "Get up and follow me to kill the enemy." 3,000 heavenly demons had appeared. Lin Xian was going to play a big game today. Not only did he want to hunt down the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, but he also wanted to uproot all the forces on Double Rain Star. This was his world, and no one could touch it. Buzz. They swore to follow the patriarch to death. The 3,000 heavenly demons stood up. Each of them had a monstrous demonic aura on their bodies. Even Lin Xian's body was stained with a layer of terrifying aura. Let's go! He took the lead and rushed out. The 3,000 demonic shadows followed behind him. These people were mighty and unstoppable between heaven and earth. Not long after, they stopped because they found a team. This team was not from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, but from the Fiend Palace. The Fiend Planet was relatively close to this place. Therefore, there were many people from the Fiend Palace on it. At this moment, there were people from all 4 continents. The Eastern continent supported this team. When they saw the strange phenomenon in the eastern sky, they naturally came to check it out. The next moment, they were scared out of their wits. They saw 3,000 heavenly demons standing in the sky. Each of them had a terrifying aura. There was no lack of minor saints among them. There were even some existences above the minor saint realm. That aura almost scared them to death. Why are there so many heavenly demons here? They were shocked. Lin Xian looked at the Fiend Palace. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. I'll start with you guys. Kill. He waved his hand. The 3,000 heavenly demons behind him roared, and a terrifying devil Tao divine ability rushed out. Demonic aura covered the sky. Damn it! The people of the Fiend Palace also counterattacked crazily. Demonic shadows swept across the sky. However, there were only 100 of them. How could they be a match for 3,000 heavenly demons? In an instant, they were shrouded in endless demonic light. Blood filled the air, and miserable cries rang out. It was a hellish scene. There were 10 late minor saints among them. They were roaring crazily. Damn it! Why did you heavenly demons attack me? The 10 late minor saints were on the verge of tears. They had never provoked the Fiend Palace, right? The leader was a young man. He was wearing a devil armor and holding a long spear. Looking at Lin Xian, he roared crazily. Just you wait. My Fiend Palace will never let this matter rest. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you think you can still go back and report this to the Fiend Palace? These people had occupied his world for so long, and now they had broken his world into pieces. How could he let these people leave? He would use the blood of these people to repair his world. When he thought of this, he waved his finger, and a sword chi shot out. The sword chi was like an azure dragon. With a roar, it suddenly enlarged and danced in the sky. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. In front of him, the expression of the minor saint, who was wearing devil armor, changed instantly. It was too strong. It was beyond his expectation. Retreat. He retreated crazily. However, it was too late. In an instant, the azure dragon sword appeared in front of him. He opened his mouth and spat out a black mountain. There was a devil face on the mountain. It opened its mouth and spat out a black light blade. It wanted to block the azure dragon sword chi. The mountain was 80,000 zhang tall. The black wind blade could destroy everything. However, it was ineffective at this moment. With a loud clang, the 80,000 zhang tall mountain was split apart by the sword chi. How is this possible? The face of the man in devil armor was pale. His eyes were filled with despair. In the next moment, he was shrouded by the sword chi. The devil armor on his body was shattered, and his body was torn apart. Run! His soul escaped from his broken body, screaming crazily. The other 9 minor saints wanted to resist, but when they saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. Chapter 41:23. Escape. Every single one of them would escape. The remaining experts of the Devil Palace fled in all directions. Lin Xian retracted his hand and said coldly, "Don't leave a single one alive." Yes, the 3,000 heavenly demons moved out one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 saints of the Devil Palace were killed. The small saints' astral souls were also destroyed. Endless saint blood sprinkled between heaven and earth. The scene was very miserable. Lin Xian used the power of his world to envelop the sage blood and extract the energy within to repair the world. At this moment, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard from all directions. They were people who came from other places. They wanted to see what the strange phenomenon in the east was. When they arrived, they just happened to see the last scene. That terrifying scene made their scalps go numb. Buzz. The 3,000 heavenly demons were stained with blood in the void. Their gazes were few and far between. The hearts of the people in the surroundings beat wildly. The heavenly demons. Damn it, it's 3,000 heavenly demons. Why are there so many experts? The people who came kept retreating. They even said, "We don't mean to offend you. We'll leave now." They flew madly into the distance. Buzz. At this moment, countless sword energies flickered in the sky. They tore open the void and transformed into figures nearby. They were the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The people who originally wanted to retreat stopped and revealed strange expressions. 10,000 Swords Pavilion. If these fitness centers were to join forces, they would be an extremely terrifying force. Who knew what would happen next? They were all prepared to watch. After the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion arrived, they looked at the 3,000 heavenly demons and frowned. Why are there so many people? Moreover, they are the people of the heavenly demons. It's not the Wu Jian they were looking for. It's you. Jenny's pupils shrank when he saw a figure. He exclaimed in surprise. Dark Swordmaster asked, "What's going on? Did you find that person?" Oh, Jenny's expression changed. He said no, but he found another familiar person. He pointed to the front. Everyone looked over. Further ahead, among the countless heavenly demons, there was a person. Although he was also surrounded by black energy, there was a golden light flickering around him. He was completely different from the 3,000 heavenly demons. Lin Wudi! Jenny gritted his teeth and roared. The others' faces also changed. Lin Wudi? They looked at him carefully. Some people took in a cold breath. It's really him. It's Lin Wudi again. He hasn't come out for a long time. They didn't expect him to stir up a storm. How could he mobilize so many experts of the Sky Devil race? He didn't know, but it seemed like the Heaven Devil race had been helping him since the beginning. Sounds of exclamations and discussions could be heard. Oh, Jenny, long time no see. Lin Xian walked up and smiled faintly. I thought you would hide in seclusion and not dare to come out. You think I'm... What a joke. Jenny snorted coldly. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lin Xian walked out. He had just fought with Jenny, but that was a fight. He wasn't weaker than Jenny. If the two Saint Venerables hadn't come, he could have seriously injured or even killed Jenny. Now, he wanted to use other techniques. It would be best if he could find a chance to kill Jenny. On the other side, Jenny also wanted to use this chance to kill Lin Xian. After all, he was terrified of Lin Xian's growth. Boom, boom. He activated 10,000 swords in an instant. Terrifying sword energy swept out like seawater. The surrounding people also retreated. Darkness Saint Venerable looked at this scene and waved his hand, pushing them far away. If it was before, they would have attacked without caring about anything. But now they couldn't. There were 3,000 heavenly demons on the other side. There must be Saint Venerables among them. They couldn't act rashly. Let Jenny make his move. With his strength, defeating Lin Wudi would not be a problem. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. He didn't use 10,000 swords in an instant. Instead, he used the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. The power of the 9-yang divine body was vast. He was like a sun that emitted endless radiance. The power of the flames caused the surrounding people to tremble uncontrollably. The 3,000 heavenly demons also retreated far away. They were also full of confidence. How could their old ancestor be defeated? Buzz. When Jenny felt the aura of Lin Xian became even more terrifying. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He must kill Lin Xian today. He wouldn't give Lin Xian any chance to grow. He struck out with the dragon-slaying sword, slashing out with it. The sword energy surged and turned into endless ribbons, whistling in front. Those late minor saints felt their scalps go numb. They realized that they might not even be able to block a single sword energy. Lin Xian sneered in the face of such a terrifying attack. He flicked his golden hand and slapped forward. Flames flickered on his 5 fingers as if they had turned into a golden crow. He grabbed it forcefully, and the flames evaporated the sword energy. Jenny, is this all you've got? You'll have to cultivate for another 10,000 years if you want to kill me. Is it because you were scared out of your wits in the Green Mountain world? Has your strength regressed? Lin Xian sneered. As he spoke, he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched forward. Boom. A terrifying aura filled the air. The fist turned into a sun. even some of the Saint Sovereigns frowned. Lin Wuyi was too powerful. His cultivation was one realm lower than Wan Jinni, but his combat strength wasn't weak at all. Moreover, he was almost on par with the Saint Sovereigns. No wonder his name could be heard in the Second Star world. He was indeed powerful. Wan Jinni's face turned gloomy. Lin Xian wanted to fight him in close combat. He knew that Lin Xian's physique was strong. Therefore, he struck out endless sword energy to block the attack. At the same time, his body swayed and his speed reached the extreme. The sect returning swords, together with his sword techniques, could sweep everything away. As expected, the golden fist slowed down when it collided with the endless sword energy. Finally, it stopped in midair. Even the flames on it dimmed and would be extinguished at any time. Wan Jinni sneered. Lin Xian was still lacking compared to him. However, his expression changed quickly, and he was even sent flying, because a Tai Chi diagram had appeared above his head without him knowing. The power of Yin and Yang descended. That power could destroy everything. Fortunately, he was fast enough. He dodged in an instant. However, some of the power still hit him and sent him flying. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The armor formed by the sword energy on his body was also shattered instantly. Damn it! Wan Jinni's face turned cold. He was too careless. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly rushed over. His fists kept dancing as if thousands of suns were exploding in the air. 6th update. Please support. Please recommend. Reward. Subscribe. Bookmark. Monthly vote. Chapter 41-24. Get lost. Wan Jinni felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had the sect-forming swords and was not afraid of close combat with anyone, that did not include Lin Xian. After many battles, it had been proven that Lin Xian's physique was ridiculously strong. He was not willing to sacrifice himself to such a person. Hence, in an instant, he unleashed countless sword auras which turned into a sword screen and fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The golden fist hit the sword tomb and made a thunderous sound. The sword screen shook violently and cracks appeared on it. At this moment, Wan Jinni retreated and unleashed 3 more sword auras. These 3 sword auras passed through the sword screen and attacked Lin Xian's vital points. One was between his eyebrows, one was his throat, and one was his heart. Ultimate kill. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. The law of death condensed in his left hand, and the law of sun surrounded his right hand. He struck out with both palms and blocked the 2 sword auras. At the same time, his right leg was like a giant dragon with an incomparably sharp sword aura. He kicked out. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous sounds were heard. Wan Jinni's ultimate kill was blocked. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. There was no way they could dodge such a fatal blow. Some of the top experts even thought that they would be seriously injured even if they could dodge. But now, Lin Xian blocked it with ease. This was really unbelievable. After blocking the 3 ultimate kills, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light, and he roared. He became terrifying again, as if 2 giant dragons were moving between heaven and earth. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard. The sword screen shook violently and then broke apart. The terrifying power swept over like a flood. Wan Jinni's ultimate kill was blocked, and he was still in shock. When he felt the power, his face changed drastically. He held his long sword in front of him and shook it continuously. Countless law of sword filled the air. He wanted to block it, but he was still forced to retreat. He took dozens of steps back and crushed the void. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became extremely pale. He was injured. The surrounding people widened their eyes. Lin Xian was already able to injure Wan Jinni. Didn't that mean that his strength was above Wan Jinni's? Thinking of this possibility, These people felt like they were going crazy. It had only been a short period of time, but Lin Wuti had not only made it onto the pilgrim list, but his ranking on the pilgrim list was also growing stronger and stronger. Wan Jinni could definitely be ranked in the top 3 on the pilgrimage leaderboard. He even had the chance to fight for first place. But now he was still injured. How could this be? The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion couldn't believe it. The faces of the 2 great sage lords were equally gloomy. Damn it, this was beyond their expectations. However, they said, don't worry, Wan Jinni still has a trump card he hasn't used yet. Brat, I didn't expect you to force me to this extent. This is the end of it. Wan Jinni's eyes were filled with insanity as his handsome face became somewhat distorted. This time, his death would be a great humiliation. He would not give the other party another chance. Boom, boom. As his voice fell, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from his body. It was enough to destroy the world. As soon as it appeared, it swept through the surrounding area. What kind of aura is this? The people around felt their hair stand on end. They felt their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The 3,000 heavenly demons behind frowned as well. This aura was too unusual. However, they didn't make a move. Without the order of the old ancestor, they didn't dare to make a move. On the other side, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion revealed a cold smile. The terrifying aura of destruction spread out, quickly forming into sword shadows that spread out in all directions, completely enveloping the entire space. Those sword shadows of destruction kept rotating. Every aura seemed to be filled with endless power. Far away, a charming figure looked at the scene with a look of surprise. This was the Destruction Sword formation. She didn't expect that the other party could use it, and to such an extent. Could it be that he brought that thing with him? Qin Sienna was really shocked. As expected of Wan Jinni, he indeed had a powerful trump card. The others also sighed. Lin Wuti was strong, but his trump card was still a little weaker than Wan Jinni's. They were afraid that Wan Jinni would win this battle in the end. Lin Xian frowned when he sensed the destructive aura. His face turned a little cold. The aura that Wan Jinni was emitting was a great threat to him. To be honest, he didn't believe that with Wan Jinni's current strength he could use such a sword formation. This guy had a rare treasure in his body, so he must have brought something with him. It seemed that this should be his trump card. The power is indeed very strong. I have underestimated you. However, can you fully control this kind of sword formation? Don't be the first to be destroyed before the enemy is destroyed. There were many cases of people being counterattacked by rare treasures. Therefore, once the power of a treasure was beyond one's control, it would be a dangerous item. Humph, kid, you dare to underestimate me? I admit that I can't fully unleash the power of the Destruction Sword formation, but it's too easy to kill you. Wan Jinni revealed a sinister smile and quickly formed a seal with his palms. The surrounding Destruction Sword chi vibrated rapidly, and an extremely terrifying aura spread out. Under this aura, heaven and earth shattered rapidly, and the surrounding people retreated frantically. Buzz. Lin Xian waved his hand, and 36 Big Dipper combat swords appeared and surrounded him. Those combat swords also emitted an unparalleled aura to resist the Destruction Sword formation. Kill. Lin Xian, too, formed a seal with his palms and roared. The 36 combat swords had dragon shadows circling around them, as if they had turned into giant dragons. The 36 dragon shadows surged between heaven and earth and roared together to resist the Destruction Sword chi. Wan Jinni snorted and waved his arm, and a sky full of Destruction Sword chi rushed over. It was like a storm. The 2 sword formations clashed repeatedly. Even the holy venerates frowned when they saw the power of the sword formations. An intense battle broke out, and it was beyond everyone's imagination. In the end, no one dared to stay in this place, as they didn't know what the final result would be. Such top geniuses would be able to fight against sacred venerables if they took another step forward. Yes, it would be a great loss if even one of them died. However, such geniuses had become sworn enemies. It was really regrettable. It's useless, you can't resist my destruction sword chi. Let me show you what destruction is. Wan Jiani smiled sinisterly. Those destruction swords were too terrifying, and they could make people despair. However, he soon realized that he didn't destroy his opponent. In the endless shattered void, there were 36 dragon shadows, as if they had turned into peerless divine swords, dancing between heaven and earth. His destruction sword, Chi, had been sliced apart. How could it be? Wan Jiani screamed. Chapter 40, 125. Could Lin Fan's sword, Chi, split the destruction sword Chi? What a joke! He had never heard of it before. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This was beyond his understanding. Damn it, this guy had a rare treasure too. Thinking of this, Wan Jiani's face became even gloomier. He must kill Lin Fan. Seeing that Wan Jiani had changed from confidence to exasperation, Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. Competing with him with trump cards? Wan Jiani was the one who didn't know what was good for him. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with unparalleled killing intent. Not only was his swordsmanship strong, but his formations were also terrifying. Moreover, he had obtained a heaven-breaking formation previously. At this moment, he wanted to use the 36 Tiangang swords to break Wan Jiani's sword formation. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and began to break the formation. The 36 Tiangang swords were like his fingers. They were very agile and kept piercing through the void. It seemed that they were aimless. However, each time they hit the weak points of the formation. This heaven-breaking formation could break so many terrifying formations in the hands of Master Spirit Turtle, let alone in the hands of Lin Xian. Its power would only be stronger than Master Spirit Turtle. Boom, boom, boom. The 36 Tiangang swords were getting faster and faster. In the end, they turned into countless light shadows and danced between heaven and earth. Everyone was dazzled. Just the terrifying energy fluctuation alone was enough to make them unable to get close. If they were inside, they would probably turn into a bloody mist in an instant. Something was wrong. There was something wrong with the situation. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. What was going on? The others asked. An old man said, "Sense carefully, the aura of the destruction sword formation was weakening." No way. How was this possible? They all probed. In the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. It was true, the aura of the destruction sword formation was much weaker than before. What was going on? The people of Wan Jiani also noticed this, and their expressions changed drastically. The two sacred venerables frowned. Could it be that the destruction sword formation was broken by Lin Fan? In the battle ahead, Lin Xian said, I'll destroy your sword formation. Wan Jiani's face. Destruction sword wave. He roared. Those destructive sword energies suddenly blossomed with incomparable light and then began to tremble rapidly. Wave after wave of sword waves swept out in all directions. The destructive power of the sword formation suddenly erupted and completely engulfed Lin Xian. Everything in front of him turned into nothingness. The expressions of the surrounding people stiffened. Under this kind of attack, Lin Wuti would most likely die, right? Wan Jiani's lips curled into a cold smile when he saw this. So what if the other party was strong? He had finally gotten rid of his opponent. On the other side, when the people of the 10,000 Swords sect saw this scene, they started laughing out maniacally. This was great. Senior Brother Wan is mighty. How could that Lin Wuti be mentioned in the same breath as Senior Brother Wan? Did Lin Wuti lose? In the distance, Qin Sienna frowned when she saw this scene. That was impossible. Suddenly, her eyes flashed. As expected, this brat couldn't have been killed so easily. Boom! In the midst of the destructive void, 36 sword lights suddenly erupted and charged out. Lin Xian, surrounded by the Big Dipper sword formation, walked out like a sword god. This move of yours is not bad. If it were other geniuses, they would have been killed. But unfortunately, this kind of attack can't kill me. A cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. Countless people were stunned. They all turned their heads to look. It was Lin Wuti. He didn't die. These people were really too shocked. Wan Jinny's eyelids were also twitching. You didn't die? Impossible. He was really stunned. Lin Xian said, Everything is over. You are the one who lost this battle. He roared. The 36 swords suddenly enlarged and then quickly merged. The 36 swords turned into a giant sword. Lin Xian held it and split the sky open. Damn it, destruction sword wave. Wan Jinny once again launched his attack and clashed with the 36 golden giant swords. Between heaven and earth, there was a loud explosion. A storm swept across. However, this time, the destruction sword wave did not succeed. Instead, it was ruthlessly torn apart. The 36 sword shadows enveloped Wan Jinny. It was too unbelievable. Previously, Wan Jinny almost won. But now he was in danger of being killed. Damn it, the people of the Wan Jinny Pavilion were nervous. The 3,000 heavenly demons sneered. How could their old ancestor lose? Crack, crack, crack. Wan Jinny's face was ugly. He tried his best to resist. However, the destruction sword formation was constantly shattering at this moment. It was impossible to resist at all. Damn it, I can't accept this. The other party's sword chi was already unstoppable. However, it was indeed impossible for the other party to kill him. He was about to be hit by the sword. However, at this moment, a crazy light appeared in Wan Jinny's eyes. His eyes turned gray. A sword light flew out from his body and charged towards the Big Dipper sword. With a bang, the 36 Big Dipper swords were all sent flying. A terrifying aura swept in all directions. Lin Xian was also sent flying by this force. Not good. Retreat quickly. The people in the surroundings were affected as well. Many people did not manage to escape in time, and their bodies were torn apart. The remaining people screamed, crazily. Damn it, what is this thing? Those people were stunned. The people of the Wan Jinny Pavilion were also stunned. Soon they screamed. The destruction sword. This was the weapon of the Sage King. Senior Brother One actually brought this weapon here. They were really too shocked. In the distance, Qin Xian Er's pupils shrank. The weapon of the Sage King. Indeed, this was Wan Jinny's trump card. With this thing, even a Sage King could not kill him. Brat, you can go to hell to force me to this step. Wan Jinny's black hair fluttered. His expression was ferocious. With a roar, he communicated with the destruction sword above him. It was a gray long sword. It was very simple and had a destructive aura on it. It was abnormally terrifying. When the destruction sword slashed down, the heavens fell, and the earth cracked. The world was split into two. Lin Xian was enveloped by the sword. Not good. The 3,000 heavenly demons were also not calm at this moment. Damn it, they were going crazy. They could not let the patriarch be in danger. However, on the other side, the two great sage lords of the Wan Jinny Pavilion snorted when they saw this scene. Where are you going? They also led their people to attack. This was their only chance to kill Lin Xian. They would not let the heavenly demons ruin it. Scram. The 3,000 heavenly demons were very strong. They exploded with unparalleled power the moment they attacked. Other than the two sage lords, the rest of the Wan Jinny Pavilion were all sent flying. Those who were not injured vomited blood, while those who were more injured were turned into blood mist. However, they were still stopped for a moment. Although it was only for a few seconds, it was enough for Wan Jinny. It was even enough for him to kill Lin Xian several times. Haha, die. Chapter 41:26. The sword of destruction fell mercilessly. Lin Xian felt that his body was about to split open. This destructive power was really terrifying, as expected of the Saint King's weapon. But so what? A hint of killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. A long black spear shot out from the ground. He held the great spear of destruction and directly slashed it out. The great dragon sword soul roared, and there was a dragon shadow on the great spear of destruction. He waved it with all his strength and collided with the sword of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The great spear of destruction was a legendary weapon, as it was continuously unsealed. Its power was equivalent to a Saint King's weapon. This was the attack of two Saint King's weapons. The power was too strong. The 3,000 heavenly demons retreated, and the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion on the other side were also sent flying. The two sword venerables were both affected, and there was a hint of shock in their eyes. However, there was a sneer at the corner of their mouths. With this attack, the other party would definitely die. No, the 3,000 heavenly demons roared, and their eyes turned red. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Other than the sword of destruction, they also felt an extremely terrifying aura. Moreover, the demonic aura there was monstrous, and it was even more terrifying than the aura of their 3,000 heavenly demons combined. Saint Artifact, and it was the demon race's Saint Artifact, and it didn't seem to be weaker than the sword of destruction. The aura of the sword of destruction originally filled the entire world. At this moment, it was gradually suppressed. On the other side, the demonic aura was monstrous, as if the demon ancestor had been resurrected. Damn it! Wan Jinny's pupils constricted in disbelief. He didn't expect that the other party would actually block the fatal situation. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by demonic aura, and his expression was abnormally cold. It turned out that the Saint King's weapon was your greatest trump card. However, it was impossible for you to kill me. 3,000 heavenly demons, listen to my order. Kill without mercy. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 3,000 heavenly demons roared crazily. Great, their patriarch was fine. And it seemed that he also had the Saint King's weapon defense. This way, they didn't have to worry. They turned into demonic shadows and rushed forward. Damn it! The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion roared crazily, although there were many experts on their side. Although they had many experts, they didn't have as many people as the 3,000 heavenly demons. Run away quickly. The people in the surroundings knew that a chaotic battle was about to break out, and the entire world would be affected. It was better to escape from this place first. Some fled to the edge of the world, while others directly tore through the void. He wanted to flee to the outer realms. In the end, the world was sealed by the Lord, and there was no way to escape. This made them feel despair. The battle became one-sided. The 3,000 heavenly demons were too ferocious, suppressing the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in an instant. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion suffered heavy losses. However, these were all terrifying sword saints and two holy venerables. After the initial panic, they quickly adjusted themselves. They combined into many sword formations to resist. However, that was all he could do. He couldn't resist it at all. 10,000 swords won. Come back. The dark sword master roared crazily. Wan Jinny quickly retreated. Lin Xian released a few strands of demonic qi that transformed into black dragons, wanting to keep the other party here. However, they were all stopped by the sword of destruction. Elder. Wan Jinny returned to the side of the dark sword master and the others. The dark sword master and the heaven-opening sword master. the two great sage sword masters had grave expressions on their faces. They said that everyone was to listen to their orders. They were to use the sect origin swords and transfer their strength to the sword of destruction. This was their last hope. Although they weren't sage kings and couldn't completely control the sword of destruction, they could transfer their strength to the sword of destruction. This way, they could protect themselves. As expected, these people transferred their strength to the sword of destruction. The sword of destruction trembled nonstop. In fact, the seal that the holy venerables had set up in this world was also broken at this moment. Everyone in the entire Double Rain planet raised their heads and looked into the distance. What a terrifying aura! This was the Sage King's weapon that was awakening, the sword of destruction. As the sword slashed down, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The 3,000 heavenly demons were sent flying, and many of them spat out blood. Come over. At the back, Lin Xian saw this scene and roared in anger. This was no longer a battle between sages. This was a battle of foundations and the strength of a group. He wouldn't let the 3,000 heavenly demons die for nothing. After the 3,000 heavenly demons heard the order, they quickly retreated and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "He has the Sage King's sword, and so do we. Give it our strength." Lin Xian took out the spear of destruction. The black spear bloomed, and it could break the 9 heavens. The 3,000 heavenly demons felt the demonic aura, and their eyes turned red. Their strength was all given to the spear of destruction. When the people on the other side saw this scene, they were also shocked. As expected, the other party also had a Sage King's weapon. No wonder the other party was able to block the sword of destruction's attack just now. Why did this aura feel so familiar? Some people frowned. They felt that it was very similar to what they were looking for previously. However, they weren't very sure. After all, the 3,000 heavenly demons might have brought the Sage King's weapon with them. The demonic aura on the spear was monstrous. They couldn't be completely sure, and now was not the time for them to think too much, because the spear of destruction had attacked. This attack seemed to be tearing the 9 heavens apart. This attack was really too terrifying. Hurry up and attack. On the side of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, they worked together to launch a destructive attack. The spear of destruction and the sword of destruction collided. Boom! The world was collapsing and falling apart. The people below were too weak, and they were crushed by this power. The stronger ones also felt their scalps go numb, and they fled frantically. This power was too terrifying. At this moment, no one could resist. After the attack, Lin Xian and the 3,000 heavenly demons retreated. On the other side, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion vomited blood. They retreated even further. The 2 great sage lords and the 10,000 Swords Pavilion vomited blood. Some of their bodies even directly cracked and fell into the void. There was no other way. Both sides were sages and Sage King's weapons. However, Lin Xian's side had the advantage in numbers, so the power of recovery was stronger. Damn it. Hurry up and leave. After the attack, the Darkness Sage Lord and the others instantly controlled the Sword of Destruction again and shot out rays of light. It enveloped them. They didn't attack again, but fled into the distance. Want to leave? Lin Xian roared and attacked. The 3,000 heavenly demons once again poured the power of laws in their bodies. At the same time, Lin Xian frantically mobilized the power of the world to block. It was another heaven-shaking strike. The sword of destruction was hit, and it kept shaking. Thousands of swords hung down, tearing everything apart. The people inside were injured again, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. However, it was a Sage King's weapon after all. In an instant, it tore through the void and left. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and ran quite fast. However, the other party had the Sword of Destruction, so it was impossible to completely kill those people. Seriously injuring the other party was already a very good result. Lin Xian quickly descended with the 3,000 heavenly demons. At the same time, he put away the great spear of destruction. There was great chaos in the Double Rain planet, and the void kept collapsing. Previously, the energy did not disappear, and some people fled frantically. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a solemn expression. Although he had displayed his power this time and forced the 10,000 Swords Pavilion to retreat, it was still not enough. However, he felt that this was not enough. He wanted to let these people know what pain was. Chapter 41:27. Lin Xian planned to release the news again. Then he and the 3,000 heavenly demons would work together to make a fake Saint King weapon. Let these people fight for it. Previously, the collision between the Spear of Destruction and Destruction had made these people deeply realize how terrifying the Saint King weapon was. Once these people heard the news, they would definitely come, regardless of everything. Next, Lin Xian and the 3,000 heavenly demons began to create a fake Saint King weapon. On the other side, Wang Wanjian and the others had escaped from planet Double Rain and came to a nearby world. They landed. After landing, the bodies of the two great sage venerables swayed. One Jinny spat out another mouthful of blood. The others wailed in pain. Obviously, although their lives were saved, their injuries were not light. Damn it, they really deserved to die. One Jinny kept roaring. Originally, he thought that he could easily kill the other party with the Saint King weapon. Who would have thought that he would make a mistake? Not only did the other party not die, but they were also seriously injured. This piece of news spread like wildfire. So much so that everyone knew that the previous collision was the collision of the Saint King weapon. Was this the weapon of the Saint King? It was only used by the Saint King and the others, and it was already so terrifying. If it was used by the Saint King himself, how terrifying would it be? With a light wave, the entire Double Rain planet would be reduced to ashes, right? Indeed, even if it wasn't the full-strength attack of the Saint King, the collision just now had caused Double Rain planet to be torn into pieces. This was still Lin Xian, trying his best to control the power of the world and use most of his power in the outer space. Otherwise, the destruction would be even more severe. No wonder those who use such weapons would leave the world of stars and fight in the outer space, because the destructive power was too terrifying. Everyone was cleaning up the mess. Many people were even preparing to return. They felt that this battle was over. In the end, Lin Wudi's side won. However, after that, the news spread again. On planet Double Rain, the aura of the Saint King weapon once again filled the air. This stimulated everyone. Could it be that the treasure hadn't been taken by others yet? That was definitely the case. These people's eyes were red. They quickly went to their families, the holy city. In an instant, they all moved out. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the Dark Sword Master also received the news. At this moment, their injuries were more or less healed. After hearing the news, he immediately stood up and left. They decided to go to the Double Rain planet again. Since they had the Sword of Destruction, they believed that their lives would not be in danger. Therefore, he was prepared to go back and risk his life. If he could obtain another Saint King weapon, he would be rich. Buzz, on this day, the Double Rain star was once again cut open by a sword light, and the aura of destruction once again descended upon the earth. It was the aura of the Sword of Destruction. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were back. In the depths of the world, Lin Xian used the power of the world to envelop all of them, concealing their auras. This time, they were prepared to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. They would not make a move. Sensing the aura of the Sword of Destruction, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that humans would die in pursuit of wealth and birds would die in pursuit of food. Despite knowing that there was danger, the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion still dared to come back. This time, not only did the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion come, but the people from the Demon City also came. The strong cultivators also brought Saint King weapons. It was a mirror, the myriad demons' mirror. The demonic chi that fell down was incomparable. Not long after, bolts of thunder fell. Following that, a thunder giant appeared. It was indomitable like a thunder god. Countless people knelt on the ground to worship. Some of the strong cultivators from the Demon City were shocked. It seemed that the Thunder God City also brought Saint King weapons. Sure enough, the Thunder God's phantom was a huge battle armor. There were many people standing inside. They were the Thunder Gods who became saints. They were activating the battle armor, and they were extremely powerful. In the starry sky, a spatial gate appeared. Following that, powerful figures appeared. They had long tails, horns on their heads, and green scales on their bodies emitted a cold light. These were the people from the Green Dragon clan. Their young master was captured and did not return. They finally could not help it. In the end, the immemorial ancient city had no choice but to open the spatial teleportation array again and use the same coordinates to teleport them. They chased all the way to the vicinity. This time, they must catch the culprit. Damn it, I don't care about the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. How dare you kill our young master? These Green Dragon clan experts rushed over aggressively. However, when they arrived near the Double Rain planet, they trembled. Damn it, what was going on with this world? Why was it so terrifying? These saints were terrified. Even the Saint Venerables inside felt their hair stand on end. Elder, are we still going to take revenge on the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? These people hesitated. Previously, they had not only received the spatial coordinates from the immemorial ancient city lord, but they also received news. The other party knew the 10,000 Swords sect, so it was obvious that he was from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Just as they were hesitating, the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the Double Rain planet heard the news and were instantly enraged. Someone dared to cause trouble for them. They directly shot out a destructive sword chi into the starry sky. The people from the Green Dragon clan were still hesitating, but in the next moment, they saw a destructive aura coming towards them. Before it arrived, their bodies were already shattered. They could not take it anymore. Run away quickly. These people from the Green Dragon clan fled crazily, but it was useless. When this sword descended, most of the Green Dragon clan's saints were killed. Only one of the Green Dragon clan's, Saint Venerables, escaped. Moreover, his body was shattered, leaving only his head behind. It was wrapped in his soul and escaped. His eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. He probably would not dare to mention revenge in this life. Lin Xian felt that it was about time. He released the fake Saint King weapon that he had created. That was something he had created using countless shards of Saint artifacts. Many of these Saint artifact fragments were obtained in the Green Mountain realm. Although they were all fragments, their power could not be underestimated. Now that he had combined them, it should be enough to pass off as the real thing. Moreover, even if they were discovered, they would probably be killed by then. As expected, when he released this thing, the eyes of the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Thunder God City, and 10,000 Demon City instantly turned red. This is something that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion has taken a fancy to. Scram, the Darkness Saint Venerable roared. He controlled the Sword of Destruction and swept it across. No one dared to provoke it. Those who were weak all ran away. Those who were left were not strong enough to fight against the Saint King weapon. Therefore, only those who had the Saint King weapon could fight against it. For example, Thunder God Chung came out. He snorted coldly. If you want the treasure, let's talk with strength. They activated the Thunder God battle armor, forming a huge Thunder God phantom that stood indomitable and resisted the sword of destruction. Chapter 41:28. The three great sage cities instantly started fighting. Even a powerful faction like the Demon Palace could only retreat at this moment, because if it was a battle between Saint Venerables, they would not be afraid. However, once it rose to the level of a Saint King or even a Saint King weapon, they would be helpless. This was the difference in foundation. The three great sage cities were fighting very fiercely. Lin Xian deliberately let the small cauldron fly into the sky and let these people fight in the 9 heavens. It would be best if they could fight to the outer realm. Otherwise, Double Rain Planet would really be destroyed. At that time, it would be useless for him to take it back. Sure enough, seeing that the small cauldron wanted to fly away, the people of the three great sage cities also charged out. A great battle broke out in the outer realm. Buzz. Everyone is fighting so fiercely, and it is difficult to separate. Why don't you give the thing to me? At this moment, a charming voice sounded in the starry sky. Buzz. Accompanied by the charming voice, many enchanting people appeared in the surroundings. They worked together to shake the bells on their wrists. At the same time, an even more simple and unadorned bell appeared in the sky. The sound rang out. Everyone was infatuated, and their blood boiled, as if they were about to explode. The Joyous Union Bell. Moreover, it was the real Joyous Union Bell. It was a Saint King weapon. The Joyous Union Bell in the hands of the other people of the Joyous Union Palace were all imitations. The higher one's status, the stronger the imitations. However, none of them could be stronger than the real Saint King weapon. At this moment, when the real Joyous Union Bell appeared, it was really terrifying to the extreme. As a result, the people of the three great sage cities felt their blood boil. Damn it, they had to defend against the soundwave attack. They did not dare to be careless. If they were not careful, they might fall into the trap. At that time, they would die very miserably. Did Qin Xian also bring the Joyous Union Palace? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Great. This way, it would be even more lively. A few days later, another faction came, also bringing a Saint King weapon. It was a long saber. It was very resplendent, as if it was made of gold. 9 golden crows were carved on it, as if they were about to fly. Golden Crow Saber, the Saint King weapon of the Golden Crow clan. Clearly, the Golden Crow clan had also joined in. A great battle broke out. The 5 forces fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. Lin Xian did not expect to attract so many holy cities. Therefore, he controlled the small cauldron again and flew into the depths of the universe. The 5 forces also fought into the distance. Along the way, there were some small planets and worlds that were shattered and turned into ashes. One could imagine how powerful it was. This battle startled countless people. Although only 5 forces were participating, the rest of the people were watching the battle closely. They wanted to know who would obtain the treasure in the end. No matter whose hands it landed in, it would definitely allow that faction's strength to increase greatly. The 5 forces fought very miserably. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The news of the battle spread very quickly. Many holy cities were alarmed. Someone from Peerless City had arrived. That was because they had received news from Planet Double Rain that Lin Xian was also here. They were worried about Lin Xian's safety, so they also sent people over. This time, it was the first generation's chief disciple, Linghu Chueshue. He did not bring many people with him. There were a total of 5 people. However, these 5 people were all extremely terrifying experts. The 5 of them were all holy venerables. They even carried a weapon of the Holy King. After all, in such a great battle, the weak were not enough. After they arrived, they did not participate in the battle. Instead, they flew towards Planet Double Rain. The people of planet Double Rain watched the battle in the outer realm from afar. Suddenly, they felt a terrifying aura approaching. Their scalps went numb. Which faction was it? Lin Xian also sensed it at the first moment. It was his eldest senior brother. He quickly rushed forward. Of course, he was wearing the Void Beast skin. After all, he was still hiding in the dark. Senior brother Ling Hu, it's me. Lin Xian enlarged the Void Beast skin and enveloped Ling Hu Chue Xue and the others. Junior brother Lin, you're here. Are you okay? Ling Hu Chue Xue asked. The other 5 holy venerables were also speechless. Could it be the skin of a void beast? Lin Xian nodded. Everyone, please follow me. He brought Ling Hu Chue Xue and the others into the depths of the world. Then he briefly explained what had happened. Ling Hu Chue Xue and the others were greatly surprised. You're saying that this was a trap set up by you? The other 5 holy venerables were also stunned. They knew that the 5 great sage cities were snatching the Holy King's weapon. However, they did not expect that the Holy King's weapon was actually a fake. Seeing that you're fine, I'm relieved. Master was very worried. Ling Hu Chue Xue heaved a sigh of relief. His master was naturally the unparalleled Holy King. Lin Xian chuckled. Senior brothers, elders, I still have something that I need your help with. Oh, what is it? Just tell me. Lin Xian said that in the end, they'll definitely discover that they've been deceived. Therefore, they might counterattack. Although I'm not afraid of them, my goal is not only that. To be honest, I've already obtained the realm core of planet Double Rain. It's already my world. Thus, this time, I'm going to eliminate all the powers above it. I hope that my senior brothers and elders will assist me when the time comes. This world is yours. Ling Hu Chue Xue was extremely shocked. The 5 elders also sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Truth be told, ever since they'd arrived on planet Double Rain, the news about Ling Hu Chue Xue had been more and more astonishing. Especially now, they were stunned. Ling Hu Chue Xue actually possessed an entire world. This was truly inconceivable. However, they soon smiled. Very well. Lin Xian was a disciple of their unparalleled city. The more powerful Lin Xian was, the more powerful their unparalleled city would be. Ling Hu Chue Xue said, Rest assured, we'll definitely help you with this matter. Whoever dares to go against you will be going against our unparalleled city. Following that, they stayed behind and watched the battle in secret. They were exceptionally happy to see the holy cities being beaten so miserably. After all, what those people were fighting over was a fake. A few days later, Lin Xian was surprised again. He heard a roar in the distance. It was the roar of a dragon. It was Ruffian Dragon's voice. They actually came as well. Elder, wait for me. I'm going to pick up 2 friends. Lin Xian was once again put on the Void Beast skin. He left planet Double Rain and went to the outer realm. Sure enough, he saw a dragon, a toad, and a little white monkey flying over from the distance. They were very excited as they looked at the battle in front of them. Damn, what's going on? Planet Double Rain has been destroyed. Where's that brat Lin Xian? Will he die of anger if he finds out? The dark red dragon kept muttering to itself. The toad's mouth was wide open. Do you think that brat has already been killed? The little white monkey slapped the toad. Impossible. How is it impossible? He still hasn't appeared. The toad said, Why don't we divide this world? As soon as it finished speaking, it was slapped again. This slap directly sent him flying. Damn, who dares to sneak attack me? Chapter 41:29. Little White squeaked. I didn't use any strength. The dark rainbow, divine dragon, also turned around. When he realized that there was no one around, his hair stood on end. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ear. Are you guys talking bad about me behind my back? Are you itching for a beating? Damn, it's haunted. It was that kid's voice. the dark rainbow divine dragon jumped up. In the next moment, his eyes widened. Kid, you're using the void beast skin, right? Come out quickly. Lin Xian used the void beast skin to cover them. Then he said, follow me down and don't make a sound. Kid, you're so careful. Are you up to no good? The dark red divine dragon knew Lin Xian very well. Lin Xian chuckled and brought them down to meet up with Linghu Chueshua. The dark red divine dragon asked impatiently, Kid, how can you tolerate this? Your world has been destroyed. Lin Xian said, of course I can't tolerate it. Therefore, I'm collecting their sacred blood and using their energy to repair this world. Moreover, after this battle, their vitality will definitely be greatly damaged. When the time comes, I might be able to kill a few of them. More importantly, I can completely eliminate them from my world. Lin Xian told them his plan. After the dark red divine dragon and the toad heard this, their eyes widened. Damn, kid, what a good plan. No wonder you didn't make a move. He, I can't help but want to see their miserable end. Only the snow-white little monkey yawned in boredom. He came to Lin Xian's shoulder, took out a spiritual fruit, and began to gnaw on it. By the way, why did you suddenly come back? Where are the North Demon and the Black Mountain? Do you know? The dark red divine dragon shook his head. Those two guys aren't with us. As for why they came back, you can ask him. He looked at the toad. The toad cried out twice and said, well, I'll tell you when the matter is over. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to him and waited silently. This wait lasted for 3 months. The battle lasted for 3 months before it slowly came to an end. The 5 forces had all suffered heavy losses. In the end, it was the Golden Crow race's people who seized the treasure. They raised their heads towards the sky and laughed loudly, wanting to escape. In the end, he was hunted down by the other 4 holy cities. Damn it, here's the thing. The people of the Golden Crow race realized that even if they managed to snatch it, they would not be able to swallow it. They could only throw it out. In the other 4 cardinal holy cities, there was a mad scramble. The Sword of Destruction, the Lightning God's Hand, the 10,000 Beasts Mirror, and the joyous Union Bell struck the tiny cauldron at the same time. The small cauldron was a fake to begin with. It had been holding on for such a long time that it could no longer hold on. Therefore, it exploded with a boom. For a moment, the people of the 5 great sage cities were stunned. What's going on? Was it broken material? How could this be? They were fighting over the Saint King's weapon. How could it be broken? Damn it, you actually used a fake to trick us. The people of the Demon City instantly froze the Golden Crow clan. The Thunder God and the people from Joyful Union Palace had also come here for the sake of coming up. The Golden Crow race's people were about to cry. Damn it, what fake? This was the real one. Damn it, we were deceived. What do you mean by deceived? It was clearly you who obtained the real Saint King's weapon. What, do you think we are idiots? Attack. These people attacked crazily. The Golden Crow race was extremely miserable. There was nothing they could do. Although they also had the Saint King's weapon, they could not hold on at all when fighting 1 against 4. Therefore, they quickly begged for mercy. Stop, I can let you see the storage rings. Every storage ring was their secret. Now that they were allowed to see it, it was simply a great humiliation. However, in order to survive, the people of the Golden Crow race could no longer care so much. After the people of the 4 great sage cities looked at the storage rings, their faces turned gloomy. As expected, it was not there. Could it be that they had been deceived? Let's go and take a look. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion charged back. Lei Shencheng and the people of the Demon City also returned. The people of the Golden Crow race had long been seriously injured. If they had not begged for mercy in the end, they would have almost been killed. Now they were going back. What a joke. They would remember this grudge. With a sway of their bodies, they rode the Golden Crow sabers and left. The remaining people of the Acacia Palace also sighed. It seemed that they had been fooled. Forget it. This matter would end here. Would the person who could plot against them be weak? After fighting for 3 months, they had long been exhausted. If they went now, they could at most protect themselves. It would be very difficult to defeat the other party. Therefore, Qin Xianer and the others also left. Only the 3 great sage cities of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion charged back. The people of the Double Rain planet were originally waiting. They wanted to know what the final result would be. In the end, a few months later, the 3 great sage cities came at the same time. Where was the item? It was in this world. Even if the world was turned upside down and this world was destroyed, they had to find it. The eyes of the people of the 3 great sage cities turned red. Lin Xian stood up. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Very good. It was time for them to make their appearance. In the sky, the phantom of the thunder god swept in all directions. The myriad demon mirror enveloped the entire world. The sword of destruction kept falling. Each strike wanted to separate heaven and earth. However, at this time, 2 terrifying auras spread out and blocked the attacks of the 3 great sage cities' human king weapons. Therefore, at the same time, figures flew out from the depths of the earth. There were still people in the world. The people of the Double Rain planet were shocked. Some people who escaped to the outer realm were also watching from the 9 heavens. Even the people of the 3 great sage cities were stunned. There were actually people. Were they the ones who snatched those items? These people all looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned. Lin Wuti, the faces of the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion instantly turned ugly. The other 2 people of the great sage cities also snorted coldly. They had a grudge with Lin Wuti. Kid, it's you. Go to hell. These experts of the Thunder God City instantly surrounded the Thunder God battle armor and slapped out with the Thunder God palm. One of the palms was empty and carried endless lightning. Wow. The dark red dragon and the toad were startled. Even Little White kept blinking its eyes. The power of the Saint King weapons was definitely enough to threaten them. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Come out. He instantly released the 3,000 heavenly demons again. Together with him, they used the Great Destruction Spear and rushed forward. With a clang, the Thunder God palm was sent flying and even directly penetrated. Lin Xian's body was overflowing with demonic energy. The 3,000 demonic shadows behind him bloomed with radiance, not inferior to the Thunder God Phantom at all. Damn it, he blocked it. The people of the Thunder God were stunned. The people of the 1,000 Demon City were also stunned. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had ugly expressions. Did the other party also have a Saint King weapon in his hand? The people of the Thunder God frowned. On the other hand, Lin Xian chuckled. You want to make a move on me? Haven't you heard about how I beat the 10,000 Swords Pavilion back then? The 2 people of the great sage cities gasped and looked at the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. In the end, they found that the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion did not refute. This shocked them even more. Chapter 40:130. Damned brat! Speak. Where is the item? Did you take it away? The people of 10,000 Swords Pavilion roared. When the people of Thunder God City and Demon City heard those words, their expressions changed. That's right. How could the other party have the weapon of a Sage King? Lin Xian coldly snorted. He stood out and said, What is it? Let me tell you. This is my world. Everything in this world belongs to me. I will take whatever I want. You dare to behave atrociously in my world. Did you ask for my permission first? After saying those words, Lin Xian stomped his foot. Immediately, the entire world started to shake violently. The shattered mountains and rivers and the cracked earth started to heal rapidly. The blood on the ground started to melt rapidly. The energy on the ground was absorbed by the energy of the world. What was going on? The surrounding people were stunned. The people of the three great sage cities were also stunned. This was the other party's world? What a joke! Wasn't this the Rain Clan's world? However, when they saw that the surrounding world had recovered, they were completely stunned. Could it be that the other party was really the master of this world? You have the heart of the world, the people of the three great sage cities screamed. In outer space, when the people of the Demon Palace saw this scene, they vomited a mouthful of blood. They had searched for so many years, but they did not expect that this world already had a master. This news shocked everyone. They did not dare to believe it. The people of the three great sage cities, including 10,000 Swords Pavilion, gnashed their teeth. Were they going to leave just like that? To be honest, they were unwilling. Brat, even if this is your world, so what? Do you think you can contend against the three great sage cities? The people of Thunder God City walked forward. They controlled the Thunder God phantasm and were extremely powerful. That's right. On the other side, the people of Demon City also controlled the myriad demon mirror and joined hands to capture him. 10,000 Swords Pavilion also walked forward. The three sides pressed forward, and the entire world started to tremble again. Everyone held their breaths. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He and the 3,000 heavenly demons controlled the great destruction spear at the same time. On the other side, Linghu Chueshua walked over with the 5 great sage lords and said coldly, "What? Are you trying to bully the 5 of us?" After saying those words, Linghu Chueshua also waved his hand, and a cold ray of light flew out. It was a sword light that swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Its power was not any weaker than the sword of destruction. Everyone cried out in alarm. This was the unparalleled sword, the real unparalleled sword. In Lin Xian's hands, there was a replica of the matchless sword, which was a very terrifying saint artifact. The true unparalleled sword was the weapon of a saint king. At that moment, they were unleashed by Linghu Chueshua and the 5 great sage lords together. Their might was extremely powerful. If you're not convinced, you can come and fight. Lin Xian took a step forward as the aura on his body exploded. Although it was 2 against 3, he was not afraid. That was because they had the advantage in numbers. More importantly, they were all in peak condition. As for the 3 great sage cities, they had experienced 3 months of war. He was already exhausted, unable to bring out much of his strength. Boom! Lin Xian attacked aggressively. He did not give the 3 great sage cities any time to think. On the other side, Linghu Chueshua also rushed over with his men. The war broke out again. In an instant, they fought in the outer realm. Everyone was terrified and began to make guesses. The people from the 3 great sage cities were originally disdainful. However, they collapsed after fighting for a short while. Damn it, they had used up too much of their strength. If they were to continue fighting, they would not be able to control the Saint King's weapon. Leave. These people wanted to leave. However, how could Lin Xian let them leave? On the other side, Linghu Chueshua was also attacking wildly. The people from the 3 great sage cities screamed again and again. Many of them were directly killed. In the outer realm, blood dyed the universe. That desolate aura made everyone's hair stand on end. Too powerful. At that moment, Lin Wudi had truly risen. Damn it, just you wait. This matter is not over. In the end, the 3 holy venerates from the 3 great sage cities fled with a small number of people, leaving behind a large number of corpses and blood. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stepped forward, and his loud voice spread throughout the world and the outer realm. From now on, Double Rain Planet is my world. Whoever dares to behave atrociously here, I will tear them into pieces. No matter where they run to, I will not let them go. His voice carried endless killing power, and monstrous demonic qi. It made one's scalp tingle. On the other side, Ling Hu Chue Xue also spoke coldly. Lin Xian is a martial artist of Wushuang City. Whoever goes against him is challenging Wushuang City. Wushuang City will accompany him to the end. Lin Xian alone was already so powerful, not to mention that Peerless City was also on his side. More importantly, the people of the Sky Demon Clan were inextricably linked to Lin Xian. This was equivalent to having two great sage cities behind him. This force was too strong. Sure enough, after hearing those words, the people that were still present all began to flee. They probably would not dare to come back in this lifetime. Lin Xian gave these people 1 day to leave as soon as possible. After a day, there was no one else on Double Rain Planet. Lin Xian and the others landed. Things are almost done. Do you want to go back with me? Ling Hu Chue Xue asked. Lin Xian said, I still have some things to take care of here. I'm afraid I can't go back to this world for the time being. Well, if you have any problems outside, just tell Wushuang City. Wushuang City will always be on your side. After chatting for a while, Ling Hu Chue Xue and the 5 great sage lords left. On the other side, Lin Xian also let the 3,000 sky demons leave. Only he, the dark red divine dragon, and the others were left. The next step was to repair this world. It was not a simple matter. But fortunately, there was a lot of saints' blood around. If he used it a little, he could repair the world. However, from now on, this Double Rain Planet would carry a layer of blood fiend aura. It would become a dangerous place. For example, the Purgatory Planet from before was filled with blood light. Ordinary people couldn't come here at all. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was good. This way, it would cut off those people's thoughts. In the following days, Lin Xian began to repair this world. He joined forces with the dark red divine dragon and set up many arrays on Double Rain Planet, allowing these arrays to automatically absorb energy and repair it. This way, he wouldn't have to stay here all the time. At the same time, he also opened up some entrances. This allowed some weak cultivators to come in and live here. After all, what he wanted was not a desolate world. It would be best if there were humans or beasts living on it. Lin Xian didn't have to worry about this. Some people from other worlds would definitely come over. However, Lin Xian would strictly control it. For now, there was no need for those above the sage realm to come. He only recruited those below the sage realm. In the end, he found by Qian. Qian, I'm afraid you won't be able to return to the White Crane clan for the time being. However, it's very dangerous for you to follow me. Why don't you stay on Double Rain Planet for the time being? Chapter 40-131. All right, Bai Qian also knew that with her strength, she wouldn't be able to help Lin Xian at all. She would also be a burden to him. She couldn't return to her family, so she might as well stay here and help Lin Xian take care of this world. It could be considered a connection between the two of them. Perhaps they would be able to meet often in the future. Therefore, Bai Qian nodded and agreed. Next, through Lin Xian, she controlled some of the power of this world and could mobilize the power of the world to manage it. For example, she could use some divine punishment, tsunamis, storms, and so on. In addition, although her strength wasn't as good as Lin Xian's, she was still a saint. Currently, it was very safe here. At the same time, Lin Xian also left a message for her to pay attention to a woman called Yu Shijia. If the other party came here and was willing, he could let her manage this world together. In response, Bai Qian nodded obediently. Then Lin Xian found the toad and the others and said, Tell me, what's going on with you guys? Kid, are you done with your side? The toad couldn't wait any longer. If you're done, come with us. I'll bring you to a good place. Good place? Where to? Lin Xian was suspicious. Were these guys so kind? The toad felt guilty. What's wrong, kid? Are you questioning me? And Lin Xian nodded. I don't think you're that kind. Fuck. The toad was so angry that he vomited blood. Old dragon, Xiao Bai. Tell me, did I lie to him? He was really mad. The dark red dragon stood up, smiled awkwardly, and said, This guy did know an incredible place. Xiao Bai also nodded. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Oh, so you guys returned with a full load this time? What treasures did you get? Tell me. Hearing this, the three fellows' faces fell. Yeah, don't mention it. We didn't get anything at all. Xiao Bai hung his head dejectedly. The dark red dragon also said, Aya, that place is too strange. We can't enter, and can only watch from the outside. After Lin Xian heard this, he rolled his eyes. That's why you thought of me, right? Brat, what are you talking about? Do you think I'll trick you? I'm giving you a chance to make a fortune. Do you understand? The toad jumped out and said, What do you think? Are you willing to go? If you're not willing, then I'll go to Black Mountain. All right, you can go now. Lin Xian waved his hand. The toad was stunned. The dark red dragon also gave him a look. The toad pounced at Lin Xian's feet and hugged Lin Xian's leg tightly. Brat, who knows where the Black Mountain old ghost has gone? You are the only one left now. I can't help you. My attainments and formations are only on par with Ruffian Long's. Yet even he couldn't solve it. Do you think I can? These words were indeed correct. All right, let's stop messing around. The dark red dragon walked over and said, Brat, the aura of that place is indeed not ordinary. We suspect that it is a treasure that has not been explored. However, the formations there are unusual. This time, we are looking for you because we want to borrow the power of the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian also stopped smiling. He asked, Can you get Whitey's treasure bowl from outside? Whitey said, I'm so angry that I can't get it. All right, I'll prepare myself. Lin Xian also stopped messing around. Since there was a treasure, he naturally had to search for it, because the further he went, the more dangerous it would be. Now that he was a mid-stage minor saint, he had already fought several battles with Saint King weapons. If he went further, the real Saint Kings would probably jump out. He had to quickly improve to be able to protect himself. Moreover, there was an even more hidden danger, and that was the power behind the bronze messenger. Who knew when it would jump out? All right, you guys probably didn't get anything, right? However, I got some benefits, and I'll share them with you. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out all the treasures he had robbed from the sacred venerables in the Green Mountain world. Whitey, this is for you. Lin Xian took out a pile of spirit fruits. These were all 10,000 years old spirit fruits. There were even some 20,000 years old spirit fruits. After all, how could the treasures of sacred venerables be weak? Whitey's eyes lit up after seeing them. The toad also laid down, but it was sent flying by Lin Xian with a slap. Don't snatch them. There's something specially for you. Is that so? You even prepared something for me? Kid, you're too good. I love you to death. The toad was excited. The dark red dragon also couldn't wait. Lin Xian took out the demon saint's heart. It was beating vigorously. How was this thing? What a strong demon chi. What a rich energy. The eyes of the dark red dragon and the toad turned red. This was good stuff. The two of them hugged it and didn't want to let go. Lin Xian said, There's something else. Take a look at this. He handed the jade slip to the dragon. Ruffian dragon looked at it with his soul. The toad also looked at it and went in. However, it soon came out. He wasn't interested in the formation. The dark red dragon was excited. The heaven-breaking formation path? You actually got this thing. He was too excited. Get ready. We'll set off in 3 days. Lin Xian waved his hand. 3 days later, they boarded the Black Earth and bid farewell to Bai Qianqian. Lin Xian also left a few sage artifacts for Bai Qianqian. Also, he gave her enough cultivation resources. He left the matters here to her. Lin Xian and the other two boarded a spirit ship and left planet Twin Rain. At the same time, the news had already spread. After all, such an earth-shattering battle had happened on planet Twin Rain. Everyone paid attention to it. However, the final result was shocking. The people of the 5 great sage cities were all defeated. That was impossible. The 5 great sage cities had sent holy venerables, and more than one of them had gone there. More importantly, they had taken the weapons of the sage kings. But they were still defeated. Who was it? Could it be that the real sage kings had made a move? No, the 5 great sage cities were fighting among themselves over the fake weapons and were tricked by someone. Who was the one who arranged such a shocking scene? It was Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti? Could it be that young genius Lin Wuti? That's right, it was him. It couldn't be. Although he was strong, he was only competing with the younger generation. Could he already contend with those holy venerables? What did you know? That Lin Wuti had summoned 3,000 heavenly demons. They were very powerful. What was even more terrifying was that he had the Sage King weapon of the heavenly demon race in his hand. Its power was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, the chief disciple of Wushuang City, Linghu Shue, had brought the 5 great sage lords and also brought the unparalleled sword. They sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. In the end, they defeated the 3 great sage cities in their peak state. There was even more shocking news. Planet Twin Rain was actually Lin Wuti's. Did he obtain the heart of the world? And it seemed that he had obtained it long ago. Screams and discussions rang out. At this moment, everyone in the universe was in an uproar. Ever since the Rain Clan was destroyed, Planet Twin Rain had become the prey in the eyes of countless people. Chapter 4132. There were too many benefits to owning a world. Not only could he enjoy enough resources, but he could also use the power of the world to cultivate sacred weapons. More importantly, he could also use the power of the world to strengthen himself during battles in the future. His combat strength would soar. Now, such a world was actually obtained by a young man. The demon palace vomited blood the most. However, there was no other way. With the heavenly fiend race and peerless city behind him, Lin Xian was not afraid of any of the sacred cities. And those sacred cities were obviously unwilling to shed all pretense of cordiality for a world. Lin Xian was unaware of all the noise. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the black earth, silently cultivating. There were piles of heavenly treasures around him, providing him with enough energy. Whitey was the same. After eating those 10,000-year-old spiritual fruits, its belly was round. On the other side, the toad was rapidly absorbing the blood of the demonic saint from the dark red divine dragon to strengthen itself. The dark red divine dragon was also studying the heaven-breaking array Tao to increase the power of its array. Just like that, they shuttled through the void of the universe. Half a year passed. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He asked, "Haven't we arrived yet? Where are these guys going?" Their current speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they could travel through the endless void. Now, after half a year, they still had not arrived at their destination. This place was too remote. "Are these guys reliable?" A cold voice came from the side. Lin Xian looked over and smiled. The cold beauty was naturally Morong Qingcheng. Previously, he had made a trip to the Kunlun Pavilion and sent a message to Morong Qingcheng, asking if she was willing to go. Morong Qingcheng had nothing to do and was ready to explore. So, she followed along. "Kid, how can I be wrong? Trust me, we will definitely arrive in 10 days. If we can't, I will give you my head." "What's the use of your head?" Your toad can't be eaten. Lin Xian attacked from the side. Damn. Let me tell you, I have the bloodline of a divine beast. The toad was so angry that it vomited blood. Just like that, they flew for another 10 days. Sure enough, he saw a star in front of him. However, that star was too dark. It was actually covered by an endless amount of vegetation. It could be seen from afar. Heavens, are there still people living here? Lin Xian was surprised. This couldn't be a dead world, right? Murong Qingcheng also stood up and frowned slightly. She hugged Little White and said, indeed, he couldn't sense any signs of life. There was no need to sense it. The most important thing in this world of stars was not the stars, but the vegetation on them. The toad was the first to jump out. The dark red dragon waved its hand, and the kid followed. Lin Xian held Murong Qingcheng's hand, and the two of them flew out. After the group flew out, Lin Xian put away the black earth and looked ahead. He realized that the vines in this world had formed many gourds. The auras emitted by those gourds were very unusual. Could it be that these gourds were a demonic beast? Hurry up and find the 9,999th gourd. That's what we're looking for. The toad searched as it flew. Soon, it said, it's here. They had already been here once, so they were familiar with the place. Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng followed behind. They arrived in front of the 9,999th gourd. It was a purple gourd from the outside. The color was just a little darker than the others, but there was nothing special about it. Lin Xian asked, what's the use of this gourd? Could it be a treasure? Then I'll help you cut it down. Lin Xian had seen the yellow spring gourd before. Could it be that this gourd was also born from heaven and earth? Sacred artifact? Kid, don't mess around. The toad screamed. Then it said, watch me. He stepped forward and pulled out the lid of the gourd. Immediately, a mysterious aura flowed out. Murong Qingcheng's expression was solemn, and the phantom of a phoenix appeared on her body. Lin Xian also activated his 9-yang divine body. He felt a sense of danger that made his hair stand on end. Did you see that, kid? I didn't lie to you. The toad also took a few steps back. He pointed at the gourd and said, the thing is inside the gourd. We have to think of a way to get in. All right, all of you come over. Lin Xian summoned them to his side, and then activated the great dragon sword soul. It covered them, and made them lose their strength to the great dragon sword soul. They didn't dare to delay, and activated the great dragon sword soul with all their might. It was as if it had come to life. Boom! A dragon-shaped sword shadow wrapped around them and rushed into the gourd. Sure enough, when they wanted to enter, they were obstructed. However, the great dragon sword soul was too special. So, in an instant, it cut through everything and rushed in. However, the deeper they went, the slower they got. In the end, the speed was very slow. It actually took a full 5 days to break through and enter the gourd. They didn't know that when they entered, there was another spirit ship in the void. It was quickly flying towards them. From the looks of it, its target was also this world. Soon, the gourd stopped and 5 figures walked out. They were all young men and women. They looked at the vines in front of them that were filled with gourds, and the corners of their mouths raised into a smile. It seemed that it should be here. According to the news, there was only one magical world inside these gourds. Quickly find it. These people quickly searched. Not long after, a woman in a long, green dress screamed, "Come quickly, this gourd is not from Class 1. The other 4 people rushed over in an instant. They stared ahead and frowned. The lid of the gourd was opened. Could it be that someone had entered? That's impossible. A dark-skinned young man frowned. Other than us, who else knows about this place? Could it be that the Sage King had appeared? The few of them frowned. One of them said, "Impossible. Someone must have discovered it by chance. I don't think he can enter with his strength. Perhaps he has already died inside. Let's hurry up and leave. At this point, the 5 of them also took out the array formation. It seemed that they knew how to break this array formation. Inside the gourd, the figures of Lin Xian and the others appeared. They looked around curiously. There was a world inside the gourd. It looked incomparably vast. It was really too magical. Great, we're in. We're finally in. The toad was extremely excited. The dark red divine dragon was also jumping wildly in excitement. Murong Qingcheng took a deep breath, because when she looked up, she saw a mountain of bones in front of her. That was actually not a mountain, but a bone. However, it was too big, like a mountain. The flesh on it had long been gone. Even the blood was no longer there. There were only some cracks all over it. However, the remnant aura still made people feel oppressed. They didn't know how powerful this skeleton was when it was alive. Chapter 40, 133. Let's go. They walked forward. Along the way, they saw many such bones. Finally, they saw a mountain in front of them. That mountain was very special, as if a dragon and a tiger were coiled together. It was very strange. Moreover, the aura on it was even more terrifying. Even Lin Xian saw through the heavenly secret divine eye. He saw that there were traces of blood on the steps of this mountain, and the blood was from who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago. However, the aura on it was still incomparably terrifying. Murong Qingcheng and the others all activated their defenses. Lin Xian also activated his 9 yang divine body. He frowned slightly. What were they waiting for? Hurry up. The toad and the dark red dragon took the lead and rushed out. The toad jumped high, wanting to jump directly onto the mountain. The dark red dragon swung its tail. The 2 of them were very fast. However, in an instant, they were bounced back. Puff. Ah. 2 screams sounded. The 2 of them rolled down the mountain and even spat out a mouthful of blood. They were injured. Lin Xian was surprised. He used the law of wood to heal the 2 of them. At the same time, he asked, "Are you okay?" "Don't move. This place is not ordinary. Damn it, they actually want to be so strong." They were actually injured. The dark red dragon was stunned. He was a divine dragon. How strong was his physique? But at this moment, he was actually injured. On the other side, the toad was also scratching its ears and cheeks anxiously. However, it did not dare to act rashly anymore. Let's take one step at a time. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian pulled Murong Qingcheng and walked forward. When they walked up the first step, they felt a huge pressure. It seemed that the higher they went, the greater the pressure. The 2 of them walked up 5 steps in a row. Murong Qingcheng stopped. She said, "Look, these steps." Lin Xian also looked carefully. He found that the material of these steps was neither gold nor stone, but a kind of jade. There were even some great Tao runes carved on it. Murong Qingcheng found that some places were even inlaid with divine crystals. Moreover, it was an extremely precious divine crystal. It had existed for tens of thousands of years. The grade of this divine crystal was too high. He had never seen it before. Murong Qingcheng was overjoyed. She waved her hand and summoned the illusionary figure of the phoenix, trying to grab the god crystal. It took him a lot of effort to dig out one. This was good stuff. The eyes of the dark red divine dragon and the others also turned red as they started eating. They began to knock and knock. Lin Xian took out the great destruction spear and started hammering it with his sacred artifact. He wondered what kind of expression the great demon clans people would have when they saw their legendary holy weapon being used as a shovel. Just like that, they dug for treasures as they walked up the mountain. Sometimes he would even stop to comprehend the great Tao. Everywhere he went, he left behind a mess. At the same time, the 5 mysterious men and women walked in. They heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't expect the entrance to be so difficult. What a surprise. The 2 women wiped their fragrant sweat and said, "It was nothing. It was expected that the entrance would be difficult. There shouldn't be that much danger inside, right?" They also looked around. This place was indeed not ordinary. It couldn't be the legendary place. "Let's go." The 5 of them took out pills and swallowed them to recover their strength. At the same time, they moved quickly. Soon, they passed through the huge white bones and came to the front. They saw a mountain that was shaped like a dragon and a tiger. "Let's go." They carefully went up. When they took a few steps, they frowned. "Why do I feel that someone has been here? Look, there are traces of being pried open, and they are very fresh." There should have been a supreme-grade divine crystal here before. Was it dug out by someone? The corners of their mouths twitched. Who was it? It was too much of a robber. How could the things that paved the way be pried open? Could it be that a group of fierce robbers had come? A purple-clothed young man snorted coldly. What fools! It seemed that they didn't know what the treasures here were. "Let's go up. We can't let them destroy any more. If they trigger some restriction array, we will be in trouble." The few of them sped up. At the same time, on the mountain, Lin Xian was still busy. The dark red divine dragon and the others stopped. They revealed suspicious expressions. Why did I hear the sound of something breaking through the air? "Me too," Morong Qingqing asked. "Brother Xian, you should investigate." "Let's do it." Lin Xian nodded. His heavenly secret, divine eyes scanned the surroundings. This place was extremely mysterious. They seemed to feel a sense of oppression and were unable to fully unfold their souls. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes were much stronger than theirs. In the next moment, Lin Xian frowned. "Be careful. Someone actually came." "What? That's impossible. Other than me, no one else knows about this place." The toad had a look of disbelief. However, they knew that Lin Xian wouldn't be wrong. Sure enough, not long after they discovered it, 5 figures appeared on the mountain path below them. The auras of the 5 of them were extraordinary, and they were very young. From the looks of it, they should be young geniuses. They didn't know which holy city they were from. Lin Xian frowned. He had seen most of the people in the holy city, so he could recognize them through some of their auras. However, the auras of these 5 people stunned him. He couldn't tell. The 5 people below naturally saw Lin Xian, and the others above as well. When they saw a snake and a toad holding a holy weapon and crazily smashing the ground, the corners of their mouths twitched. The corners of these 5 people's mouths twitched, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As expected, they were low-level trash, ants. Their eyes were filled with disdain. When they swept their gazes over again, the disdain in their eyes became even stronger when they saw Lin Xian. There was also an ant. From the looks of it, it didn't seem like much. He was also trash. When they saw a woman in white standing beside Lin Xian, they were stunned, especially the 3 youths. Their eyes shone with a shocking light. A beauty and a peerless beauty. They didn't expect to see such a fairy here. What a surprise. The 2 companions snorted coldly. They were obviously very jealous of the other party's appearance. Sensing their gazes, Morong Qingqing snorted coldly. There was a hint of disgust in her cold eyes. The youths withdrew their gazes and smiled awkwardly. Soon, they walked up to her. "I didn't expect to meet other people here apart from us, and such a beautiful fairy. I'm really lucky. I'm Lu Qingfeng. How should I address you, fairy?" Morong Qingqing directly ignored such people. She held Lin Xian's arm. The 2 men behind also changed their expressions. What was going on? In their opinion, Lin Xian should be Morong Qingqing's servant. But now, the 2's actions made them realize that it wasn't the case. They were a couple. How could it be? What did this kid do to have such a beautiful Tao companion? They wanted to snatch her away. There was a hint of madness in their hearts. Chapter 41:34. Who are you guys? How did you guys get here? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. He was very confused. Lu Qingfeng and the others rolled their eyes in anger. Was the other party questioning them? What a joke! How dare an ant like him ask them such a question? Moreover, they should be the ones asking. Only they knew about this place. How did he know about it? Seeing that they didn't answer, the dark red divine dragon also jumped over and said, "Kid, be careful." Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. Although these 5 people were arrogant, their qi wasn't weak. They were all late minor saints, especially Lu Qingfeng. He was also a peak existence among the late minor saints. Such a cultivation base was absolutely amazing in the saint city. Could it be that they weren't disciples of their generation, but disciples of the previous generations? After all, it couldn't be said that they were in the same generation. It could only be said that they were all enemies. Lin Xian had seen many disciples of the previous generations. He had even fought with some experts of the older generation countless times. These people looked young, but they might be old monsters. Lin Xian asked again. Seeing that these people didn't answer, he shook his head. He ignored them. The toad jumped out from the side and said, "Damn, I'm so unlucky to meet a few mutes. Forget it, let's do our thing." Lu Qingfeng and the others were so angry that they vomited blood. "Mutes? What kind of joke is this? We don't want to answer. Okay, where did this toad come from? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Get lost, or I'll trample you flat." The green-robed girl said with a look of disdain. The toad was enraged after hearing that. "You're the toad. Your whole family are toads. Open your dog eyes and look at me. I'm handsome and mighty, a divine beast, okay? Even if you want to shout, you have to call me Lord Toad. Junior sister, don't be afraid. I'll help you vent your anger." Another man walked out and said coldly, "Little Toad, how dare you come here to kill me? I think you're the one who wants to die." The dark red divine dragon also stood out. The qi between them was getting more and more terrifying. From the looks of it, no one was willing to give way to the other. At this moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the mountain. Lu Qingfeng glanced at the newcomer, who didn't attack. "You idiots, which paradise are you from? Grotto heaven? What grotto heaven?" Lin Xian was stunned. Was it the other party from the holy city? Seeing this scene, the 5 people were also stunned. What was going on? Could it be that the other party was not from the grotto heaven, but from this place? That shouldn't be the case. How could the people here know about this? They were truly stunned. Seemed like he wasn't someone from the paradise. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to continue living. A cold aura was emitted from their bodies. At this moment, Murong Qingcheng asked indifferently, "Which paradise did you guys come from?" Lu Qingfeng and the others stopped. If it was someone else who asked, they would definitely not care. But when Murong Qingcheng asked, they all smiled. "Fairy, if you want to know our identities, you can come over, and I will personally tell the fairy." "No need," Murong Qingcheng said indifferently. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian and the others. The place these people came from was called the Grotto Heaven. Weren't they from the second astral realm? Lin Xian's eyes flickered after hearing this. He looked at the toad. The toad was the one who led them to this place, so it should know best. The toad thought for a moment and said, "Humph, what's so great about the Grotto Heaven? Do you think we're not from the Grotto Heaven? Let me tell you, I'm from the Gourd Grotto Heaven." On the other side, Lu Qingfeng and the others were stunned. Did the other party really come from a grotto heaven? Lin Xian and the others covered their faces. "Damn, you should make up a better story. What is the Gourd Grotto Heaven?" Do you think the gourd grotto heaven is the grotto heaven? He was very regretful now. He felt that the toad was a little unreliable. What gourd grotto heaven? Why haven't we heard of it? The woman in green sneered. The toad sneered. How could you ants have heard of it? Do you think there is no difference between the strong and the weak in the grotto heaven? Hurry up and get lost. Don't provoke me, or I'll make you suffer. The more the toad spoke, the more excited it became. The woman in green was so angry that she vomited blood. Another man said, "You're courting death." With a wave of his hand, a biting cold law quickly condensed and slashed forward. The toad jumped. At the same time, the dragon and tiger on the mountain shook. A terrifying aura spread and directly crushed the law. Moreover, a huge force hit the man's body and sent him flying. Puffed! Blood dyed the man's body red. He was about to fall off the cliff. At this moment, the woman in green waved her hand and formed a whip of law that swept out. It enveloped the man and brought him up. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. This place is too evil. I can't act rashly." The injured man's face turned ugly, and he hurriedly swallowed a pill. When Lin Xian and the others saw the scene, they snorted and shook their heads. They hadn't even made a move, and the other party was injured. How pitifully weak. Ignore them. Let's continue. These people were preparing to dig up more divine crystals. There was no such good thing except for this place. Even if they didn't use it, they could exchange it for other resources. Damn it. How dare you look down on us? The woman in green waved the whip of law in her hand. At the same time, the necklace on her neck floated up and shone. It formed a defense to resist the pressure. This time, it abstract Morong Chingcheng. It seemed that it was jealous of Morong Chingcheng's beauty. Morong Chingcheng frowned slightly. Lin Xian took a step forward and grabbed the whip of law with one hand. Then he pulled hard. The power of the divine body erupted and tore the whip apart. The law fragment shattered, and Lin Xian walked down with large strides. At the same time, the dragon-shaped sword soul cut through the power. "Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish." With a roar, he slapped out his golden palm and flew out. The green-clothed woman screamed in fright. She quickly dodged and avoided the attack. However, her complexion became incomparably ugly. Damn it! The woman in green gritted her teeth. LV Qingfeng and the others narrowed their eyes. The other party didn't seem to be affected by this place. It seemed that he must have a treasure on him. If they could get it. Thinking of this, a hint of cold killing intent appeared in their eyes. How about it? Should we fight? They discussed. LV Qingfeng thought for a moment and said, "No, this place was too strange, especially the dragon and the tiger. The pressure they produced was too strong. We are suppressed here, but that kid has a treasure on him that can offset this suppression. If we fight, we will be at a disadvantage." That was because none of them knew if Lin Xian was the only one with a rare treasure, or if all of them had one. If the effect of the treasure was too strong, they would suffer a serious blow. So they said to leave this mountain first. I don't believe that they won't come down. When he comes down, we will kill this kid. Chapter 4135. You want to leave? Lin Xian said coldly. You think you can come and go as you please? Aren't you looking down on us too much? Damn it, what are you trying to do? Lu Qingfeng and the others turned their heads and said coldly. They were really mad. If they were outside, they would have killed such a person with a slap. Damn it. The terrain of this place was so strange that they couldn't attack so easily. Lin Xian said that if you want to leave, you have to tell me your identity. What if we don't? The woman in green gritted her teeth. A cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. If you don't tell me, I'll search your soul. These people were too despicable. Although this was a mystic realm, everyone had come in to look for their treasures. and everyone else was looking for their own fortuitous encounters. However, these people showed killing intent towards them the moment they came up, and even wanted to kill them. If it weren't for their strength, they would have died in the hands of these people long ago. Now that they couldn't beat them, these people wanted to leave? It wasn't that easy. You want to kill us with just you? You want to take our souls? Who do you think you are? Can you do it? Let me tell you, if you offend the grotto heaven, you will die miserably. Lin Xian smiled. There were already countless people who had threatened him. However, it was useless. If you want to leave, show me your true ability. Otherwise, you will have to bear the price of provoking us. This kid is too arrogant. I have to teach him a lesson. These 5 mysterious young people were really angry. When had they ever been provoked like this? I'll do it. The young man with dark skin walked out. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes, and endless runes appeared on his body. A Dharma idol of heaven and earth appeared behind him. Kill! With a roar, the Dharma idol moved. 6 arms accompanied by 6 types of laws slapped down from the sky. It had to be said that these people did have the capital to be arrogant. They were much stronger than the geniuses of the sacred lands. They used 6 types of laws in one attack. On the mountain, a dragon and a tiger let out a low roar, forming a terrifying force to suppress. However, this time, the young man with dark skin spat out a small cauldron to defend himself. No matter the price, he had to kill the other party. As for Lin Xian, a biting cold, killing intent erupted from his eyes. Was he going to attack him? The great dragon sword soul on his body erupted, and his entire body turned into a sword light as he rushed forward. Boom! 10,000 swords returned to origin-activated sword chi. Countless rays of sword light blossomed between heaven and earth. It continued to slash forward. This attack was truly too violent. Everything in front of him was blown apart. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out as the cosmic form shattered. The black-skinned youth spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Many sword marks appeared on his body. How was this possible? The surrounding companions were about to go crazy when they saw this scene. Their mystiques and laws were extremely extraordinary. If they came here, they would definitely be able to sweep through everything. But now, a young man whose cultivation was weaker than theirs was actually able to defeat them. Damn it, could it be that he wasn't from the second astral realm? Did he come from a heavenly abode like them? Thinking of this, their faces turned cold. The dark-skinned young man stood up and said, "No, I'm being suppressed by the dragon and tiger here. The other party is not suppressed. Therefore, I might not be his match in a one-on-one battle. Let's attack together." The 5 of them nodded. All right, let's attack together. With Lu Qifeng taking the lead, the law of wind on his body quickly condensed and turned into a wind sword. Its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, the sword light slashed in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. "You want to play with swords with me? You're not worthy." A terrifying light burst out from his eyes. He waved his arm, and sword chi fell like rain, one sword after another. The wind sword was instantly shattered. Not only that, but these terrifying sword lights also swept forward. Lin Xian alone swept up 5 people. The 5 of them were stunned. Damn it, does he want to fight 5 people alone? He actually dares to underestimate us. They split up and attacked from different directions. Lu Qingfeng gave the order and faced him head-on. As for the other 4, they charged out from different directions. Lin Xian fought with them, and all kinds of sword chi were astonishing. The dark red divine dragon was furious when it saw this scene. "Damn it, are you bullying us because we don't have anyone here? I'll slap you to death." He roared, turned into a dragon shadow, and rushed over. The toad also said, "Come, come, come. I'll fight you for 300 rounds." He spat out endless saliva which was highly poisonous. On the other side, Murong Qingcheng also made her move. The phantom of a phoenix swept through heaven and earth. The battle erupted abnormally fierce. Among these people, Lin Xian was the only one who wasn't suppressed. Lin Xian's dragon sword soul was very powerful. The others were more or less suppressed, but they could resist. Buzz. Murong Qingcheng charged towards the woman in the green dress. Previously, the other party wanted to make a move on her. Now, she had to teach the other party a lesson. The two beauties fought earth-shattering, and all kinds of magical powers were used. The woman in green was extremely shocked. She did not expect the other party to be so strong, and not weaker than her. Damn it, who the hell are these people? Their cultivation was weaker than theirs, but their combat strength was not inferior to theirs at all. At this moment, Little White, who was in Murong Qingcheng's arms, rushed out and slapped the woman in green's face with its furry little claws. The woman in green was dizzy. In the next moment, she was sent flying by a seven-colored phoenix. Her delicate body was almost smashed. At this moment, her graceful body was stained with blood, and she was exceptionally miserable. The other people were also injured. Lu Qingfeng was even sent flying by a sword. The sword marks on his body could not be erased. Damn it, he was too terrified. Was there an indelible sword intent? Could it be that the other party cultivated an immortal sword intent? Quickly leave. Lu Qingfeng quickly retreated, and the other four people also fled. They were no match at all. When they fled to the foot of the mountain, the terrifying suppression of the dragon and tiger gradually weakened. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. Damn it, do you dare to come down? They shouted at the foot of the mountain. Lin Xian and the others snorted coldly. Challenging us and asking us to go down. Aren't you being too arrogant? Want to come over and die? Otherwise, hurry up and get lost. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Qingfeng and the others were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it. However, they did not dare to go up again. Instead, they waited at the foot of the mountain. They did not believe that the other party would not come down. However, after waiting for a few days, their faces were completely green. The other party really did not come down. Moreover, they were still digging for treasures on the mountain. It made them go crazy. What made them vomit blood was that Lin Xian disdained to pay attention to them, but the dark red divine dragon and the toad were two thick-skinned guys. Every night, they would quietly come to the foot of the mountain and set up various formations. Lu Qingfeng and the other four roared crazily and resisted. They were not afraid of these formations, but they could not stand the annoyance. In the end, they were all made nervous. The slightest movement would scare them, as if they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 4136. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. In the end, that night Lu Qingfeng and the others couldn't take it anymore. They surrounded the dark red dragon and the toad. Wow, the toad was startled. The dark red dragon also said, "Kid, come quickly. I've lured them up the mountain. Go to hell, you two reptiles." Terrifying attacks rained down like rain. They were really mad with anger. The toad and the dark red dragon released array formations to resist. But this time, Lu Qingfeng and the others took out a weapon. It was a small black sword the size of a palm, but it was abnormally terrifying. It directly cut through all the array formations. The toad and the dark red dragon were both injured. Dragon blood dyed the steps red. The dark red dragon roared, "Damn it, what is this thing? Humph, do you really think that our grotto heaven doesn't have a foundation?" They were really angry. They came from a mysterious grotto heaven and were extremely powerful. How could they not have a trump card in their hands? They just didn't use it before. Now that they took it out, It really hurt the other party. Damn it. Retreat quickly. The dark red dragon and the toad quickly retreated. At the same time, Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng also rushed down the mountain. Lin Xian directly slashed out the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, the blood on the dark red dragon's body merged into the mountain. Then the entire mountain shook violently, and the roar of a dragon sounded. The first sound was the voice of the great dragon sword soul. Next, it was different. On this mountain, a dragon and a tiger seemed to have come alive, turning into terrifying phantoms of the dragon and tiger. The whole place was completely boiling. Not good. Lu Qingfeng and the others' expressions changed. Even the toad and the dark red dragon were stunned. Could it be that they had violated some array formation? This attack had exceeded their imagination. Lin Xian's expression changed. He pulled Murong Qingcheng. Using the void escape, he came to the side of the toad and the dark red dragon and took them away. At the same time, he entered the great sage tower. In the next moment, the dragon and tiger phantoms collided, and a terrifying power erupted. It seemed that everything was destroyed. Fuck, you scared me to death. After entering the great sage tower, the crimson dragon god and the toad heaved a sigh of relief before gnashing their teeth. Damn it, you actually dared to injure me. He wanted to use his soul spirit to investigate, but Lin Xian said, "Don't. It's too scary outside." His heavenly fate god eyes couldn't even see the outside clearly because there were countless black storms outside, as if the world was about to be destroyed. After a long time, he felt that the storm had stopped. Just as they reached out their souls, they were stunned. There was still no change in the surroundings. It was the same as when they came, which made them suspect that the previous storm was an illusion. However, they truly felt it. If it wasn't for the great sage pagoda, they would have already been annihilated by the soul-seeking giant. Are those 5 dead yet? The toad and the dark red holy dragon jumped out and looked around. In the next moment, they saw that far away from here, there were 5 figures who were in an extremely sorry state. Among them, the black-skinned young man's body had already been torn apart. He was deader than dead. The other 4 people were also injured, and their faces were filled with fear. Obviously, they had also used their trump cards to escape just now. However, they still couldn't block it. Moreover, one of their companions had died. "Haha, you still dare to clamor with me?" The toad and the dark red dragon laughed wildly. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. In the distance, Lu Qingfeng and the others gritted their teeth in anger when they saw this scene. Damn it, just you wait. This matter won't be settled so easily. They rode the small black swords and quickly left. "Let's go. Be careful. Don't touch anything else." Lin Xian also reminded them. The previous storm was too terrifying. They continued to set off towards the mountain. On the other side, Lu Qingfeng and the others arrived at the entrance in a sorry state. They used their small swords to the extreme. Countless black sword lights hung down. "Senior brother Lu, what should we do?" those people asked. Lu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "This matter definitely wouldn't be settled so easily. However, we can't beat him. Moreover, the trump cards in their hands are very strong." Those people frowned. Lu Qingfeng's expression was also ugly. Indeed, in such a terrifying storm, they were seriously injured and almost wiped out. The other party was actually fine. It seemed that they couldn't fight the other party head-on anymore. For now, there was only one way, and that was to spread the news of this place and attract more experts to hunt them down. Next, they put away the body of the dark-skinned young man. The 4 of them began to swallow pills to heal their injuries. 3 days later, they stood up. Although their injuries hadn't healed yet, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Lu Qingfeng and the others went outside. Then they used the small black sword to the extreme. They slashed out towards the universe. A terrifying aura quickly spread in all directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The people in the nearby worlds were alarmed. Some saints came over and looked at the small black sword. Their eyes were burning with passion. Could it be a Saint King's weapon? This was only a saint of the fifth heaven. He had never seen a Saint King's weapon. In fact, he had never even seen a Saint King's weapon. However, this aura had far exceeded his understanding. In his opinion, even if it wasn't a Saint King's weapon, it was still a terrifying treasure. Thinking of this, the old man revealed a sinister smile. He wanted to seize the black sword. And now there was only him and no one else. This was the best opportunity. He stretched out his palms, which were like two universes, and grabbed at the sword. The black sword was shrouded. Below, Lu Qingfeng and the other three sneered when they saw this scene. They didn't know what was good for them. They activated their terrifying power. The black sword slashed down and split the old man in half. His body and soul were destroyed. Behind them, more and more saints came over, wanting to seize the sword. In the end, their souls were destroyed every time. Soon, 10 corpses floated in the sky. The smell of blood made their scalps tingle. The weak ones were saints of the fifth heaven, and the strong ones were small saints. There were even 2 late small saints who were killed in a single move. This made everyone know that although these 4 young men were young, their strength was abnormally terrifying. Perhaps only a true holy venerate would be able to fight against it. Sure enough, although more and more people came, no one dared to make a move. At this moment, 2 streams of light came from afar. A terrifying aura also rushed over. It made everyone's scalps tingle. The Saint King was here. It seemed like these 4 people were in danger. They looked like they were waiting to watch a show. Lu Qingfeng and the others opened their eyes. Finally, they are here. This is great. He didn't care about those trash before. Now that the Saint King was here, it was enough. In the sky, 2 figures appeared. They were the 2 Saint Kings. One of them stepped on the yellow spring, and his aura was unusually cold. The other one also had a desolate energy. They were the Saint Kings of Great Desolate Mansion and Yellow Spring Palace. When the 2 of them arrived, they looked at the small black sword with a fiery light in their eyes. They felt that this sword was better than the Saint King's weapon they were using. Chapter 4137. At this moment, LV Qingfeng snorted coldly. Why? How dare you covet my things? Are you tired of living? His voice was filled with endless coldness. The surrounding sages exclaimed, Who is Tianya? How could he be so arrogant in front of sage venerables? The 2 sage venerables also frowned. Judging from the other party's appearance, he seemed to be fearless. This surprised them. Who was this person? Which holy city did young master come from? What holy city? LV Qingfeng said proudly. Can holy cities like yours accommodate us? Let me tell you, we are from the Hollow. His arrogant words caused an uproar among the crowd. Even the 2 great sage venerables frowned. The other party actually looked down on the holy city. What a joke! The holy city was the most terrifying existence in the 2nd astral realm. Could it be that the other party came from above the holy city? Was there such a thing? When they heard about the Hollow, the 2 sage venerables were also puzzled. In fact, the surrounding people were all stunned. What was that? Which sect was more powerful than the holy city? Seeing these people whispering, LV Qingfeng frowned and snorted coldly. He thought that a few sensible people had come, but he did not expect that they were all useless. Don't they even know who we are? He was really furious. The sage venerables did not know where they came from. Damn it, did he have to ask the Sage King to come personally? What an arrogant kid. The 2 great sage venerables' faces darkened. They had never seen such an arrogant person. How dare he look down on them? What heavenly abode? We've never heard of it. I don't know which mountain corner did you come from. However, since he dared to provoke them, he had to pay the price. The aura of the two sage venerables spread out, and the surrounding people retreated. It's over. These 4 people are definitely dead. Stop. However, at this moment, an old voice sounded in the void. Then the crowd saw a locust tree flying over from afar. Those tree roots seemed to have turned into an endless storm, and their speed was extremely fast. This was also a sage venerable's. Moreover, it was a plant-type beast. It seemed to have a very long lifespan. This was because many of those tree trunks had decayed and broken. It was unknown how many years he had lived. Fellow Taoist from the myriad demon city, are you going to stop us? The 2 great sage lords frowned. That old locust tree said. They couldn't take action. His status wasn't ordinary. If you make a move, perhaps the holy city will be destroyed. Upon hearing this, the 2 saint venerables were stunned. What's going on? They asked. The old locust tree didn't say anything. Instead, it looked ahead. Did it really come from that place? Oh, it seems that you know who we are. That makes things easier. LV Qingfeng looked at him and snorted coldly. Open your eyes wide and look around. Where is this place? The old pagoda tree had already lived for over 9,000 years. It was a very long time. Although Xiao Chen was still an early-stage holy venerate with mediocre strength, he was still an early-stage holy venerate. However, due to the fact that he was a plant mage and had lived for countless years, he was very experienced and knowledgeable. He also knew a thing or two about some ancient secrets. Thus, when he heard the words paradise, he was scared out of his wits. Could it be that it was about to open again? When he saw the other party take out a token with a mysterious scene drawn on it, the old locust tree finally understood. Although he couldn't understand what the token was, he didn't know what it was. However, the aura that came from it terrified him. That was because he had seen it once before. That was something that happened 3,000 years ago. He didn't expect it to appear again. It seemed that it wasn't far from that date. The old locust tree took a deep breath and said, "Young masters, why are you looking for us?" The surrounding people were all stunned. This was a saint venerable who had lived for countless years. How terrifying was his status? However, at this moment, he was actually so respectful to 4 little saints. Who exactly was he? What exactly was paradise? They went crazy. They felt like they were dreaming. They asked around frantically, but other than the old locust tree, no one else knew. When they asked the old locust tree shook his head. He said, "I only learned of this matter by chance. I can't spread it, or there will be a disaster. I can only tell you that their status is something that even saint kings have to treat seriously." The 2 saint venerables gasped. Their expressions became incomparably shocked. This was too incredible. They thought of some possibilities. Could it be? The 2 of them didn't say anything, but the shock in their hearts was like a stormy sea. Although the saint realm was powerful, it wasn't the end of the universe. The most powerful one was only a saint king. There were more terrifying realms above that, but there were none in the 2nd astral realm. However, it didn't mean that there weren't any in other universes. Obviously, the paradise that they had never heard of didn't exist in the 2nd astral realm. The other party had crossed over. The 2 of them didn't dare to think about it anymore, because they weren't qualified to know what happened next. The 2 of them also said, respectfully, they hoped that the few of them would forgive them for offending them earlier. The surrounding people went crazy. The 3rd great sage had such a respectful attitude. Who exactly was he? LV Qingfeng revealed a cold smile. "Well, I naturally have a reason for looking for you. Did you see the world behind? The 9,999th gourd was a world within a world. It was an independent world. It was left behind by an extremely powerful existence 80,000 years ago. It probably contained endless treasures and secrets. Countless people gasped. The eyes of the third great sage also lit up. Was it left behind by a supreme existence 80,000 years ago? It was too shocking. Perhaps even the Saint King would be jealous if he saw it. However, they soon revealed puzzled expressions. Why would the other party tell them such a thing? Could it be that the other party couldn't enter and needed their help? Now, I'll give you a chance. Spread the news and ask the strong ones to come. It's best if the Saint King can come too. I can let you in. However, I have a condition. There's a young man inside who must die. Moreover, I want him to die without a burial place. The hearts of the surrounding people beat wildly. What kind of person could provoke so many terrifying existences? The three great sages were also surprised. Could it be that there was already someone inside? Who was it? Was it the Saint King? Who were they? I don't know who he was. I only know that there was a peerless beauty by his side, followed by a toad and a dragon. Those 2B asterisk stars are so annoying. Hearing this, the corners of the three great sages' mouths twitched. The eyelids of the surrounding people twitched wildly. A toad, a dragon, and a peerless beauty. Why were they so similar to the great Demon King? Are you talking about Linwoody? That's right. Didn't he have a toad, a dragon, and a little white monkey by his side? Discussions broke out one after another. Chapter 4138. The three sacred venerables were stunned when they heard that. Could it be that Linwoody was inside? That was impossible. With Linwoody's status, how could he dare to provoke these people? All right, I'll give you 5 days. After 5 days, I'll teach you how to enter. You'll go in and help me kill. The voices of LV Qingfeng and the others could be heard. They were filled with hatred. Lin Xian had to die. The toad and the dragon had to die too. They had to die. That peerless beauty was going to be enjoyed by him. Everyone started to move, wanting to spread the news. However, they were soon unable to move. The third great sage had joined forces and sealed them. Don't say anything. Whoever dares to say anything will be killed without mercy. The third great sage quickly left. It was impossible for them to let all the sage realm cultivators come to such a good place, since they knew they had to seize the opportunity. Therefore, they quickly returned to inform their sacred lands. Great Desolate Mansion, Acheron Palace, Demon City. After receiving the news, they were extremely shocked. Even the Sage King was alarmed. Soon, they gathered their forces and sent out their men. Many young geniuses were selected, and many sacred venerables were also going. This time, they were going to explore the world of 80,000 years ago. They would not bring the weak. Moreover, it was very likely that the Sage King would go personally. As for the others, they did not know. After all, this operation was very secretive. The Great Sage Mountain had first sealed those who knew about it, and then secretly moved. They were very fast and flew towards the gourd world. However, it was still discovered by someone. Fu Hongye was training outside. When he wanted to return to the sage realm, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying force coming quickly. He held his breath and used a secret technique to hide himself in the void. Soon, he found the people of Demon City. Those great demons were extremely powerful, and there were even many sacred venerables. Where were these people going? This kind of trip was too unusual. Was there going to be a sacred war? He did not know. He quickly returned to the sacred city and informed the unparalleled Sage King. On the way, other people also discovered them, but many of them were killed. After all, Fu Hongye was a top genius of the previous generation, and he had many opportunities. That was why he was able to dodge it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave. When he returned to Peerless Saint City, he immediately met Peerless Saint King and told him the news. Peerless Saint King felt that something was amiss. They hurriedly gathered some experts, and then they also secretly followed someone. The Gourd World. A group of people had already come in. After these people came in, they looked at everything around them with red eyes. Great, there are treasures everywhere. They made a fortune. These people wanted to attack in a frenzy. In the end, they triggered some array formations that nearly destroyed the world. Many people died instantly. Those who were still alive were trembling in fear. They knew that this place was not an ordinary place. They might not have even heard of some of the methods left behind from 80,000 years ago. Therefore, these people did not dare to be too arrogant. Moreover, they had a mission to complete this time. That was to come in to kill someone. That guy was on a mountain formed by a dragon and a tiger. It should be easy to find him. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to find such a mountain. He discovered that the steps on the mountain were extremely extraordinary. That's right, this is the place. The surrounding people were all excited. Quickly go up. When they reached the top, they found that there was a huge pressure that made them unable to breathe. Those below the Minor Saint realm could not reach the top at all. Fortunately, those who were sent this time were all elites. Basically, there was no one below the Minor Saint realm. However, it was also very difficult to reach the early and middle Minor Saint realm. Only those who were at the late Minor Saint realm could walk faster. The situation of those Saint Venerables was much better. However, they also felt a chill down their spines. They did not dare to act recklessly. Under the lead of the Saint Venerables, their speed was much faster. They set off toward the top of the mountain. Finally, they found a figure at 2/3 of the place. There was indeed someone in front. These people were extremely shocked. It seemed like what those people said was true. This should be the person they wanted to kill. Above them, Lin Xian and the others were very satisfied. They had obtained a lot of resources just by digging for treasures. Soon, they reached the top of the mountain. They did not know what was at the top of the mountain. However, at this time, they frowned as they walked, because they sensed that someone was coming from below. Moreover, the aura this time was stronger than before. Damn it, what's going on? Why are there more people coming? They looked down and then screamed. Damn it, there are so many people. Lin Xian frowned too. There was no need to check carefully now. He could see that there were many people. Damn it, could it be those people from the Grotto Heavens? The dark red divine dragon also felt his scalp tingle. Those people from the Grotto Heavens were very terrifying. However, Lin Xian was surprised. His face was cold. It's not the people from the Grotto Heavens. I see an old acquaintance. Damn it, it's the people from the Sacred City. How did they come in? Could it be that they found out? At this moment, they still did not know what LV Qingfeng and the others did. It's you. Those Saint Venerables also brought the others up. When they saw Lin Xian and the others, many of them screamed. Damn it, is it really the Demon King? They had doubts before, but now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were still shocked. They already knew how terrifying and extraordinary the backgrounds of the 4 people outside were. Who dared to provoke them? However, Lin Xian provoked them again. Kid, do you know that you're dead meat? Obediently hand over what you have on you, and I'll give you a quick death. Humph! How dare you provoke those people from the Grotto Heavens? Even God can't save you. A series of angry shouts sounded. Lin Xian frowned after hearing it. These people knew about the Grotto Heavens too. It seemed that the arrival of these people should be related to those 4 people. Could it be that those 4 people wanted to kill with a borrowed knife? Lin Xian's face darkened. For pieces of trash. Why, do you think you can defeat me? Lin Xian stood above them and looked down. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. You're too reckless. This place is an independent world. Do you think anyone can save you? The people from the heavenly fiend race can't come in. Those Saint Venerables laughed. They had already investigated. Lin Xian must have some relationship with the heavenly fiend race. That was why he could summon them. But fortunately, when they entered, they had passed through many complex formations. It was an independent world. The people from the heavenly fiend race couldn't descend. This was not wrong. Indeed, Lin Xian couldn't summon the people from the heavenly fiend race here. But so what? This place had an extremely strong pressure. If they fought forcefully, it would even lead to an apocalyptic storm. At that time, he could just lead it again. They hid in the great sage pagoda. Where could these Saint Venerables hide? They would probably die without a doubt. Chapter 40, 139. Seems like you guys have done a thorough investigation. However, do you think I don't have any other trump cards? I advise you to scram. I'm in a good mood these 2 days. Otherwise, if you anger me, I'll make sure you all die without a burial place. Damn brat, who do you think you are? The people of Acheron Hall roared crazily. Mo Xiao, a genius on the pilgrim list, had died in the hands of the other party. How could they not take revenge? Now that they had the chance, they would be the first to strike. Acheron gourd. A tall man came out. He took out an Acheron gourd and opened it. A shocking Acheron Tao diagram flew out. The Acheron Tao diagram was too terrifying. It was raised by the Heaven Holy Land and was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, it turned into a ray of red light. It was so bright that the surrounding people could not open their eyes. It was a fatal blow. The surrounding people screamed. Even the toad and the dark red dragon were so scared that their scalps went numb. Damn it, what was that? They had never been to the Green Mountain world before, so they did not know. Lin Xian did know. He could tell that the gourd belonged to Mo Xiao. Dodge, don't take it head on. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Murong Qingcheng and the rest. Murong Qingcheng and the rest quickly retreated to the sides, while Lin Xian went up. It's useless. You can't escape. The man from Acheron Hall revealed a sinister smile. Today, he would use the Acheron Tao diagram to kill the other party. His name was Mo Han, Mo Xiao's brother. This time, he would avenge his brother. The Acheron Tao path was extremely fast. Everyone thought that Lin Xian would definitely die. However, along the way, the Acheron Tao diagram trembled. The higher he flew, the greater the pressure. Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure. He used the great dragon sword spirit to destroy all the pressure. He went up again. The Acheron Tao diagram was shaken again. It was shaken 5 times in a row. Cracks appeared on the Acheron Tao diagram. When Lin Xian saw this, he smashed the Yellow Springs Tao diagram into pieces with a slap. This is your attack? It's not that great. Lin Xian sneered. Mohan took a step back, his face pale. The other party had actually broken through his map of Acheron and even shattered it. Don't worry, that's not his own strength. Sitting Mountain was very strange. The higher one went, the greater the pressure. The Yellow Springs diagram could not defeat him because of the pressure. It had nothing to do with that brat. The Lord comforted her. Moha nodded. Come and fight me if you have the guts. Who do you think you are to go over just because you say so? Lin Xian snorted coldly. If you want to fight, then come over here, and I'll slap you to death. He was not afraid of the pressure here, so he could go anywhere. However, the same could not be said for the people below. It was already very difficult for them to come here. If it were not for the saint, most of them would not have been able to come here. There was no need to talk nonsense with him. There was no need to fight him one-on-one. Just take him down, cripple his cultivation, and give him to the people from the paradise. Next, we have to collect as many treasures as possible. The Saint Venerable of the Acheron Palace had an extremely cold expression. This saint sovereign looked extremely ferocious. His body was covered with many Tao runes. His entire head looked like a demon. He even had a demon horn on his head. He was called the Demon Saint Sovereign. From afar, he looked like he had crawled out of hell. There was another saint sovereign beside him. It was even more strange. There was no flesh under his Tao robe. Instead, it was all bones. He was the White Bones Saint Sovereign. He cultivated the White Bones Law. This bone had been cultivated by him to the point where it was even stronger than an ordinary sacred artifact. The two great sage sovereigns walked up with their men. They surrounded everything. Not good. Morong Chingcheng's expression changed. The dark red divine dragon and the others roared. You guys are shameless. If you have the guts, I'll slap you to death. However, the Demon Saint Sovereign and the White Bones Saint Sovereign sneered. You guys are not qualified. Attack. With a roar, the two of them took the lead. The surrounding people also attacked crazily. The attacks fell from the sky. Lin Xian and the others all retreated. Their faces were pale. Retreating quickly, Lin Xian led these people to the top of the mountain. However, the two great sage sovereigns used their great abilities. A large palm pressed down and blocked their path. On the other side, the Demon Saint Sovereign threw out a terrifying devil ball. Each of them crushed the void, making it impossible for them to deal with more. Kid, don't you have the great calamity? Kill him, the dark red divine dragon said. Lin Xian said, No, use the world exterminating storm, and let them all die here. He was also angry. Therefore, he planned not to let any of them go. Good idea, I'll use it. The dark red holy dragon and the toad crazily threw out array formations to attack each other. The power of the array formation was very strong, but it didn't trigger the world exterminating storm. What's going on? They were stunned. Morong Qingcheng said, Previously, you were injured. Brother Xian even used the great dragon sword spirit, and there's a dragon and a tiger on this mountain. I reckon that it's your dragon blood and dragon soul that activated it. Try again. That makes sense. The dark red holy dragon directly spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. Lin Xian also crazily activated the great dragon sword spirit. A dragon's roar sounded and dragon blood surged. Sure enough, in the next moment, the entire mountain shook violently again. The roar of a dragon and a tiger resounded. The two phantoms attacked and collided in the sky. The world exterminating storm swept over. Go in quickly. Lin Xian directly brought them into the Great Sage Tower. The Great Sage Tower was bombarded by the endless world exterminating storm, shaking nonstop. Outside, the White Bones Saint, the Demon Saint, and the others revealed sinister smiles. They thought that the other party was definitely dead. Even if the other party took out the tremor technique, it would be useless. Suddenly, the mountain shook, and then the phantoms of a dragon and a tiger appeared. That terrifying aura spread out. Not good. Run quickly. They frantically retreated, but it was already too late. In an instant, this storm swept through heaven and earth. Those small saints instantly screamed and were torn into a bloody mist. The two great sage saints also tried their best to resist. They even took out their saint weapons to defend, but it was useless. They were turned into ashes together. After a long time, the storm outside slowly disappeared. Lin Xian and the others left. When they came out, they snorted coldly. They were all dead. They searched trying to find some storage rings, but they found that all of them were broken. The things inside were also directly smashed into pieces by the storm. What a pity! They sighed. These were all experts. Lin Xian said to ignore them. This mountain was the treasure. Hurry up and go to the top of the mountain to take a look. They quickly set off towards the top of the mountain. At the same time, the second group of people also arrived outside. They also began to enter according to the method given by L.V. Qingfeng. Originally, in L.V. Qingfeng's opinion, it should be enough to let a few Saint Venerables in. However, since the news had been exposed, he might as well do something big. He allowed them to enter the depths of the mountain, but it was not unconditional. In addition to helping him kill Lin Xian, they also wanted half of the things inside. The four of them would share half of the treasures, and the rest would be given to the other great sage cities. With their status, the other great sage cities would definitely not dare to say anything. Sure enough, the three great sage cities agreed to this condition. Chapter 4140. Buzz. The formation inside was very dangerous, but with the route given by Lu Qingfeng to break through the formation, these people moved slowly. However, they all entered safely. After entering, they revealed the same shocked expressions as the people from before. Their eyes were red, and some even began to search around. In the end, they attracted the formation. Don't move recklessly. This place is extremely dangerous. A Saint Venerable shouted angrily. The others' expressions changed drastically as they stared at the formation with lingering fear. Let's split up and search. These people carefully searched. At the same time, a two-headed leopard's figure flashed and flew into the distance. However, he came to a place where there was no one. The light in his eyes bloomed, forming two vortexes that swallowed his body. At the same time, a handsome young man of 16 or 17 walked out of the vortex. They finally entered. This handsome young man was Peerless Holy King. He waved his hand, and the vortex appeared again. Linghu Chue Xue, Fu Hongya, and the others walked out. Was this the world within a world? They looked around curiously. Be careful. Go and ask around. Where is Lin Xian? Peerless Holy King ordered. The people from Peerless City began to move quickly. In fact, before these people came in, Lin Xian and the others had already arrived at the top of the mountain. The information at the top of the mountain was even more terrifying. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless and used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to the extreme. At the same time, the dark red dragon stained the Great Dragon Sword Soul with blood. The Great Dragon Sword Soul let out a dragon roar, as if it had been revived. The dragon shadow on the mountain also roared at the same time. Then a door appeared in front of them. Lin Xian and the others were delighted. They carefully walked in. Boom! In the next moment they entered. The door disappeared, as if it was forcefully opened from space. They came to another space. As soon as they entered, they felt the sky full of great Tao rushing at them. It was as if it had turned into rays of light that surrounded them. Murong Qingcheng and the others gasped. The great Tao here is so rich. I feel like my laws are boiling. Lin Xian was also shocked. It was indeed a good place. If they used it well, they could save hundreds or thousands of years of cultivation. Thinking of this, they were overjoyed and walked forward. They found many pill bottles which seemed to be used to store pills. However, when they opened it, they discovered that the medicinal pills inside were already empty, which made them sigh. Thinking about it, he didn't know how many tens of thousands of years this place had existed. Even if there were miraculous pills here, they couldn't have existed for tens of thousands of years. As he continued forward, he saw rows and rows of bookshelves, each of which was filled with jade slips. Murong Qingcheng waved her jade-like hand and took out a soul spirit to explore the path. Then she revealed a look of surprise. They were all divine abilities, and they were all top-notch great divine abilities. Any one of them would be enough to make those in the outside world jealous. Lin Xian also took one and examined it. A smile appeared on his face. Indeed, what was written on it was extraordinary. For example, what he had in his hands was a body tempering method called the Vajra Universe Body. After mastering it, One's physique would far surpass those of the same level. However, Lin Xian only looked at it and put it down. If it were anyone else, they might be jealous. This thing was indeed a good thing, but he already had the 9-yang divine body. It was one of the rare divine bodies in the universe, so he didn't need it in terms of body tempering at the moment. Although he didn't cultivate it, he still made a copy of these techniques. He didn't need it, but he could exchange it for something. His soul was so powerful that in an instant, it surged into these jade slips to make copies. Soon, he had thousands of top-notch divine abilities in his hands. If it were in the outside world, it would definitely make countless people go crazy. Even those in the holy city would probably go crazy. Lin Xian felt that if he was strong enough, he could even use these divine abilities to start a sect. Suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. He waved his hand and grabbed a jade slip in his hand. Then, he carefully read it. In the next moment, he narrowed his eyes. "What's wrong, kid? Did you find something good?" The dark red holy dragon jumped over. It was indeed a good thing. Lin Xian gave the jade slip to the dark red holy dragon. After reading it, the dark red holy dragon was also surprised. Annihilation Sword Mound. It recorded the manufacturing method of a weapon. It wasn't a sacred artifact, but it was more powerful than a sacred artifact because it was a forbidden artifact. The so-called forbidden artifact was very powerful, but it had a shortcoming, which was that it could only be used for a short period of time. Generally, it would be destroyed after 3 to 5 uses. It was a consumable item. Without a strong foundation, it was impossible to create such a forbidden artifact. Usually, it was excavated from some ancient ruins by the top forces. The Annihilation Sword Mound was a type of forbidden weapon that could only be used once. It could only be used for a short period of time, but it was very powerful. From the name, one could tell that it was a destructive weapon. Once it was used, it would directly explode, forming a destructive energy. People below the Holy Venerate level couldn't survive at all, and it could even threaten a Holy Venerate. This was only one of them. If he refined more and detonated them together, even a Holy Venerate wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Xian felt a burst of excitement when he thought of the apocalypse caused by the Dragon Tiger Phantom. The dark red divine dragon also swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that there would be such a good thing here. Murong Qingcheng also walked over and checked it out. She was surprised. Soon she frowned. Although this thing was powerful, it wasn't easy to refine. The materials were quite difficult to find. Indeed, the materials needed to refine it were as precious as machines. And it also needed a destructive aura. It was also made into a sword mound. Probably not many people could refine it. That said, Lin Xian still made a copy of it and memorized it deeply. This thing was good. If there was a chance, he definitely wouldn't miss it. As they walked further in, the light gradually brightened. There was a huge divine crystal in front of them that sealed some spiritual herbs. Lin Xian and the others were stunned after seeing it. If they were sealed with a divine crystal, they wouldn't wither and die. This was a good thing from tens of thousands of years ago. If it was refined into pills, it would be very beneficial to their cultivation. Lin Xian carefully cut and put away all the spiritual herbs. There were almost 2,000 of them. What a pleasant surprise. They probably wouldn't have to worry about the spiritual herbs for the time being. Murong Qingcheng also revealed a smile. No wonder those people from the grotto heavens also traveled thousands of miles to come here. Indeed, it was enough to make any force go crazy. Therefore, they wouldn't tell anyone about it. Chapter 41. A door appeared in front of them. The door was half open. An extremely terrifying aura came from behind the door. It was like the roar of a dragon or a tiger, causing their souls to tremble. Lin Xian and the others stopped. Murong Qingqing looked ahead and said in surprise, "Could it be that a dragon and a tiger are sealed in front of us?" Lin Xian looked at the toad and asked, "What is this place?" The toad looked around and said, "Well, I'm not too sure either. I only know that this is a very mysterious place. Kid, let's go back. The aura in front is too unusual." Obviously, he didn't want to go forward. "What are you afraid of? If there's anything, I'll protect you." The dark red dragon waved its dragon claws and looked ahead. "I wonder which senior of the Dragon Ball has fallen here. Do you want to go in and take a look?" Lin Xian asked. His eyes flashed with a shocking light. The toad jumped back in fright. At the same time, it said, "Have you heard of Mount Longhu? That's the legendary divine mountain. Even if this place isn't Mount Longhu, it's probably built based on it. Its power is unpredictable. I advise you not to try it lightly." Mount Longhu. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. The legendary divine mountain? Why haven't I heard of it? He looked at the dark red dragon and Murong Qingqing and asked, "Haven't you heard of it?" "No." The dark red dragon shook its head. However, Murong Qingqing frowned slightly. "I seem to have seen it once in the ancient books of the Kunlun Pavilion. However, Mount Longhu is a legendary mountain. It doesn't seem to exist in reality. Since it's a legendary thing, it's even more impossible to miss it." With that, Lin Xian walked forward. Murong Qingqing and the dark red godly dragon followed behind. When they arrived at that door and entered, a terrifying dragon roar and tiger roar could be heard. The three of them were stunned. Murong Qingqing's face turned pale. A phoenix phantom appeared on her body and blocked the aura. However, she didn't go forward. "I don't have the aura of dragons, nor do I have the strength of the tigers. I'm afraid that I'm not fated to enter." Lin Xian took a look and nodded his head. "Qingqing, wait for me outside then." It was extremely dangerous inside. Although he did not know what was inside, he did not want Murong Qingqing to take the risk. Furthermore, the other party was right. Most likely, only he and the dark red divine dragon would be able to enter. The great dragon sword soul was displayed to the extreme. The dark red divine dragon's dragon blood was surging. Indeed, they felt the pressure in front of them gradually disappear. The two of them walked in. Low growls could be heard from time to time. The surroundings were extremely dark, so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. The light on Lin Xian and the dark red dragon was swallowed up. However, they knew that they were walking forward because the pressure on their bodies was getting stronger and stronger, and the dragon's roar was getting louder and louder. After an unknown period of time, there was finally light ahead, and it was getting brighter and brighter. Lin Xian and the others arrived at another space. There was a painting hanging in front of them. The painting was extremely large, and there was a mountain drawn on it. It was a mountain formed by a dragon and a tiger. The holy light made one feel as if they had arrived at an immortal palace. Could this be the legendary Mount Longhu? Lin Xian looked at the painting and revealed a shocked expression. Indeed, such a miracle should not exist in reality. The dark red dragon beside him was also shocked. There was actually such a sacred place. Did the dragons not remember it? He was too shocked. At the same time, he said, "Kid, although this is a painting, the laws contained in it are too unusual. That dragon seems to be alive. We can cultivate here." Lin Xian nodded his head. Indeed, there was a dragon and a tiger on the mountain. As they breathed, the laws in the sky surged. They could indeed cultivate here. The two of them sat down cross-legged and began a long period of comprehension. This was a very strange state because when the two of them were comprehending, their souls seemed to be absorbed by the painting. They felt that they were surrounded by a holy place. They had really arrived at the foot of the divine mountain. Looking at the huge dragon and tiger, they felt their own insignificance. Whoosh! The dark red dragon transformed into his true form and synchronized with the dragon's breathing. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying rumbling sound came from his body. That power was much stronger than before. The dark red dragon's eyes widened. Kid, this is a special breathing technique, and it's a breathing technique of dragons. It's very likely that it's lost. The dark red divine dragon was really too excited. There were many dragons in the world, and dragons were born with bloodline inheritances. Many dragons didn't need to learn their great mystical abilities. However, there were also differences in strength between dragon pearls. For example, the nest of 10,000 dragons was formed by many dragons. It was a powerful monarch race, but the true core was the direct descendants of the dragon desolate land. Only they could master the ancient scripture of the dragon emperor. That was the most important part, and the other dragons couldn't come into contact with it at all. And this breathing technique should have been created by some extremely powerful ancient scripture. Lin Xian was also surprised. The breathing technique of the dragons? Although he wasn't a dragon, he had a dragon soul. He fused with the dragon soul and synchronized with the breathing of the dragons. In the next moment, he also felt that there seemed to be a force rapidly forming in his body. This feeling was really too wonderful. As expected of an ancient scripture, Lin Xian was surprised. Even if it wasn't left behind by a great emperor, it was still created by an extremely terrifying powerhouse. At the same time, Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't know how powerful those princes and princesses were. These people were born as saints. In the beginning, they consumed and cultivated the strongest techniques and ancient scriptures left behind by the great emperor. They were probably already so strong that they defied the heavens. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He walked the path of the great emperor. One day, he would meet these princes. Thinking of this, his eyes shone with an extremely cold light. It wasn't enough. He had to become stronger, even stronger. Next, Lin Xian entered a state of selflessness. He completely merged with the dragon soul and began to study and cultivate this breathing technique. This feeling was very strange. Lin Xian seemed to have figured out a little, but he couldn't completely master it. In the end, he didn't think about anything. In between breaths, the great Tao and endless rays of light gushed out from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a sleeping dragon. The dark red dragon, next to him, was shocked. He found that the speed at which Lin Xian mastered this breathing technique was faster than his. This was too unbelievable. Thinking of this, he also cultivated with all his strength. After some time, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at the subdued tiger next to him, because that ferocious tiger was also breathing. Dragons had their own breathing techniques. Could the tiger be using the tiger's breathing technique? He was ready to try. However, he didn't have the tiger's bloodline or the tiger soul, so he couldn't contact the subdued tiger. Chapter 41-42. Tiger. The king of beasts. The tiger was the master of killing. It was an extremely powerful divine beast. Lin Xian took the Tao of slaughter from its body and prepared to create a tiger sword art. His attainments in the Tao of the sword were already very high. Moreover, he had obtained thousands of top-notch divine abilities. He could learn from others and create his own sword art. Lin Xian was completely immersed in it, forgetting the time and forgetting everything. After an unknown amount of time, a dragon and a tiger in front of him let out the roars of dragons and tigers. A mysterious force wrapped around him and the dark red divine dragon and sent him out. In the next moment, their bodies shook and they opened their eyes. The painting in front of them was shaking. However, they were no longer able to go in and comprehend it. The two of them knew that their opportunity had come to an end, so they bowed deeply and returned the way they came. Outside, Morong Chingcheng was holding Little White and looking at the various cultivation techniques and abilities from before. The toad beside her was yawning in boredom. Suddenly, they turned their heads and stared at the door in front of them. "You're out." Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon walked out and asked, "How long has it been?" They felt that they had been meditating for too long. 100 years had passed. Murong Qingqing calculated the time and said that only 3 days had passed. Only 3 days? Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that the painting was indeed something extremely terrifying. Most likely, the time inside had been altered. I wonder who left it behind. Brother Xian, what's inside? Murong Qingcheng was also curious. Lin Xian gave a brief account of what had happened to him. Murong Qingcheng was greatly surprised. Did Mount Longhu really exist? The toad's eyes were also red. Are you talking about the ancient breathing technique of the dragons? I want to learn it too. Learn your sister. You're not one of the dragons. You can't learn it at all. The dark red divine dragon looked down on him. The toad secretly lamented that it was a pity. Lin Xian also wanted to teach this breathing technique to Murong Qingcheng, but he found that it was impossible. Murong Qingcheng had the phoenix bloodline, so she couldn't learn the dragon's breathing technique. Murong Qingcheng didn't force him. She said, "There's no need, big brother Xian. These top-notch abilities are already an extra surprise for me." Not to mention, we also obtained so many spiritual herbs. Lin Xian didn't force him. He knew that this ancient breathing technique was not simple. If he did not have the dragon soul, he probably would not have been able to cultivate it. After looking around, they felt that there was nothing else, so they prepared to leave. But how do I get out? They could only return the way they came. Sure enough, when they reached that place, they came out of another door. Everyone walked out. Buzz. They felt the light around them become brighter, and there were sounds of killing and shouting coming from all around them. They looked carefully and realized that they had actually arrived at the foot of Mount Longhu. Have they come out? And not at the top of the mountain, but at the foot of the mountain. But soon, Lin Xian changed. He frowned. He sensed that the number of people in this world had increased again. It seemed that more people had come in, and those people naturally sensed the appearance of Lin Xian and the others. "Who are you?" They were too shocked. The other party appeared out of thin air, which gave them a fright. "It's you?" Suddenly, a scream was heard. "Great, it's Lin Wudi. We found him." A figure rushed over quickly, and at the same time, his voice was heard. With a wave of his hand, an endless barren aura spread out, forming a long spear with terrifying laws surging on it. Buzz. The spear stabbed out, covering the sky and covering the earth towards Lin Xian. This was a sure-kill spear, and its attack power was shocking. Lin Xian snorted coldly and with a backhand palm. His palm was like a dragon's head, and it rarely moved forward, directly grabbing the spear. The person who attacked was a small saint from the Great Desolate Mansion. He had reached the peak of the Small Saint realm and was not far from the sacred Venerable realm. Originally, he thought that he could seriously injure the other party with a surprise attack. He even thought that he could kill the other party. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would take it so easily. Moreover, Lin Xian's arm trembled, and the force made his body tremble. What a terrifying physique. No wonder it was rumored that he could not fight Lin Wudi in close combat. The person shouted angrily and wanted to distance himself. However, he could not pull out his long spear at all, so he could only give up on the spear and run, preparing to attack from afar. Barren laws appeared on his body like an endless autumn wind, bringing with it a sense of sadness. Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He did not care about such a divine ability anymore. He stretched out his palm again and slapped forward. However, at this moment, his heart was beating wildly, and a great sense of danger shrouded his soul. A killing sword was behind him, and it was piercing towards his head. It was too fast. In an instant, it had arrived behind him. The cold, killing intent coming from it made him feel cold all over. Damn it! Lin Xian was shocked. This was a top-notch assassin. At the same time, Murong Qingcheng, the dark red divine dragon, and the toad roared, wanting to attack. However, in the next moment, they were all assassinated. Get lost! At this moment of crisis, Lin Xian did not have time to think. He roared and instinctively activated the dragon's breathing technique that he had just learned. In between breaths, a mysterious force was produced in his body, and it directly exploded. There was a boom. The killing sword was blasted into pieces. Those figures also vomited blood and were sent flying, their eyes filled with disbelief. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon also activated its breathing technique, pushing the people back. A dragon's roar spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. The four assassins were all injured. When they failed to hit, they instantly fled and hid. Lin Xian looked at Qingcheng. Murong Qingcheng shook her head. She said that the people of the mortal world, apart from the mortal world, they could not think of a second person who could send out so many sane assassins and possess such killing divine ability. All of this happened in an instant. In the next moment, the injured minor saint of Great Desolate Prefecture screamed, "Come quickly! I found Lin Wudi!" This voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. "What? It's that kid? Kill him quickly!" The people of the paradise will reward you handsomely. The surrounding saints rushed over in a frenzy. In an instant, divine ability covered the sky and covered the earth. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. "How dare you be the lackeys of the paradise? Then go to hell." A trace of shocking killing intent appeared in his eyes. At the same time, he quickly activated the breathing technique, and a terrifying force surged out. He opened the sky with both hands, sweeping everything away. In an instant, the bodies of the three assassins exploded. Then, with a roar, all kinds of sword chi swept out in all directions. He was really too strong. Ordinary late minor saints were no match for him. These people were severely injured the moment they came. "Join hands," they roared crazily, but Murong Qingcheng and the others were not to be trifled with. They fought back crazily. Chapter 41-43. The sage's expression changed drastically. Damn it, why did the other party target him? Didn't he just shout a little? He quickly retreated, and his body turned into nothingness. At the same time, he spat out 3 shields to block in front of him. However, it was useless. Everything shattered under the punch. Half of his body exploded, and the remaining half was also shattered. "No!" He screamed in fear and quickly used the Great Desolate Mansion's peerless divine ability. That was the Desolate Summoning. He summoned 3 barren men, who were extremely terrifying. Together, they charged forward. However, it was useless. Lin Xian was very afraid of this move before, but it was useless now. Even if the 4 of them attacked him together, he would not care because they were not as strong as him. The sword in his hand swung wildly. Dragon's breath. Every time he circulated the sword, coupled with the great dragon's sword soul, he was extremely powerful. The summoned barren man was split in half. The small saint's star soul was destroyed. "Those who block me will die." Lin Xian looked around. "If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed." He roared and fully activated the 9-yang divine body. The great dragon sword's soul swept across. At this moment, Everyone trembled in fear. He's too strong. He's as strong as the god of war. Run. These people were no match for him. They quickly retreated. Murong Qingcheng, the dark red divine dragon, and the others chased after them frantically. In an instant, the surrounding people were utterly defeated. How dare you? At this moment, a roar was heard. A terrifying sword light slashed down from the sky. The desolate sword was extremely powerful. On the other side, a yellow spring diagram appeared. It was also extremely terrifying. Endless yellow spring water filled the sky. The sacred venerables had made their move. This time, there were many sacred venerables. When they attacked, the sword Qi and the phoenix shadows were all sent flying. Lin Xian quickly retreated. Murong Qingcheng also kept dodging. 7 colored phoenix wings appeared on her back, increasing her speed to the extreme. Lin Xian even used the void escape technique to dodge the sure kill attack. In the next moment, his face became extremely cold. Up the mountain. Since these Saint Venerables were here, they could only go up the mountain. There was a world-destroying storm on the mountain that they could activate. Lin Xian and the others quickly rushed up Mount Longhu. More and more holy venerates appeared behind them. Brat, do you think you can still escape here? In an instant, 8 Saint Venerables appeared in the surroundings. The people from the 3 great sage cities all revealed sinister smiles. No matter how heaven-defying the other party was, he wouldn't be able to escape from their clutches. Not good. Junior brother Lin is in danger. On the other side, the people from Peerless City also heard the roar and flew over. However, what they saw was an astonishing scene. The 8 lords of the great sage attacked together, attacking Lin Xian. Damn it, how dare you? Fu Hongxue and the others roared, but it was too late. After all, the other party was a holy venerable. Could Lin Xian block it? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, they saw a terrifying, world-destroying storm on the mountain. The aura made their hair stand on end. The 8 lords of the great sage originally had a sinister smile, and the powerhouses of the holy city behind him were even more sinister. They had to see the other party's miserable state. However, in the next moment, when the world-destroying storm blew, their expressions all changed. Damn it, there's a trap here. How dare you trick us, brat? They all went crazy and retreated madly. The 8 lords of the great sage tried their best to resist. However, it was useless. They felt that the storm could destroy everything. The powerhouses of the holy city were instantly reduced to ashes. The 8 lords of the great sage were also severely injured. They were about to be killed. At that moment, a cold shout came from heaven and earth. Then, a palm came down and enveloped the 8 lords of the great sage. Then, the person took the 8 lords of the great sage and left the world-destroying storm. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had already hidden in the great sage pagoda. However, they sensed that the 8 lords of the great sage were not dead. What was going on? After the storm disappeared, they hurriedly investigated. Lin Xian's face was incomparably cold. Someone could actually escape from the world-destroying storm. Who was the person who saved the 8 great sage? Wasn't it too heaven-defying? It was probably an existence that surpassed the holy venerate. Murong Qingcheng's face was also cold. The 8 great sage was injured all over. They were still trembling in fear. Thank you, Holy Lord, for your help. They bowed respectfully to the void. The Holy Lord was the Lord of the Holy City, which was also the Sage King. Lin Xian and the others' faces were incomparably solemn. Did the Sage King come in person? It was really unbelievable. Just to catch him? Or was there another reason? Thinking about it, it should be because of the treasures here. The heavens and earth shattered as a terrifying canyon appeared in the air. The aura that was emitted from it made everyone feel despair. Above the canyon, A figure sat cross-legged. The aura of desolation on his body was extremely terrifying. He was the lord of the great desolate mansion, which was also the Sage King, Desolate Heaven's Sage King. His appearance shocked everyone. Had the true Sage King finally appeared? Buzz. On the other side, another person appeared. It was also a hazy figure with the Yellow Springs Tao diagram. It was abnormally terrifying. The cold aura on his body swept across the entire world. This was the Sage King of the Yellow Springs Hall, known as the Silver Corpse Sage King. There was a legend about the Silver Corpse Sage King. It was rumored that he was already dead. However, the place where he was buried was very special. The corpse was cultivating. He broke through to become an Earth Sage King. It could be said that it was extremely strange. At this moment, everyone thought that they had been sucked into the Yellow Springs. The Silver Corpse Sage King had a divine sword dripping with blood hanging on his waist. It was the Yellow Springs sword. This sage artifact was the Yellow Springs Hall's divine artifact, which had been passed down for a long time. It was said that the blood on it was left behind by a supreme existence. The toad's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The dark red dragon was also gnashing its teeth. One Sage King was already very dangerous for them. Now that there were two Sage Kings, could they still escape? Even with the Great Sage Pagoda, it would be difficult for them to escape. This was not the end. The other side of the void collapsed again, and a war chariot appeared in the void. The war chariot was incomparably simple and was a powerful sage artifact. The ones pulling the chariot were even more extraordinary. There were 8 giant pythons with purple wings, and their bodies were huge. They were like a mountain range, with endless clouds and murderous intent. They flipped in the sky. Each of the 8 flying pythons was a holy venerate. Using a Sage King to pull the chariot was really a powerful move. The person on the war chariot was definitely a Sage King. This was the Sage King of the Thousand Demon City, called the Soaring Sage King. It was said that his original form was a soaring mantis, an extremely terrifying mutated beast. There were still 4 people standing beside him, all of them exuding a supreme air of arrogance. They were precisely Lu Qingfeng and the others. The Sage King finally appeared. Monthly votes, recommendations, rewards, subscriptions, collections. Support. Chapter 41-44. The 3 great sage, human kings appeared and surrounded Mount Longhu. The supreme aura of the Sage Kings circulated between heaven and earth. On the war chariot, LV Qingfeng and the others stared at Lin Xian with monstrous killing intent in their eyes. Kid, have you ever thought that you would end up like this? How dare you provoke our grotto heaven? I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Their voices were unusually cold. Damn it, what should we do? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. If it doesn't work, I'll use Annihilation Storm multiple times. If that doesn't work, I'll go to the mysterious space at the top of the mountain and meditate there. Anyway, it was all about cultivation. It didn't matter where it was. If Lin Xian really dared to cultivate into a sage or a Sage King, he would come out and kill everyone. How dare a Sage King bully a young junior? Have you all been living like a dog all these years? Between heaven and earth, a cold voice sounded. Then, an endless amount of Sage King aura descended. The surrounding people from the 3 great sage human kings were stunned. There's a Sage King? Who is it? It doesn't seem to be one of us. That's too arrogant. Sure enough, the 3 great sage human kings' faces were also cold. Their terrifying killing intent shattered the void in front of them. In front of them, there was an extremely terrifying black vortex that swallowed all the killing intent in the sky. Then, a group of figures descended. The leader was a 16 or 17-year-old youth with delicate features. Behind him were some geniuses and experts. Who is this person? Many people were puzzled. However, there were also some people whose pupils shrank. Unparalleled Sage King. The people from Peerless City are here. Damn it, how did they get in? These people were too shocked. One had to know that the person they captured this time, Lin Xian, was from Peerless City. Logically speaking, anyone could have come, but the people from Peerless City were the least likely to come. But now the other party had come in. Great, I'm saved. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. My senior brother, Unparalleled Sage King, is here. Even if I can't win this time, I can still escape. Unparalleled Sage King. This kid killed the people from the Grotto Heaven. He can't escape death. Even you can't save him. I advise you to leave obediently and not get involved in this matter. Otherwise, you'll easily draw trouble to yourself. Soaring Skies Saint King's cold voice resounded. The other two great Sage Kings also had cold expressions. Even if you want to fight, can you beat the three of us? Is that so? You can try. However, I can guarantee that once we start fighting, apart from the three of you, none of the people you brought along will survive. As soon as he said this, the faces of the other three turned cold. The other party was right. If a Saint King was determined to kill someone, no one would be able to escape. If they continued to fight like this, both sides would suffer great losses. Then what do you want? Sage King Huang Tian asked coldly. On the other side, the Silver Corpse Saint King's voice was cold. He killed many of our geniuses. Do you think I will let him go so easily? If you don't let him go, more people will die. Peerless Saint King sneered. Moreover, I don't think it's a good idea to start a fight here. You should know what kind of place this is. If we start a fight here, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape unscathed. If you want to take revenge, Sure, it won't be too late to take revenge after we get out. As for now, I think it's best to discuss how to distribute the treasures in this world. Hearing this, the three of them fell silent. The others were also in an uproar. On the war chariot, Lu Qingfeng and the others had cold expressions. Damn it, didn't you say you would attack? Why didn't you attack immediately? Soaring Sky Saint King's face was cold. To be honest, who were these people? How dare they shout in front of him? If it wasn't for his identity as a Grotto Heaven, he would have killed them with his gaze. At this moment, he said coldly. It was different from what he said before. If the other party didn't have a Saint King by his side, he could just attack. However, if there was a Saint King, the situation would be too complicated. The three of us might be able to suppress him, but we don't have 100% confidence in killing him, because Peerless Saint King comprehended the law of devour. If we want to kill him, we have to prepare carefully. Now, we don't have any plans to deal with him. How can we kill him? If a Saint King were to escape, no holy city would be able to withstand his revenge. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng and the others' faces turned ugly. They gritted their teeth. Damn it, were they going to let that brat continue being arrogant? He was too despicable. How could that be? Acheron Hall's Silver Corpse Saint King said coldly, I'll spare his life for now. Once we get out, I'll definitely kill him. Now, let's split the treasures first. We can't go back empty-handed. You don't want this to happen, right? Desolate Skies Saint King said coldly. Lu Qingfeng and the others' faces turned ugly. They realized that they were too confident in their opinion, as long as they revealed their identities as Grotto Heaven. Even Saint Kings would have to be respectful to them. However, that wasn't the case. Before entering, these people might have been polite to him, but after entering, their attitudes changed. All of them only wanted to get the treasures. They didn't plan to help him take revenge. But what could they say? No matter how noble their identities were, they couldn't fully mobilize the three Saint Kings, let alone order them around. Therefore, They could only nod helplessly. The three great sage saints discussed, and desolate sky Saint King walked out. Unparalleled Saint King, we didn't expect you to enter. However, I'm sure it's because of us that you were able to enter. Therefore, you can have 10% of this world. The remaining 90% will belong to us. 10%? Unparalleled Saint King laughed. It seems that I haven't shown my true strength all these years. Some people have forgotten how powerful I am. Unparalleled Saint King's aura burst out, and the black laws spread out in all directions. Suddenly, the entire world darkened. Countless people were shocked. Was this the legendary devouring law? It could devour everything. It was too terrifying. Below, Lin Xian was also shocked. The devouring law. He didn't expect unparalleled Saint King to have comprehended the devouring law. One had to know that his master, Wine Lord, was the successor of the devouring sword. Perhaps unparalleled Saint King's devouring law was taught to him by Wine Lord. Desolate sky Saint King, and the rest felt the power of unparalleled Saint King's devouring law. His strength had increased again. They were too shocked. What do you want to do? Soaring skies, Saint King asked coldly. Unparalleled Saint King said, "It seems like the three of you are an alliance. I'll treat you as one of the forces. Unparalleled City is one of the forces. Let's have a bet. I've roughly looked around this world. There are many treasures, but there are only three important places. One is Mount Longhu, and the other is Mount Laming in the distance. The last place is a mysterious valley. These three places should be the places where the treasures are. So, do you dare to bet 3 rounds with me? We'll send people to fight 3 rounds. Whoever wins 1 round will choose a place. This is fair." Chapter 4145. Everyone was in an uproar. When they heard that, they did not expect Peerless Holy King to make such a suggestion. To be honest, with the 3 great sage kings working together, would they be weaker than Peerless Holy King? Even if it was a one-on-one battle, they would have more geniuses on their side. Where did he get his confidence from? Why? You don't dare? Peerless Holy King spoke again. The 3 saint kings on the other side quickly discussed among themselves. What the hell was this guy doing? Could it be that he thought he could win? Let's compete with him. Could it be that we can't suppress him? The 3rd great sage king discussed and felt that it was a good idea. After all, if they really fought, they would suffer heavy losses too. It was better to use a one-on-one battle. All right, we agree. The 3rd great sage king sneered. The people from Peerless City were also very nervous. Peerless Holy King was indeed very calm. At this time, Lin Xian also rushed up from below. He wondered how confident Peerless Holy King was. To be honest, Peerless Holy King was very confident in winning all 3 battles. However, if they won all 3 battles, they would probably vomit blood. Therefore, they only planned to win 2 battles. Was that so? Lin Xian smiled as well. It seemed that his senior brother was very confident in himself. He said telepathically, "I've already entered Dragon Tiger Mountain and brought out all the things inside. There were also some things that they could not bring out. They probably would not be able to get them even if they went in." Peerless Holy King's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Xian's telepathic message. Great, then he would give Dragon Tiger Mountain to them. Lin Xian guessed that only those who possessed the purest blood of the Dragon Clan or possessed the terrifying heritage of the Tiger Clan could enter Longhu Mountain. Otherwise, others would not be able to force their way in. If they did not go in, Lin Xian might be worried when he saw Peerless Holy King. However, after going in and thinking about the legend of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Xian guessed that if the method was wrong, even Peerless Holy Kings would not be able to enter and could only watch. Therefore, there was no need for them to explore Dragon Tiger Mountain. They would take down the other two important places and think of a way to enter. All right, are you done discussing? Who will you send for the first stop? Holy King Yellow Sky said coldly. They had also discussed and decided to bid for a sacred venerable. How could they possibly lose such a crucial battle? The Great Desolation Mansion sent out a representative. His name was Will Saint Sovereign. The man was carrying a lot of bags. The aura of desolation pervaded the air, making one's scalp go numb. After she walked out, she looked ahead and sneered. Chue Shua, go ahead, Peerless Saint King said calmly. That's right. Linghu Chue Shua also walked out. The chief disciple of the first generation, Murong Qing Cheng, and the others were shocked. Even Lin Xian's expression was solemn. That was because they could sense that the Samsara Sage Venerate was extremely powerful. They even guessed that it might be a late-stage Holy Venerate. Would Senior Brother Linghu be able to go up? The people on the other side were also stunned. Didn't they send an elder? Although Linghu Chue Shua was the head disciple of the first generation and the personal disciple of the Sage King, Linghu Chue Shua was still very powerful. However, he was a disciple after all. Logically speaking, such a terrifying battle should have sent some extremely powerful elders. It seemed like Peerless City had no one. The people of Great Sage City sneered. Linghu Chue Shua walked out. His expression was calm without any ripples. On the other side, the Samsara Sage Venerate also walked out. His lips curled into a cold smile. Little doll, you're no match for me. Just admit defeat obediently. I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. After saying that, he snorted coldly. The aura of desolation burst out from his body. Endless laws spread out, shattering the heavens and the earth. When the surrounding people felt this power, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. So powerful. He was indeed a late-stage Holy Venerate. The third Great Sage King smiled. The Samsara Sage Venerate was not only a late-stage Holy Venerate with terrifying strength, but more importantly, his bloodline talent. He was from the Great Desolation Mansion. The Great Desolation Mansion's secret technique, desolation summoning, could summon people from the Desolation Canyon to assist in battle. Ordinary people could summon 3 or 4. However, the Samsara Sage Venerate could summon 6. Furthermore, these 6 were all Holy Venerates. This was equivalent to 7 against 1. No one below Holy Ruler could contend against them. Linghu Chue Shua was really dead this time. They were not worried at all. They were already considering which of the 3 great treasure lands they should choose. The dark red divine dragon, and the others also gasped when they felt the aura. Lin Xian also frowned. This was not the first time he had fought with the Great Desolation Mansion. He knew that their trump card was their ability to summon desolate figures. He had encountered them before. They were extremely dangerous. If this Samsara Sage Venerate could summon a few Holy Venerates, Linghu Chue Shua would not stand a chance. Humph! Linghu Chue Shua snorted coldly and drew a sword. There was still no sharp aura erupting from his body. No one could guess what cultivation realm he was at. What number 1 disciple? In my opinion, this is all there is to it. Even if you want to show off in front of the younger generation, you have no right to behave atrociously in front of me. The Samsara Sage Venerate sneered disdainfully. He walked forward. At the same time, he raised his right hand and casually slapped down. He wanted to defeat his opponent in the most relaxed manner possible. Could it be that the gap between them was too big? The toad and the other screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. When Linghu Chue Shua saw this scene, he was not angered. He slashed forward with his sword. This slash did not even have any sword aura. It pierced forward directly. Sigh. How pitifully stupid. How could an ant compete with a true dragon? The Samsara Sage Venerate's face became even more disdainful. However, in the next moment, What happened surpassed everyone's imagination. So much so that everyone was stunned. That was because Ling Chueshua's slash had directly cut off one of the Samsara Sage Venerate's arms. Blood splattered everywhere. The Samsara Sage Venerate was sent flying. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Impossible! The people from the great sage city opened their eyes wide. The toad and the others were also stunned. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It would appear that Ling Chueshua's sword technique was extremely peculiar. It was different from ordinary sword techniques. He had been too worried earlier. Only the unparalleled Sage King had a confident smile on his face. Ling Chueshua was his #1 disciple. He was so strong that those idiots would not even know how they died in the end. Damn it. The Samsara Sage Venerate's expression turned incomparably ugly. He truly did not expect that he would suffer a loss at the hands of his opponent. Furthermore, one of his arms had been cut off. Damn it. He was a late-stage Sage Venerate. How powerful was he? Chapter 41-46. Kid, you have angered me. I wanted to let you suffer less, but I don't have the chance to do so now. I will kill you with my strongest attack. He was furious. Therefore, he kept forming seals, and the pouches on his back bulged as though they were connected to different worlds. At the same time, a terrifying barren world appeared behind him. The 6 pouches swelled abnormally, and 6 figures crawled out from them. Crack, crack, crack. Their bodies were deformed, as though they were being squeezed by space. However, when they crawled out, their bones started to crack. The vitality of the 6 of them quickly combined. The auras on their bodies also erupted. Sacred sovereigns. All 6 of them were sacred sovereigns. The scene shocked everyone. The secret technique of the Great Desolate Mansion was too terrifying. How could they fight 6 sacred sovereigns at once? Moreover, the 6 sacred sovereigns were at the middle stage, and one of them was about to reach the late stage. They were too powerful. In addition to the strength of the reincarnation sacred sovereign, 7 against 1 was a sure kill situation. Ha ha! The desolate heaven's sacred sovereign laughed proudly. The other 3 great sage cities heaved a sigh of relief. They were worried when they saw the reincarnation's sacred sovereign had lost an arm. Would he fail miserably? It seemed like there would be no problem now. It's here. Lin Xian and the others looked solemn. The people from Wushuang City were also worried. Only the Wushuang sacred sovereign was still smiling. Ling Chueshua's eyes flickered when he saw the scene. Is he going to use his trump card now? All right then, I'll play with you for a bit. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The long sword in his hand started to vibrate violently. What he used was not the unparalleled holy sword, but an iron sword that was covered in rust. However, no one dared to underestimate him. The fact that he had cut off the reincarnation's sacred sovereign's arm was enough to show his strength. However, so what if he was strong? Could he take on 7 of them at once? Obviously, he could not. It's useless. Stop struggling. The reincarnation's sacred sovereign sneered. How dare you cut off my arm? I will make you wish you were dead. Go. He formed seals with his hands, and his broken arm was reattached. At the same time, the 6 great sage lords also made their move. In an instant, they attacked from different directions. The reincarnation sage sovereign did the same. He strode forward. This time, he would not give the other party a chance. Whoa! In the face of 7 terrifying figures, Lin Fan was stunned. Ling Chueshua struck out with his sword, beheading light. At the same time, his voice was heard. Everyone was puzzled. Just as they were wondering what this meant, they suddenly realized that their vision had turned dark. It seemed that the sky had turned dark. Damn it, what's going on? Many people screamed in fear. In an instant, Their bodies erupted with light, wanting to light up. However, he found that he couldn't do it at all. The surroundings were pitch black. Even Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng felt their vision darken. It felt as if they had arrived at a mysterious space at the top of a mountain. The dark red mystical dragon and the others also tried, but they realized that they couldn't light up their bodies either. Were they being suppressed? What kind of sword technique was this? It was Senior Brother's sword technique. Fu, Hongya exclaimed. Everyone looked over, but they couldn't see anything at all. They couldn't even see their own fingers. The three great sage lords on the opposite side also frowned. They tried for a while, but they were surprised. Something was wrong. It wasn't that they couldn't use the light, but that they couldn't see it. The three great sage lords instantly changed their minds. An extremely terrifying light burst out from their eyes. The laws on their bodies surged out, as if they had broken some kind of barrier. In the next moment, they saw that their surroundings were incomparably bright. It was as if thousands of suns were shining together. In order to avoid the darkness, the surrounding sages all frantically circulated their powers. However, other than the sage kings, no one else could see it. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Mysterious patterns appeared in his golden eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to have broken some kind of restriction. In the next moment, he saw the same scene. The surrounding light was really too bright. It made him squint his eyes. However, he found that Murong Qingcheng and the others were still a little flustered. It was as if they couldn't see the light at all. He grabbed Qingcheng's hand and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Murong Qingcheng and the others. "Don't use your powers anymore. The light on your bodies is already very strong. You can't see it because this sword has deprived you of your vision." Deprived of vision. Murong Qingcheng sucked in a breath of cold air. Dark red godly dragon, and the others were also stunned. It turned out that they couldn't see. What a terrifying sword technique. Sure enough, the six great sage lords and the Samsara sage lords in front also stopped. In front of them, it was also pitch black. No matter how they resisted, they couldn't see. Humph! Dazzling light? Do you think we can't find you in the darkness? They were sage lords. Without their eyes, they could still clearly see everything. Sure enough, in the next moment, they identified the direction again and charged out in the darkness. Their target was Linghu Chueshua. Linghu Chueshua's second sword fell. The sound of slashing. Whoosh. Heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. All sound was gone. It was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone realized that they couldn't even hear the sound of their own hearts. It was as if they had been thrown into an endless void. What was going on? One by one, they screamed in horror. Lin Xian's heart was also beating wildly. He realized that he couldn't hear anything. He could only see the crazy looks on the faces of the people around him. The first sword had deprived them of their vision. The second sword had deprived them of their sound. Then, wouldn't they become useless? Not to mention finding their target, they wouldn't even know that someone was ambushing them. Lin Xian didn't try to resolve it. It was a silent world, because it was his first time seeing such a sword technique. He wanted to experience it seriously. He knew that this should be Linghu Chueshua's ultimate skill. Not only was it related to sword techniques, but it was also related to the laws. As expected of the first disciple of Wushuang City, he was really strong. Previously, he had seen Hongya in action. She could use many laws. Her red leaf had frightened countless people. Now, it seemed that Linghu Chueshua was stronger. No wonder the Wushuang Sage King wanted him to fight. Damn it, the Samsara Sage King couldn't hear anything. He had been deprived of his vision and hearing. Damn it, they were using their souls to search for him. The Samsara Sage King crazily used his soul, covering the sky and earth. The six great sage lords were the same. They were completely under the command of the Samsara Sage King. The soul was a very special thing. It had a special frequency that included vision and hearing. However, it was different from vision and sound. Now, everyone couldn't see or hear. However, they could feel that there was someone in front of them. It was a very strange feeling. However, in the next moment, they couldn't even feel Linghu Chueshua. Chapter 4147. These people were terrified. In the endless darkness, there was no sound, and the other party had disappeared. At this moment, they felt like they were about to die. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. This was because he realized that Linghu Chueshua was slashing at him. He could not hear what Linghu Chueshua was saying because his sense of hearing had been cut off. Only the 4 great sage kings could hear it. This sword was called Sky Slash. It slashed at him, isolating him from everything. Even his soul could not detect it. It's over. The Saint Venerable's faces turned ugly. They were afraid that the reincarnation Saint Venerable would be in a very passive position. Wushuang's Sage King smiled. They had won this battle. Indeed, after Linghu Chueshua slashed at him, it was as if he did not exist. He walked forward. He arrived in front of the reincarnation Saint Venerable. However, the reincarnation Saint Venerable did not know about it at all. He was still attacking his surroundings. Lin Xian could not hear it. His soul could not capture it. However, he could see it. Looking at this strange scene, his scalp went numb. In the next moment, he saw Linghu Chueshua raising his sword again. Body slash. Poof. With one slash, the reincarnation Saint Venerable's body was split into 2. A miserable cry could be heard. However, no one could hear or see it. In fact, they did not even know what was going on. The 3 great sage kings' faces turned ugly. Wushuang Sage King waved his hand and broke the barrier, saving the reincarnation Saint Venerable. Wushuang Sage King also created a devouring vortex that floated above Linghu Chueshua's head. He asked, "Why? Are you going to attack by force?" As the 2 Saint Kings made their moves, the boundless darkness and the silent world from before shattered. Everyone regained their vision and hearing. They were frightened. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all dumbfounded. The reincarnation Saint Venerable had been slashed into 2. Moreover, the Sage King had saved him. Heavens, what happened just now? Wushuang Sage King's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "You guys have won this battle." There was no other way. If the battle had continued, the reincarnation Saint Venerable would have died. Everyone's scalps went numb. They had actually been defeated in this battle. Damn it, how is this possible? Third, the great Sage City's people went crazy. They had never thought that this would happen, but the Peerless City's people were cheering. That's great. They actually won. It was too unbelievable. Toad and the others felt like they were in a dream. Even Lin Xian was incomparably shocked. Linghu Chueshua put his iron sword back into its scabbard and cupped his fist as he spoke. "Thank you for letting me win." With that, he turned around and walked back to Peerless Sage King's side. "Well done." Wushuang Holy King patted him on the back and looked around. Lu Xiang smiled. "Tell me, which treasure should we choose?" The moment these words came out, the 3 great sage kings on the other side shuddered, and their expressions turned extremely ugly. Damn it, he actually wanted the other party to choose first. They swore that in the next 2 battles, they would not lose even a single time. Lin Xian had already investigated Mount Longhu. It was said that only dragons and tigers with terrifying bloodlines and souls could enter. Therefore, they could not enter, and there was no need for them to enter. Peerless Sage King looked at Mount Thunder and the mysterious valley in the distance. He had not seen through the valley yet, so he decided to choose Mount Thunder first. He said, "All right, we'll choose Mount Thunder." On the other side, The three great sage kings snorted coldly and did not say anything. Peerless Sage King said, "Then we'll investigate Mount Thunder first." He created a clone and led Lin Xian and the others into the distance. His real body stayed behind. He had to watch over the three great sage cities. Otherwise, what would they do if these people were to cause trouble? Mount Thunder was different from Mount Longhu. Mount Longhu looked calm on the surface, but there was a terrifying pressure pressing down on them. However, if they did not trigger the final apocalyptic storm, their lives would not be in great danger. However, Mount Thunder was different. There were signs of destruction everywhere. Even getting close to it made people feel extremely uncomfortable, let alone stepping on it. Those who were slightly weaker would be sending themselves to their deaths. What a violent aura! It's suitable for refining equipment and cultivating the law of lightning. All right, all of you go and try. Here, when refining weapons and cultivating, the laws of lightning would be 10 times faster than outside. Take advantage of this opportunity. The eyes of Lin Xian and the others lit up. This was equivalent to shortening the cultivation time by a few hundred years. It was simply something that could only be found by chance. Linghu Chui Xue and the others were also tempted. These people did not hesitate and rushed up Mount Thunder. Suddenly, endless thunder erupted from Mount Thunder and fell. For a moment, all kinds of wails were heard. However, these people were all experts. Although they were struck by lightning, they could withstand it. Let's spread out, or we'll be too big of a target. Linghu Chueshua said. Everyone spread out, and Lin Xian and the others rushed up from a mountain path. No matter what magical treasures you have, hurry up and take them out for cultivation. As Lin Xian spoke, he took out quite a number of items for cultivation. Murong Qingcheng, the dark red divine dragon, and the toad did not hold back. Even Little White jumped in, gritting its teeth. However, they knew that this was a great opportunity. On the other side, Linghu Chueshua, Fu Hongya, and the elders were also attacking with all their might. Even Peerless Holy King's clone narrowed his eyes. He formed a seal with his palm, forming a devouring vortex above Mount Thunder, and began to absorb the power of Mount Thunder. At the same time, a vortex also appeared above Peerless Holy King's body in the distance. Endless thunder fell from it and enveloped him. It was terrifying. The people of the great sage city retreated. The aura of the thunder terrified them. At the same time, they were extremely envious. This was a cultivation speed that was dozens of times faster and shortened by a few hundred years. Just like that, they could only watch in front of their eyes. The three kings of the great sage city gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. There were still 2 treasure lands left. They must take them down. This vortex was really terrifying. It directly transferred the thunder of Mount Thunder to a distance, allowing Peerless Holy King's body to cultivate. He even took out the Peerless Holy Sword and began to refine it. Lin Xian did not use any laws. Instead, he walked directly in the sea of thunder. The thunder struck his body and made a clanging sound. He was also multitasking and created multiple clones. Some of them were specifically looking at the sacred artifact and refining it. Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear to refine it. Another clone took out the Great Sage Tower and began to collect the aura of the Thunder of Destruction. This was because this was one of the materials to create the Destruction Sword Vault. The Destruction Sword Vault required special metals and violent aura of destruction. Now, the lightning of Thunder Rolling Mountain was a violent force. Following this, he only needed to find some special materials to refine the Destruction Sword Tomb. It was not over yet. Lin Xian even let the Great Dragon Sword Soul go deep into Mount Thunder to absorb the power. Every time the Great Dragon Sword Soul leveled up, it required more power than before. It was more than 10 times. Lin Xian felt like it was a bottomless pit. So now, with such violent power of thunder, how could he let it go? Chapter 41-48. The people from the three holy lands gnashed their teeth in anger as they watched the events unfold. The soaring sky sage king snorted. It had been a few days. How long were they going to take? He was really unhappy. The peerless sage king said that it would take at least 10 years. Damn it, do you want to die? The desolate sky sage king roared. The silver corpse sage king also looked unfriendly. 10 years? What a joke. They did not have the time to wait. At most, 3 months. All right, 3 months it is. The peerless sage king nodded. The cultivation continued. After more than a month, the peerless sage king was shocked. Oh my heavens! Who is this? He's so terrifying. His devouring law was already very fast when it devoured lightning. However, he realized that there was someone in Thunder Rolling Mountain who was even faster than him. That person had devoured more lightning than him. Was he not afraid of dying? After probing for a bit, he revealed a bitter smile. It turned out that he found out that it was Lin Xian. To be exact, it was Lin Xian's dragon sword soul. The dragon sword soul was like a bottomless pit. Its speed shocked the peerless sage king. However, the peerless sage king knew about the existence of the dragon sword soul. Therefore, he exclaimed, it was indeed a legendary offensive saint technique, one of the 5 swords of the world. It was not easy to support it. Sure enough, Thunder Rolling Mountain could not take it anymore. It did not take 3 months, but 2 months and 3 days. Thunder Rolling Mountain exploded with a burst of energy, sending everyone flying. What was going on? The elders of Peerless City screamed. Fu Hongye Ling Hu Chue Shue, Murong Qingcheng, and the others were also very confused. Damn it, the toad and the dark red dragon screamed. Only Lin Xian had a strange expression. The dragon sword soul had already returned to his body. The aura on it was much more violent than before. This showed that his strength had increased a lot. However, why did he feel that the dragon sword soul had devoured so much that the Thunder Rolling Mountain could not take it anymore? This was a world left behind by a supreme being 80,000 years ago. The Thunder Rolling Mountain must be an incredible place. Even so, it could not withstand it. I don't know. If he allowed the great dragon sword soul to absorb limitlessly, how terrifying would it be? It would probably suck the entire Thunder Rolling Mountain dry. In the distance, the people from the 3 great sage cities were also stunned. Was it over? They didn't know what the reason was, but it would be great if it could end early. Let the second battle begin. They could not wait any longer. He would never allow the other party to be complacent again. Third, the great sage and the great sage had already discussed this. They wanted Peerless City to send people first, and they already had a lot of countermeasures. No matter who Peerless City sent this time, they would be able to contend against them. Lin Xian and the others had also returned. Master, what should we do next? Ling Hu Chue Shue asked. That's right. Those elders were also discussing spiritedly. Why don't we let Hong Yi go up? Or should I say, us old fellows go up and fight? Said Saint Wu Shuang. He wasn't in a hurry. He looked at the people in front of him. Ling Hu Chue Shue and the others turned around and saw the 3 great sage cities' people gnashing their teeth. This was especially true for the 3 great saint kings, whose eyes were filled with a sharp light. They knew that the next battle would definitely be more difficult and dangerous. Saint Wu Shuang said, I guess they have been thinking about who to send for the battle for the past 2 months. So, I'm afraid they have already prepared a foolproof plan for us. So, I'm going to make a risky move this time. It's also a good move. It seemed that Saint Wu Shuang had already made up his mind. Who should he send? Asked the elders of Peerless City. Saint Wu Shuang looked at Lin Xian with a smile and patted his shoulder. You'll be the one to fight this time. What? Lin Xian was stunned. Ling Huchueshua was also stunned. Even those elders were stunned. Saint Wu Shuang, this was not a game. Although Lin Xian was a young genius and his future was limitless, he was still young after all. If he were to fight, the other party would send a powerful Saint Wu Shuang. There was no chance of winning. Sure enough, even Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He said, "I'm not suitable." Saint Wu Shuang shook his head. "You're the most suitable, because if you were to fight, those terrifying Saint Wu Shuang would not have a chance to attack." As soon as he said that, the crowd started discussing. Lin Xian was also stunned. But in the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. "Are you talking about the people from the Grotto Heaven?" "That's right." Saint Wu Shuang nodded. "Those people from the Grotto Heaven are gnashing their teeth at you. In order to kill you, they did not hesitate to expose this small world and let the other sacred cities have a share of the pie. One could imagine how strong their killing intent was. If you were to fight now, those people from the Grotto Heaven would definitely attack. At that time, the three great sage cities would not have a chance to attack. No matter how powerful those people were, they had not become Saint Wu Shuang. You're not confident in fighting them?" As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes lit up. He was confident. He was too confident. Even if the people from the Grotto Heaven had an extraordinary background and had many cards in their hands, it was still better than facing a group of Saint Wu Shuang. In that case, their chances of winning would be much higher. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, "Sure." At this moment, Saint Wu Shuang walked out and said coldly, "All right, hurry up and decide. Who are you going to send this time?" Saint Wu Shuang said indifferently after he had decided. Then he patted Lin Xian's shoulder. "This time, it's up to you to take down that mysterious valley." Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked forward. "Lin Xian from Wushuang City is here to spar with you. I wonder who would like to fight with me." The surroundings became silent in an instant, but soon they started screaming crazily. "What? Lin Wudi? What a joke! Was Wushuang City crazy? Could it be that they were plotting something? That was impossible. This guy was plotting something. So what? Could it be that he could take out a Saint King weapon? Damn it, if he has one, do we not?" Screams and discussions could be heard. The three great sage kings were also stunned, but soon they sneered coldly. It seemed that the previous battle had caused Wushuang City to become arrogant. This time, they did not know what was good for them. "Are you sure?" Saint Wu Shuang asked with a smile. Of course he was sure. Lin Xian said in a sonorous voice. He said that since he had come out, he could not go back on his words. He did not expect to win this battle so easily. Saint Wu Shuang smiled. The other two great sage kings were the same. They did not need to be nervous facing their opponents. Any Saint King could probably kill them easily. However, before they could say anything, a ray of light flew out from the war chariot and charged into the battlefield. "Kid, I'm here to kill you. What the fuck is going on?" The three great sage kings were stunned. The three great sage kings were also stunned. Who the fuck is that? How dare he charge into the battlefield at this time? Is he courting death? But when they saw that the one who charged into the battlefield was LV Qingfeng, they were all shocked. Chapter 4149. "Young Master Lu, what are you doing? Come back quickly." Soaring Sage King said coldly. LV Qingfeng said, "I want to kill him with my own hands. This is my only chance." The three great sage cities in action had let LV Qingfeng and the others know that he wanted to order the three great sage cities around. It was simply impossible. It was even possible that he might not be able to kill the other party. Moreover, he had invited the wolf into the house for nothing. But now, this Lin Xian actually didn't know what was good for him and jumped out on his own accord. Then, This was the best chance for him to kill the other party. Although the other party had killed one of their people last time, it was done by the world annihilation wind, and not his true strength. Now that they were not fighting on Dragon Tiger Mountain, he did not believe that he could not kill the other party with his own strength. After all, he was a genius from the Grotto Heaven. The third great sage king's face was gloomy, and he wanted to say something. LV Qingfeng said, "Seniors, don't you believe in me? Are you doubting the foundation of the Grotto Heaven?" The third great sage king's frown deepened. Soaring Sage King laughed. "Why would we doubt the Grotto Heaven? It was just that this matter was too important. You should have at least discussed it with us before this." Desolate Sage King also said coldly. Unparalleled Sage King laughed. "Why? You've already decided. Are you going back on your words? You don't have a chance. The battle could only be between the two of them. Otherwise, it would be considered as your side admitting defeat." Damn it. The third great sage king gritted his teeth. LV Qingfeng laughed. He turned his head and said, "Don't worry, I won't lose. I'll kill him with my own hands. Next, you guys just have to watch me and see how strong the Grotto Heaven is." After saying that, LV Qingfeng no longer paid attention to the three great sage kings. Instead, he turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, I'll make you despair." After saying that, a shocking great Tao law burst out from his body. A terrifying aura swept across the land. Feeling the fluctuation of the cultivation law, the surrounding people's faces changed drastically. Peak of the small saint realm, he was very close to the level of a sacred sage. Is this the genius of the Grotto Heaven? He didn't look old, but he was even stronger than the top geniuses of the holy city. Back at Mount Longhu, you set a trap for us. Do you really think that I'm weaker than you? Today, I will let you die knowing why. After displaying his powerful strength, LV Qifeng also became incomparably confident. In the distance, Murong Qingqing frowned. He had to admit that the people from the paradise were extremely strong. They were not to be underestimated. Humph, a Grotto Heaven expert? Very well, let me have a taste of it. Lin Xian was the same. Boundless golden light blossomed from his body. At the same time, the 9 suns' divine flame in his hand turned into a law and pulsated violently. Boom! Lin Xian turned into a streak of red light and rushed out. What incredible speed! The people of the sacred city screamed. Lu Qingfeng's pupils constricted. His opponent was stronger than he had imagined. But so what? The other party's cultivation was much lower than hers. Killing the other party was as easy as flipping his hand. He formed a seal with his palm. He raised his right hand high, and boundless laws condensed and fell directly. Tianxiong seal. This was a powerful divine ability. His palm seemed to have merged with the entire sky. The power was also limitless. It climbed. When the palm fell, the sky directly covered. The terrifying power that came with it made some of the sacred city's powerhouses gasp. Was this the power of a Grotto Heaven expert? It was too terrifying. They felt that this divine ability was even more exquisite than their sacred cities. What kind of existence was the Grotto Heaven? Was it above the sacred city? The surrounding sages and powerhouses were extremely puzzled. Even Linghu Chuexue and the others did not understand. Perhaps the only ones who knew about the existence of the Grotto Heaven were the Sage Kings. The 3 great Sage Kings' faces were cold, but their expressions eased a lot. They had to admit that the power that LV Qingfeng had shown so far had surprised them. It also made them sigh in relief. With such power, it should not be a problem to kill Lin Wudi. Only Peerless Sage King frowned slightly. He whispered to himself, "Is the Grotto Heaven here again?" However, this time, these people appeared much earlier than expected. Boom! Facing the great heavenly palm, Lin Xian's nerves were also incomparably solemn. Naturally, he could feel how terrifying this attack was. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. With an angry roar, he waved his fist, which turned into countless suns that shot into the sky. Boom, boom. The two collided. The sky shook, and the suns exploded. A berserk law and power swept out in all directions. Boom, boom. It was as if a sage was about to destroy the world. Countless people stared fixedly. Under everyone's gaze, a figure retreated. It was Lin Wuti. He was actually pushed back. That was great. He was no match for the grotto heaven at all. Countless screams sounded. Sure enough, the one who retreated was Lin Xian. He was only pushed back by the force and was not injured. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was already very unbelievable. Someone among the young people had finally suppressed Lin Wuti. In the sky, LV Qingfeng stood there with his hand raised to the sky. He revealed a sinister smile. I have to say, you've really surprised me. I originally thought that this move would be able to shatter your body into pieces. I didn't expect you to only be pushed back. Indeed, he was too surprised. One should know that he was a peak minor saint, which was even more terrifying than a late minor saint. However, his opponent was only a mid-minor saint. There was a difference of 2 realms between them, which was at least 1,000 years of cultivation gap. However, his opponent was only pushed back and was not injured. This made him a little surprised. However, so what? That attack earlier should have been the full strength of the other party's attack, and he was just testing the waters just now. Therefore, it would be easy for him to kill his opponent. Not bad. You have some strength to be able to push me back. You're indeed a peak minor saint. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He revealed a smile. You've successfully piqued my interest. You're courting death. You still dare to boast like this. I'll send you on your way. LV Qingfeng smiled. He was a genius of the grotto heaven. With his current strength, he did not believe that anyone below the saint realm could defeat him. All right, it's all over now. Go to hell and kowtow to my companions and admit your wrongdoings. LV Qingfeng raised his palm again and merged with the sky. This time, the power was even stronger than before. Obviously, he had not used his full strength before. This scene once again made the surrounding experts of the sacred city scream. He's too strong. He was so strong that it was beyond their expectations. Now they were eager to know what kind of place the grotto heaven was. Dai Tian Xiong's gigantic palm slapped down once more. The terrifying laws annihilated Lin Xian completely. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk facing an even more violent attack, Lin Xian took a deep breath. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes. At the same time, countless sword qi appeared in his hand. Waves of sword law spread out in all directions. Chapter 4150 / The terrifying sun sword light shot into the sky and collided with the sky palm once again. This time, the storm was even more terrifying. The time it lasted was also longer than before. However, the situation this time was different. The sky palm pressed down, and the surroundings were gloomy and dark, making it impossible to see the light. However, this time, the sky dome was split open, and a dazzling golden light shone brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire world. Boom, boom, boom. Not good. Was it broken? The people of the sacred city were shocked. Murong Qingcheng and the others revealed a faint smile. In the sky, the firmament continent was indeed pierced, and the crack was getting bigger and bigger. The remaining biting cold aura on it could not be healed in a short time. Blood dripped down from the sky. The palm was directly shattered. Was it broken? Countless screams sounded, and on the war chariot, the faces of the other 3 figures from the grotto heaven also changed. This was impossible. They knew LV Qingfeng's strength. How could that kid hurt LV Qingfeng? The people from the grotto heaven were not that strong. If there was no other way, then I'll send you on your way. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. On the opposite side, endless laws filled the air, and a figure appeared. LV Qingfeng's face became extremely gloomy. He really did not expect the other party to be able to break his sky palm. Kid, don't be so smug. I guess you must have used a secret technique. How long can you last in this state? I was just careless just now. I will definitely not be injured again. And you will be trampled under my feet. The aura on LV Qingfeng's body surged more and more, and his palms kept forming seals. It seems that you are also a fire elemental martial artist. Today, I will show you what a real divine fire is. Sun God Fist. A scorching hot law surged from his body and swept between heaven and earth. Then, the shadow of a sun seemed to appear behind him. It burned fiercely. The light and flames were so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Oh God, Sun God Fist! Was this the grotto heaven's secret technique? The people of the sacred city screamed in horror. The people of Peerless City also changed their expressions. Oh no! They felt the terrifying aura on this superpower. Sun God Fist. Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. It was very similar to his 9 sons' divine fist. It was also incomparably violent and scorching hot. His opponent actually knew such a divine ability as well. He had to admit that this was beyond his expectations. Was this the strength of a grotto heaven? No wonder he dared to say that he was above the holy city. He sneered. The 9 young divine fire on Lin Xian's body jumped. Very well, let's see if your Sun God Fist is stronger or if my 9 young divine fist is stronger. Divine fire and precepts bloomed with radiance. The 9 young divine body was displayed to the extreme. Lin Xian was like a golden god of war, illuminating the world. It was useless. How could a firefly compete with the bright moon? In the sky, Lu Qingfeng sneered. He waved his fist and smashed down with the sun. Boundless sunlight shone down, piercing through heaven and earth. It was so strong that it had even surpassed the limit of a little saint. Wang! Below, Lin Xian was also brandishing his fists. His fists were wide open and had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Boom! Their divine abilities finally collided in the sky. Both of them had the power of the purest yang. The sky was torn into pieces like a painting. Endless space cracks danced wildly between heaven and earth. Those people in the distance all retreated. They raised their heads, their faces full of shock. Was it really just a fight between 2 young little saints? They were afraid that even the top little saints of the older generation would die without a doubt. Boom, boom. In just a blink of an eye, after the first exchange, the 2 collided thousands of times. The sky was completely destroyed. Their strength was too strong, and their speed was very fast. Both of them were evenly matched. The people of Great Sage City were shocked. It was really unbelievable that there was someone among the young people who could get close to Lin Wuti. The Sun God Fist was indeed terrifying. On the other side, on the war chariot, the 3 people of the grotto heaven were also shocked. This was impossible. As soon as they used the divine abilities of the grotto heaven, they could easily beat the people of the astral boundary. However, he found that Lu Qingfeng couldn't do anything to the other party at all. Damn it, this kid has already grown to such a level. The Saint Venerables of Great Sage City looked gloomy. Even the 3 kings of the Great Sage had a trace of killing intent in their eyes. If this guy is not eliminated, he will be a big trouble in the future. In addition, on the side of Wushuang City, Fu Hongya looked at this scene and laughed. Junior brother Lin's strength is much stronger than the last time I saw him. It seems that he has been advancing by leaps and bounds these days. At this rate, It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. The elders of Wushuang City were also a little worried. Not bad. I didn't expect your son God Fist to be so powerful. There are not many who can fight with me in close combat. Lin Xian said with a smile while waving his fist. On the other side, Lu Qingfeng was really mad. Did he need the other party's approval? What a joke. Kid, don't be so arrogant. The effect of your drug has arrived. You can't be so strong forever. However, after exchanging more than 10,000 moves, he found that it was useless. His opponent was still incomparably strong. Damn it, the sun shines in the sky. He soared into the air and activated his ultimate skill. The phantom of the sun behind him suddenly erupted with light and became incomparably bright. Ah, my eyes. Some of the people of Wushuang City below screamed miserably, their eyes bleeding. The others also had their eyes injured. Damn it! Obviously, the other party had activated a divine ability. This was not an ordinary light. It was a light that could interfere with one's vision. Even holy venerables had to temporarily avoid the light at this moment. Only holy kings were unaffected. Lin Xian also closed his eyes. Ha ha, die. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingfeng laughed sinisterly. His fists were like two small suns as they ruthlessly smashed onto Lin Xian's body. With a bang, heaven and earth exploded. It was over. On the side of the great sage city, some of the top holy venerables revealed smiles. They were powerful and could see through the light. At this moment, they saw Lin Xian being hit by such a terrifying attack. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Really? That's great. The people of the great sage city still had their eyes closed. However, when they heard their elder say that they knew that this battle was over, it can't be, right? Did Lin Xian lose? The people of Wushuang City were shocked. Wushuang Holy King smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's not over yet." As his voice fell between heaven and earth, a ray of light streaked across. Lin Xian appeared in another place. His strength is not bad, but it's not possible to kill me. What? He didn't die. He dodged it. Lu Qingfeng was stunned. The smile on his face was firm. On the war chariot, the three geniuses of the Grotto Heaven also screamed, "Impossible!" Chapter 4151. Next, have a taste of my fist. 9 suns open the sky. Lin Xian roared angrily. He waved his right fist and punched out. Turning into a stream of light, he tore open the void that was all over the sky. In an instant, he arrived in front of the other party and punched him. Boom! The sound of the ground shaking could be heard, and the entire world shook. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a figure was sent flying backward. Endless cracks appeared on LV Qingfeng's body. His arms became twisted and were directly broken. Not only that, as he was retreating, he exploded and turned into a bloody mist. A miserable cry was heard, and everyone could not believe it. Injured. LV Qingfeng was actually injured. That was someone from the Grotto Heaven. The 3 young men on the war chariot should have screamed. They seemed to be having a nightmare. What kind of fist technique did the other party use? Buzz. Lin Xian stomped his foot and charged out again. He waved the 9 suns' divine fist again. This time, he punched out millions of fist shadows and enveloped the other party. Boom, boom, boom. LV Qingfeng was blasted into the ground. The ground sank and shattered, forming a bottomless pit. The people of the great sage city were staring with their eyes wide open. Did he kill him directly? This kid killed someone from the Grotto Heaven. They could not believe it. The people of Peerless City were also stunned. It was not a problem to defeat the Grotto Heaven, but to kill the Grotto Heaven? There would probably be a storm coming. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It should be settled, right? However, when he wanted to turn around and leave, he frowned slightly. In the next moment, he turned his head. Golden light bloomed in his eyes as he stared at the abyss below. He's not dead yet. The third king of the great sage also snorted coldly, and his gloomy expression eased a little. A ferocious voice sounded between heaven and earth. Kid, you're the first to force me to this point. I've decided that I won't kill you. I'll capture you and bring you back. I'll torture you every moment. Along with those vicious words, an endless storm blew in the abyss below. The bright laws illuminated the world. LV Qingfeng flew out. He was in an abnormally sorry state. His body was in tatters and covered in blood. However, at this moment, he was rapidly recovering. There were 16 dark cyan pillars around him. Great Tao was carved on it, and it was exceptionally terrifying. The 16 wind demon pillars joined together to form an absolute defense. Thinking about it, the 9 suns' divine fist was blocked by this thing before. He had even used the wind demon clan. On the war chariot, the people of the paradise were shocked beyond words. Had LV Qingfeng been forced to this point? They found it hard to imagine. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up the wind demon pillar. Then he shook his head slightly. You really don't have a good memory. Although you managed to escape with your life just now, you're already at death's door. Do you think you can still pose a threat to me? Now you still dare to say such harsh words. Aren't you afraid that I'll really kill you? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He, ha ha. LV Qingfeng sneered at first, then he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. In the next moment, the power in his body erupted once again. He was even more powerful than before. This scene shocked countless people. What's going on? Did he break through? The elders of Wushuang City were stunned. Linghu Xue and the rest were also frowning. Could it be that at the moment of death, he had broken and then stood up again? Damn, what a tough bone. The dark red divine dragon and the rest were also gritting their teeth. The people of Great Sage City were also in an uproar. The peerless Sage King snorted coldly, breaking and then standing up again. They thought too highly of him. He had only swallowed some pills. He had only used some secret techniques. It was not elegant. So it was because he had swallowed some pills. The people of Wushuang City heaved a sigh of relief. However, Murong Qingcheng was still nervous. Although it was not a breakthrough, his strength had obviously increased. She whispered to herself, Brother Xian should be fine. She guessed that Lin Xian should be holding back. After all, he had only used his divine body so far. With Lin Xian's means, he still had many trump cards that he had not used. Hence, Murong Qingcheng was not particularly worried. LV Qingfeng did not know. He thought that this was Lin Xian's limit. Hence he said, Kid, you can go to hell now. Demonic wind steel. LV Qingfeng's palms kept forming seals. His devilish smile was still stained with blood. As his bloodline was activated, the 16 demonic wind pillars kept moving. Then they turned into 16 demonic wind steels and pressed down on Lin Xian. It was as if they wanted to completely suppress Lin Xian. Sensing the power in the sky, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. His opponent's strength had become stronger than before. It seemed that he had used some tricks. What a troublesome guy. He snorted coldly and used his fists and legs again. Relying on the power of his divine body, he resisted. Heaven and earth exploded. The 6 demonic wind steels kept shaking. However, it did not stop them from coming over. They were still charging towards Lin Xian. Buzz. Lin Xian used the divine body of 9 yang and shot out 36 golden crows. They rushed between heaven and earth to resist the 16 demonic wind pillars. Boom, 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 boom. Those golden crows were each bigger than a mountain. They spread out their wings with endless power. Those demonic wind pillars were blocked. Great! The dark red divine dragon, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The three people from the great sage city were shocked. LV Qingfeng was the same. Damn it. You still have the possibility of increasing your strength. Could it be that you have not used your full strength? Ha ha! I will finish you off directly this time. He was furious. After fighting for so long, he still could not take down his opponent. Instead, he was in an extremely sorry state. He wanted to kill him. Go to hell! Demonic Wind Quartet. LV Qingfeng roared crazily. His bloodline was surging violently, and some of his bloodlines were even tearing apart. His hands were a blur. However, one imprint after another was pressed into the void. The 16 demonic wind pillars kept shaking. They were connected and made cracking sounds. Those cracking sounds were very rhythmic. It was like the sound of the ancient heavens. Not good. Retreat. Countless sacred venerables screamed. It was obviously a killing move. With the power of the 16 demonic wind pillars and the mysterious rhythm, it was enough to destroy everything. No way. He actually used such a thing. The expressions of the three people on the war chariot changed drastically. That was a forbidden bloodline. Once he used it, he would probably not be able to use the power of his bloodline for 10 years. Moreover, LV Qingfeng would also be seriously injured. He was going all out. However, they soon smiled. This way, the other party would definitely die. It could be considered as revenge. Boom, boom. The sound of the 16 demonic wind steels shattering one after another formed a demonic sound that directly enveloped Lin Xian. Chapter 4152. It can't be, right? Is that kid all right? The dark red divine dragon, and the others were extremely nervous. Fu Hongya and the other elders from Wushuang City also had their hearts in their mouths. The third great sage city was cheering. Among them, the desolate heaven sage king walked out and said, "All right, this battle is over. Let's see who wins. Next, it's time for us to choose the treasure land." Damn it, the people of Wushuang City looked gloomy. Did they lose? Moreover, Lin Xian's life might be in danger. The Wushuang sage king laughed. Aren't you being too impatient? Who told you that the battle is over? Why, do you think that kid can turn the tables around? The soaring sage king shook his head. Can't you just stop dreaming? Can't you see for yourselves whether you're dreaming or not? The Wushuang sage king harumphed coldly. Have you all lost your senses? Can't you see? The third great sage king's face turned gloomy upon hearing this. Could it be that the kid could turn the tables around? To be honest, they didn't check it out because they thought that a minor saint couldn't withstand such a destructive attack. But now, no matter what the Wushuang sage king said, they all looked over. Their eyes were filled with awe, as if they could see through everything. The third great sage king didn't believe it at first, but after looking at it, they were stunned, and their faces turned ugly. What's going on? The surrounding people were shocked. Could it be that the kid didn't die? Impossible. The three of them shook their heads frantically. How could he not die after being hit by the fourfold tune of the wind devil? His soul would definitely scatter. Whoosh! The energy between heaven and earth slowly dissipated, and the storm gradually calmed down. Everyone stretched their necks and looked carefully. They saw a black and white light floating in the broken void. The smile on Lu Qingfeng's face froze again. His eyes widened. How could it be? There's still something here? What's that? He waved his hand and tore the void apart. The storm that filled the sky also disappeared. Everyone could finally see it clearly. It was an yin-yang image that kept spinning. There's a person in it. Is that Lin Wuti? Everyone screamed. They discovered that this was indeed the case. Lin Xian's Taiji diagram had blocked that world-destroying attack. He's fine. He's really fine. Countless people screamed. The third great sage king's face turned ugly. Lu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. This was impossible. He had expended a great deal of his bloodline, so much so that he would not be able to use it again for the next 10 years. Logically speaking, none of the little saints had survived. He was even confident that he could use this move to fight against holy sovereigns. Since the other party was only a mid-minor saint, he would definitely die. But now the other party had survived and was only slightly injured. This was completely different from what he had imagined. What was that? An yin-yang diagram? I felt the power of yin and yang. Several holy venerates felt incredibly shocked. Even the three great sage kings had a cold expression on their faces. The power of yin and yang was the source of power between heaven and earth. Very few people could directly control this source of power, but this kid in front of him seemed to have done it. Could it be that he had a special cultivation method? Damn it, they had only heard of this kind of power. According to the legends, the yin-yang sect was able to do it, but they had never seen it before. Now the other party could actually use it, which made them jealous. His killing intent became even more intense. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. To be honest, the demon sealing quartet was indeed very terrifying. It could destroy everything. This was the power of a forbidden art, but fortunately he had the Tai Chi art. At the critical moment, the power of yin and yang merged to form the Tai Chi art, directly blocking the attack. This should be your strongest ability, right? But it still can't kill me. So, this battle is over. Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. The others were also in despair. They could see that Lu Qingfeng basically did not have much power left after using the demon sealing quartet. How could they continue to fight? Then, would they let Wushuang City win this battle again? Damn it, they could not accept it. Lu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. He took out a pill and swallowed it with great difficulty. At the next moment, he said coldly, "Kid, I don't have much power left, but it doesn't mean that I can't kill you. To be able to defeat me to this extent, you can die with pride." A trace of madness appeared in his eyes, and a small black sword flew out. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying aura swept through the world. What was that? What a terrifying aura. Did he still have a trump card? The people of St. Chung screamed. The people of Wushuang City also changed their expressions. It must be the sun-level Saint Chi. He actually carried such a thing with him. This was troublesome. It was that thing. Murong Qingcheng and the others also changed their expressions. When he used the apocalyptic storm, they blocked it. The other party also blocked it. Back then, the other party used that small black sword to block it. Now it seemed that the other party was finally going to use his ultimate killing weapon. This sword was called the Black Sky Sword. Lu Qingfeng's voice rang out. This is made with the rare black demon gold in the starry sky as the main material. Moreover, after 3,000 years of tempering, it was only forged at night and rested during the day. It was never used. After 3,000 years of darkness, the Black Sky Sword was finally forged successfully. Its power is definitely not something you can imagine. Kid, what do you have to fight me? Lu Qingfeng smiled. This was his final trump card which could kill the other party. He didn't want to use this thing because such a precious saint artifact was not something he could own. This time, the Grotto Heaven gave it to him as a life-saving measure. He wouldn't use it unless it was a last resort. But now, this was his last chance. He was going to use the Black Sky Sword to kill the other party. Buzz. After swallowing a large number of pills, Lu Qingfeng's body recovered its strength. He reached out and grabbed the small black sword. The sword trembled, and a terrifying power burst out. The surroundings instantly became dark. It was different from the darkness caused by Linghu Chueshua before. It robbed one's vision. Now, it was real. The sky was dyed black. Boom. Crack. The black sky rumbled, and there seemed to be a terrifying sword shadow circling there. Black sky slash. Lu Qingfeng roared and activated the black sky sword with all his strength. The black sky suddenly rotated and turned into a giant black sword, slashing down from the sky. Boom. Heaven and earth shattered again. This attack was even more terrifying than the Wind Demon's fourth revival. Lin Xian shot out countless golden crows, which spun between heaven and earth to contend with it. At the same time, the Taiji diagram kept erupting, shooting out yin and yang sword chi, which rampaged between heaven and earth. It collided with the black sword shadow. It's useless. The black sky sword is not something you can resist. The black sky sword fell, destroying everything. The golden crows were torn apart, and the sword chi was also bounced away. Chapter 4153. It was too strong. The people of the great sage city were trembling. Those Saint Venerable's eyes were red. If only they had such a weapon. Their eyes were burning. Wushuang City's side was filled with exclamations. Damn it, had the upper hand disappeared again? The dark red divine dragon, and the others were indeed laughing. Competing with them with saint weapons? What a joke! We'll torture you to death. Kid, quickly use your trump card. Take out the great sage pagoda and smash him to death. Use the great spear of destruction to pierce him to death. The two toads were making a big fuss. Murong Qingcheng also revealed a smile. She knew that the outcome of this battle had been decided. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Black Sky's sword? It was indeed powerful. The previous attack was, of course, to test the power of the saint weapon. Now, he had already deduced that it was very strong. It was a Sun-class divine weapon, but it had not reached the level of a Saint King's weapon. Since the other party was courting death, he would fulfill his wish. He was prepared to use the great spear of destruction. With a cold snort, a black spear slowly appeared in Lin Xian's hand. The demonic aura on it swept through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the world was dark and gloomy. Violet sword energy flickered. Everyone retreated into the distance, trembling. They deduced that Lin Xian was dead for sure. At this moment, many people screamed. What kind of aura was this? They felt that there was an even more terrifying power erupting above the 9 heavens. It was even more terrifying than the black sky sword from before. Could it be that the power of the black sky sword had increased? Countless people screamed. There was no suspense about the outcome of the battle. In the sky, Lu Qingfeng was so scared that his hair stood on end. What was going on? His body began to tremble. He originally thought that the other party was dead for sure. However, a black spear appeared in the other party's hand. The aura emitted from it terrified him. Even the black sky's sword was trembling slightly, as if it was suppressed. Impossible. The black sky's sword was already very terrifying. It was a Sun-class divine weapon that only peak Saint Venerables were qualified to use. However, it was trembling at this moment. Damn it, what was in the other party's hand? Could it be a divine weapon that surpassed the Saint Venerables? Was it a Saint King's weapon? He did not dare to imagine. Do you think you can act all high and mighty just because you're from the heavenly abode? Do you think that we are ants just because your grotto heavens are powerful? Today, I'll let you see my foundation. Lin Xian gripped the spear of great destruction and fiercely swung it forward. Boundless demonic energy erupted, destroying everything in its path. Boom. Heaven and earth were completely blown apart. A terrifying storm swept out, making the surrounding people unable to investigate at all. Even those Saint Venerables could not use their souls to watch the battle. They had no choice but to wait. The Great Destruction Spear. Just from its name, one could tell that it carried an extremely strong destructive power. Everything in its path was reduced to ashes. The smiles that originally hung on the faces of the three great sage kings suddenly disappeared. No, this aura, they could sense that the aura of the Black Heaven Sword was disappearing, and LV Qingfeng's aura was becoming faintly discernible. What's going on? They opened their eyes, and their gazes penetrated everything once again. Damn it, what is that thing? That's not the power of the Black Heaven Sword. The third great sage king was shocked once again. When they wanted to take a closer look, they realized that the thing had already disappeared. The sky was torn apart, and a figure slid down and arrived beside peerless Saint King. Lin Xian said, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I won this battle." The surrounding people were all stunned. The people of the third great sage city could not believe it. Wasn't it supposed to be an earth-shattering battle? Wasn't Lin Wuyi going to die for sure? Why did he come down now? Where's LV Qingfeng? The three people from the Grotto Heavens were also dumbfounded. What was going on with the Saint King? At this moment, everyone was stunned. The soaring Saint King waved his hand, and a piercing green saber light streaked across the sky, directly cutting the storm apart. The silver corpse Saint King shot out a Yellow Springs diagram, wrapped the broken corpse, and brought it down. He sighed. He was dead. His heart and soul were destroyed, and he could no longer be revived. Dead. Everyone was stunned. That was LV Qingfeng's corpse. Was LV Qingfeng dead? What was going on? None of this was real. The three people from the Grotto Heavens went crazy. Didn't LV Qingfeng take out the Black Sky's sword? Didn't he win? Why was LV Qingfeng dead now? Was that kid fine? Damn it, where was the Black Sky's sword? What happened? Buzz. In the sky, a small black sword fell down. It was the Black Sky's sword. Many people's eyes turned red when they saw this scene. Some people even reached out their hands to grab it. However, they did not succeed. The Black Sky's sword first flew to LV Qingfeng's corpse, circled around it, and then flew directly to the war chariot. It fell into the hands of the green-clothed woman in the Grotto Heavens. Many sacred venerables sighed. This weapon was second only to the Saint King's weapon. If they could obtain it, their strength would change dramatically. In the future, it might even evolve into a Saint King's weapon. However, this sword had spirituality. If they tried to snatch it, they would probably trigger the weapon spirit inside, and it would explode with power. The soaring sky, Saint King looked at the green-clothed woman beside him, and a light flashed in his eyes. If this thing was given to him, he was confident that within 1,000 years, he would be able to evolve heaven into a Saint King's weapon. The other two great sage kings also had the same thought. This was an incredible treasure. If they nurtured it well, it could greatly increase the strength of their holy city. However, the three of them did not make a move immediately. No matter what, it was still an item from the Grotto Heavens. The green-clothed woman had gone completely crazy. Even now, they did not understand why LV Qingfeng was the one who died. What was going on? Senior Sage King, can you tell me what happened? Did that Brett use some nefarious means? The three Grotto Heavens looked at the soaring sky Saint King. The soaring sky Saint King frowned. He suddenly remembered that Lin Xian seemed to have used something. The power of that thing was even more terrifying than the Black Sky sword's aura. Could it be a Saint King's weapon? Did that kid have a Saint King's weapon? What did you use just now? The soaring sky Saint King asked coldly. The other two great sage kings also looked over and stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "There's no need for me to tell you, right? Kid, you better understand who you're talking to." The desolate sky Saint King was extremely unhappy. So what if Lin Xian won? Did a small ant dare to be impudent in front of them? The aura of a Saint King spread out, and Lin Xian's face instantly turned pale. Humph! The peerless Saint King waved his hand, and a black vortex swallowed the aura. He then said, "Do you think I don't exist? I can tell you that what you guessed was right. That is indeed a Saint King's weapon, and I gave it to him." Chapter 4154. Damn it, it was indeed the peerless Sage King. The third great Sage King's face turned cold. They did not expect the peerless Sage King to be so powerful. Other than the peerless sword, there were other Sage King weapons that they did not know about. From the beginning to the end, they did not think that it was Lin Xian's, because in their opinion, it was impossible for a minor sage to own such an item. All right, we've won the second battle again. Then, wouldn't it be our turn to choose a treasure land next? The peerless Sage King's voice rang out. The surrounding people were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, damn it. They swore that they would not lose the next two battles, but now they lost the second battle again. Yes, we will choose the mysterious valley for the second battle. The peerless Sage King said quickly. Then he created another clone and brought Lin Xian and the rest to the mysterious valley. Damn it! The third great Sage King's eyes turned red. They even decided to fight. Otherwise, they would not get any benefits. The peerless Sage King snorted. "What? You want to fight? We have two sage artifacts here. Think carefully." Damn it! The third great Sage King's face turned ugly. Indeed, if it was before, they might have really fought. After all, although the three of them could not kill the peerless Sage King, it was very possible for them to suppress him temporarily and snatch the treasure. But it was different now. If the opponent had two sage artifacts in his hands, it would be very difficult to suppress the peerless Sage King. The peerless Sage King scared the people opposite him. His clone brought Lin Xian and the rest to the mysterious valley. However, they did not enter rashly. Instead, they went around the valley to investigate. This place was too unusual. The peerless Sage King was speechless. Linghu Chueshue was surprised. "Master, what was so special about this place?" Fu Hongye was also surprised. She felt an indescribable aura. Lin Xian and the rest were the same. The toad said, "Why should I care so much? Let's go down and try." He jumped down. Soon he came back screaming. Damn it, there was a formation. When he came out, he was foaming at the mouth and looked like he was about to die. "You deserve it. Who told you to move?" Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Peerless Saint King was surprised. This toad was not ordinary. Don't make any rash moves. There's a formation protecting it. Let's see how we can break it. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also observing carefully. Both of them were experts in formations. After looking around 3 times, the two of them gathered together. "Kid, do you have any ideas?" the dark red divine dragon asked. Lin Xian said that there was a way, but it would take too long. "I still have a way. I need to borrow the power of a Saint King. Moreover, there are so many experts here. I can use brute force," the dark red divine dragon said. Lin Xian and the others have returned. "Holy King, the two of us have taken a look. We have a plan, but we need your help." I got it." Peerless Holy King nodded. His real body also stood up, turned into a stream of light, and arrived above the mysterious valley. At the same time, he created a huge vortex that swallowed everything. What the hell? The 3 great Sage Kings outside frowned when they saw this. The law of Devour prevented them from seeing what was happening inside. Inside, Peerless Holy King created another small vortex that floated above everyone's heads. He said, "Put your power into the vortex, and I will be able to control it." As expected, Linghu Chueshue Murong Qingcheng, and the others injected their power into the vortex. Peerless Holy King came behind Lin Xian. He said telepathically, "Junior brother, use your trump card." Lin Xian summoned the great dragon sword soul, and a loud dragon roar could be heard. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul had become stronger after absorbing Lei Jishan's power. However, with Lin Xian's strength, it was still impossible to break the formation below. However, with Peerless Holy King and the combined power of so many Saint Venerables, it was impossible. It was not impossible. As expected, Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul, and Peerless Holy King also channeled his power into the great dragon sword soul. In the next moment, the dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The sword slashed down. With a loud boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It was as if there was an apocalypse. What a terrifying aura. Are they trying to break the formation? In the distance, the people from the 3 great sage cities were also shocked. The 3 great sage kings frowned. Their gazes seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and the earth. Damn it, the law of Devour is too strange. Unless we go in, we won't be able to find anything. Humph, while they are breaking the formation, let's look for other places. These people also started to move. After all, they had lost 2 rounds and could not find anything. They were not willing to give up. Therefore, the people from the 3 great sage cities began to search everywhere. On the other side, above the mysterious valley, the terrifying vortex slowly disappeared. In the next moment, they all entered the mysterious valley. Did they enter? The Saint Venerables from Peerless City were shocked. Previously, they had felt the damage caused by the seal. They did not expect that they could enter so easily. Peerless Saint King took a deep breath. He knew how much power he had to use this time. This was the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was indeed the legendary sword soul. He realized that even he could not completely revive the great dragon sword soul. However, compared to what Lin Xian was able to cast, it was far more powerful. Therefore, the seal was broken by the sword. After entering, everyone looked around curiously. The valley looked mysterious from the outside, but after entering, they realized that it was like a paradise. The aura of heaven and earth was so pure. Murong Qingcheng's eyes lit up. They all felt that the aura here was very pure, as if it was incompatible with the outside world. Sage King, the people from the 3 great sage cities began to leave and go to other places. An elder frowned. Peerless Sage King looked into the distance and said, "Don't worry about them. Let them search. Otherwise, they would not be at ease." Indeed, they had already occupied 2 of the 3 treasure lands. To be exact, they had already occupied the 3rd one. Other than these 3 treasure lands, the treasures in the other places were not as good as here. There was another reason why they did not care. It was to distract them. Otherwise, the 3 great sage cities would definitely take action if they could not get anything. Peerless Sage King sensed carefully and smiled. He said, "This is a good place." Hurry up and absorb the energy here. Master, what's so magical about this place? Fu Hongya was also puzzled. Peerless Sage King smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, the aura here is very pure. It's the primordial aura of heaven and earth. It can change a person's life." Chapter 4155. Changing one's life level. Many people were shocked. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. How could this valley have such an effect? Life level was a very special thing. For example, Lin Xian was a mid-stage minor saint. His life level was at the minor saint level. However, his soul level was higher and should have reached the level of a saint venerable. Moreover, he had a divine body. His physique was much stronger than an ordinary minor saint. It could be said that Lin Xian's life level was far beyond the minor saint level. It was almost the same as a saint venerable. As one's cultivation level increased, one's life level would also increase. However, there would always be a limit to it. For example, if a water tank was only 1 meter long, it could only hold a certain amount of water. Any more, and the water would flow out. This was the height of life level. It could turn a 1 meter water tank into a 5 meter or 2 meter water tank. To people, this was very shocking and precious. It could increase the upper limit of these people. For example, if a person's life was only at the level of a saint venerable, it would be very difficult for him to break through the shackles of a saint venerable. If one's life level was changed, there would be hope. This was the great opportunity that the bronze messenger had mentioned earlier. It could change one's life. Therefore, everyone in the valley was excited. They knew that they had encountered a great opportunity that was hard to come by in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They could change their lives. These people were extremely excited. Peerless Saint King also smiled. He said that they were very lucky. This was left behind 80,000 years ago, although there were people who came in during this period. It seemed that no one had come in for the past 10,000 years. This is the first time in 10,000 years that we have come in. There is a lot of chi in here. Let's quickly absorb it. After saying that, he couldn't wait any longer. Lin Xian and the others began to cultivate in the valley. As for the people from the other 3 great sage cities, they began to rush in crazily. Some of them rushed to Thunder Rolling Mountain, while others rushed to Dragon Tiger Mountain. After all, these 2 places were treasured lands. However, they found that these 2 places were very mysterious. The dragon and tiger on Dragon Tiger Mountain brought great pressure. Even the Saint King had to be careful. On the other hand, Thunder Rolling Mountain seemed to have been sealed off. It was probably because Lin Xian had swallowed too much and could not enter. This made them gnash their teeth in anger. There were even people who had designs on the mysterious valley. However, when they got close, they realized that the seal here was extremely difficult to break. It was impossible to break it in a short period of time. If the 3 great sage kings were to join forces, the unparalleled sage king inside would definitely not let them off so easily. Hence, they did not make a move on this place for the time being. Their target was Mount Longhu. The 3 great sage kings joined forces to explore Mount Longhu, while the other sages spread out to different parts of the world and began to collect their own fortunes. At the same time, in the 2nd astral realm, on planet Tianming, this was the place where one's fate was measured. It opened once every 500 years, and it had long been closed. However, in the depths of Destiny Planet, the bronze envoy opened his eyes and looked at the Destiny Stone with shock. Someone was changing fate. In the past, many peerless geniuses had come here to test their fates. Therefore, in the future, if someone encountered a great opportunity and changed their fate, it would cause a commotion. Now, the same thing was happening. He frowned, wondering who it was that had obtained such a heaven-defying opportunity. Whoosh! Suddenly, his expression became extremely ugly because blood was flowing out of the heavens mandate stone again. Damn it. The sky was dyed red with blood. He was abandoned by the heavens. He had encountered a peerless opportunity. It was impossible for him to change fate. The bronze envoy's expression was cold. He took out a disc array and quickly sent a message to it. It was obvious that he was already setting up a trap. At the same time, in another mysterious part of the universe, an ancient planet was also shaking. The divine Wudong steel was changing. A 7-colored stream of light flashed. It was a middle-aged woman with a pair of phoenix wings. Her expression was extremely solemn. She knelt on one knee on the ground and was extremely respectful. In front of her stood an old man. It was an old woman. Her skin was as dry as an orange peel. She also had a pair of resplendent wings on her back. A seven-colored light. The seven-colored phoenix had appeared in the end. However, she does not belong to the divine phoenix ridge and will eventually fight the heavenly phoenix. Go and find out more about her. Yes, the phoenix kneeling on the ground stood up, flapped her wings, and disappeared into a stream of light. Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng did not know about this. They were currently in the valley, absorbing the aura in the valley with all their might. They could feel that their bodies were changing. This change made them happy and excited. They were not the only ones. Everyone was changing. Everyone's speed of change was different. For example, Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng were changing very quickly. The other person was Peerless Sacred King. He was already a Sacred King, so no one knew what level he would reach after his life rating increased. At this moment, Peerless Sacred King struck out a law and flew out of the mysterious valley. This law flew into the distance and resounded in the sky. Skysoar Sacred King, what about the three of you? Listen up if you don't fight the third round. It'll be our loss. Mount Longhu is yours. This voice resounded in the sky. Skysoar Sacred King and the others were surprised when they heard this. To be honest, they already had their eyes on Mount Longhu. Furthermore, they had already thought of an excuse and were even planning to take down Mount Longhu with brute force. After all, they could not afford to lose any more. However, they did not expect that the other party would give up the third round and give it to them. Damn it. It seemed that these people had obtained some benefits in the valley. Desolate Sacred King gritted his teeth. Silver Corpse Sacred King sneered. We've seen the valley. It's not easy to enter it. Why don't we work together to take down Mount Longhu? It's definitely not ordinary. The three great sage Sacred Kings discussed and decided to work together to take down Mount Longhu. The other powerful sacred venerables were also summoned by them. Their auras became extremely solemn for a moment. The three from the grotto heaven retreated far away. To be honest, they were not in the mood to search for treasures because they were in a very dangerous situation. LV Qingfeng was already dead. Furthermore, they realized that there were many people around them who were constantly looking at them. It seemed that they were after the Black Sky sword. This made them very nervous. Damn it, these people won't do anything, right? What if they kill us? They did not dare to think about it anymore. They really hoped that Mount Longhu could attract everyone's attention. Boom. On Mount Longhu, everyone had already reached the peak. With the three great sage Sacred Kings working together, their speed was extremely fast. Chapter 4156. Boom. Soaring Sage King made his move. His arms turned into two beams of green light that tore through heaven and earth as they slashed forward. Boom. From the looks of it, he wanted to split open Mount Longhu and force his way in. Roar. Roar. Mount Longhu shook violently as the roar of a dragon and tiger resounded. The phantoms of a dragon and tiger appeared. They roared at the sky, and a powerful force rushed out. The experts of the three great sage city gasped when they saw this. Even the three great Saint Kings' expressions were incomparably solemn. They felt a sense of danger. It was unbelievable that Mount Longhu could threaten them. Soaring Sky Sacred King's two beams of light were shattered by the dragon and tiger phantoms. His face was cold as he looked to the sides. Are the two of you still not going to make a move? Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Desolate Sage King and Silver Corpse Sage King also made their move. Terrifying nomological abilities covered the sky as they charged forward. One had to admit that the three great holy kings were really too powerful. Each of them was like a god that made people tremble. Mount Longhu was completely enveloped by their power. It felt like the end of the world, but at this moment, a beam of light tore through the void and shattered all the abilities. The sages screamed crazily. The three great sage kings also swayed and retreated. The red beam of light landed and destroyed the place where they were standing. Everyone felt a chill. They could see that the tail of a dragon was too strong. Buzz. At this moment, a huge beast claw slapped over. It was too strong. Silvercorp's Sage King roared. He used the Yellow Springs diagram to resist, but he was soon pushed back. Impossible. The people of the sacred city were stunned. Heavens, what kind of power was this? One had to know that Sage Kings represented the strongest power in the second astral realm, but at this moment, they couldn't do anything to a mountain. Silvercorp's Sage King's arm went numb. His face turned cold. You're courting death. With a roar, he made his move. He took out the gourd and the Yellow Springs diagram. This gourd was called the Yellow Springs gourd. It had appeared more than once. Mo Xiao had one before, but this gourd was much stronger than the one he had, because this was a true Saint King weapon. Soaring Sky Saint King took out a pair of sabers. Those two sabers were green and abnormally terrifying. This was his true body. He was a flying mantis, so his true body was exceptionally sharp. It was much stronger than ordinary sacred artifacts. At the same time, a pair of almost transparent wings grew out of his back, causing his speed to reach the extreme. Not only that, but a battle robe also appeared on his body. The battle robe was a Saint King level weapon, and its defense was extremely powerful. The Desolate Heaven Sage King used the Desolate Summon and instantly summoned a human figure. Although there was only one person, this person's aura was really too terrifying. It did not feel any weaker than the Sage King's aura. Kill. The third king of the Great Sage made his move and engaged in a fierce battle with Mount Longhu. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power erupted. Retreat quickly. Those holy venerates originally wanted to help. However, at this moment, they were unable to do anything. This power could probably tear them to shreds in an instant. This was a battle between Saint Kings, and they could only watch. Therefore, these people floated down Mount Longhu and watched from afar. The battle here had alarmed the entire world. Even the people in the mysterious valley could feel it. Many people opened their eyes and looked into the distance. That direction was the direction of Mount Longhu. It seemed that they were indeed attacking Mount Longhu. Li Li also opened his eyes, and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. After all, it was three great sage kings working together. He did not know if Mount Longhu could withstand it. Then he shook his head. So what if they could? So what if they cannot? With his current strength, he could not face a sage king at all. Therefore, the most important thing for him now was to absorb the power of the valley with all his might to improve his life level. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes again. He formed a seal with his palm and absorbed with all his might. The others did the same. Time slowly passed. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. On this day, Lin Xian and the others opened their eyes. This was because the pure power in the mysterious valley had been completely absorbed by them. They stood up with surprised expressions on their faces. Great. It really improved. My upper limit has increased. Some of the elders were so excited that they were about to cry. They were already quite old. They did not have much lifespan left. It was originally very difficult to improve, but at this moment they saw hope. Fu Hongya was even more ecstatic. It really improved. I seem to have changed my fate. Is that true? Many people looked over. Fu Hongya nodded. When I was tested on planet Destiny, my destiny was a Sage King. Now, I feel like I can break through and become a great sage. That's great. The elders were excited. Peerless Sage King also smiled. Lin Xian, Morong Qingcheng, and the others were shocked. This should be a heaven-defying opportunity. Logically speaking, once one's destiny was determined, it would be very difficult to change it. Ordinary opportunities would not work at all. Unless it was something like this, which would not happen in 10,000 years. Linghu Chueshue also nodded. My destiny has improved. I can become a great sage. That's great. If there are no accidents, it means that Fu Hongye and Linghu Chueshue will become two great sage in the future. This was really shocking. What about their Sage King? Many people looked at Peerless Sage King. Peerless Sage King's smile was very bright, but he did not say how much he had changed. However, everyone knew that Peerless Sage King's change must be very big. His upper limit might be even higher. Peerless Sage King looked at Lin Xian and asked, "How do you feel?" The others also looked at him. That's right. Their junior brother was a destiny. It was even more terrifying. Legend had it that he had reached the Heaven Illuminator realm. There was also a saying that heaven and earth did not tolerate it. They wondered how far he would go with this change. Seeing so many people looking at him with concern, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. I don't know either. I can only feel that it is indeed helpful to me. However, it's hard to say exactly how far." Indeed, no one knew what the Heaven Illuminator realm was. However, Lin Xian could feel that when he was cultivating, the blood in the heavens seemed to have decreased. In other words, the power that heaven and earth did not tolerate had weakened. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock the universe. Everyone was surprised, but Peerless Sage King seemed to know something. He pondered for a moment, and then said, "As long as you live well, your future achievements will definitely be shocking. However, when you leave this world, you should keep a low profile. Why don't you go into seclusion in Wushuang City for a while and lie low?" Lie low because of the three great sage cities? Everyone was surprised. Chapter 4157. All right, it was time to get out. Since they could no longer cultivate here, they rose into the air and left the mysterious valley. It was extremely difficult to enter the valley, but it was extremely easy to leave. It seemed to be a one-way formation, and it would not stop them from leaving. Hence, they came out easily. When they came out, they were shocked to find that the three great sage cities were still attacking Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Peerless City Elder's mouth twitched. It had been 3 years, and the three great sage kings still had not succeeded? Heavens, what was in Dragon Tiger Mountain? What the Peerless Sage King said was normal. Without special means, they might not be able to conquer the valley in 3 years. He was right. They were able to do it so quickly because of the power of the great dragon sword soul. Otherwise, they would not be able to enter the valley. On the other hand, Dragon Tiger Mountain was even more mysterious. It required a special bloodline and soul to enter. The three great sage kings obviously did not think that it would be difficult to attack by force. At this moment, the people from the three holy cities also turned their heads around and cried out in alarm. It was the people from Peerless City. Did they come out? Hearing this, the three sage kings also turned their gazes. Wushuang, what was in the valley? The desolate heaven sage king asked impatiently. Damn it, the other party had already come out with the treasure, but they had not entered. This made them so angry that they almost vomited blood. The Peerless Sage King said that if they wanted to know, they would know once they went in. Humph! The desolate heaven sage king's face turned ugly. The silver corpse sage king beside him said that if they worked together, they would get a share of the loot. Not interested. The peerless sage king yawned. He was tired after coming out for so long. He was ready to go back. You guys can slowly attack here. Good luck. With that, he led Lin Xian and the rest out. Are these people leaving? Damn it. They must be returning with a full load. The eyes of the people from the great sage cities were red. The three great sage kings were also cold. They did not expect the other party to reject them. Did they not want to find out the secret of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Judging from how terrifying the mountain was, there must be some incredible secrets and treasures hidden inside. Damn it. Is this fellow trying to raise the price? Soaring Sky Saint King's face turned cold. From their point of view, the other party was probably pretending to leave so that they could renegotiate and get a bigger share of Mount Longhu's treasures. However, after waiting for a long time, they found that the other party did not return. This made their faces turn green. Was the other party really going to leave? Damn it. The three great sage kings decided to launch another powerful attack. If it didn't work, they would give up. After all, there was no point in wasting time here. This time, they attacked with all their might. Mount Longhu shook violently once again. This time, the tremors were even stronger than before. Great. Am I going to succeed? The people of the great sage city rejoiced. However, at this moment, a dragon and a tiger roared at the same time and shot out a world-destroying light. Retreat quickly. Everyone screamed. The three great sage kings were also sent flying in an instant. The saints of the holy city were also torn into a bloody mist. Many people had perished here. Run. The three great sage kings' eyes were red. If they did not leave now, they might lose their lives. They led the martial artists of their respective holy city and quickly fled. Take us with you. The three people of the grotto heaven screamed. They used the Black Sky's sword to defend themselves. Soaring Sky's Saint King sighed when he saw this. He reached out with his hand and grabbed at it. However, he was blocked by a Yellow Springs diagram. What is the meaning of this? He was stunned. The Silver Corpse Saint made a move. The Yellow Springs gourd in his hand poured out endless Yellow Springs water and directly swallowed the three of them. The Black Sky's sword was also swallowed. In the next moment, it turned into a stream of light and entered the Yellow Springs gourd. Damn it! How dare you attack? They were from the grotto heaven. Soaring Sky's Saint King was stunned. The Desolate Sky's Saint King's expression also changed. The Silver Corpse Saint King chuckled. How could it be me? Didn't you see the world-destroying light erupting from Mount Longhu? They died on Mount Longhu. We have to split the spoils. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The Desolate Sky's Saint King and the Soaring Sky's Saint King said coldly. The Silver Corpse Saint King said, well, the three of us can share the secrets of their bodies. Let's go. The three great sage kings formed an alliance and flew out. The 5 people from the grotto heaven were pitiful. In the end, none of them managed to escape. In fact, it was very dangerous to attack the people from the grotto heaven, but it was a good opportunity. Because of the world-destroying storm from Mount Longhu, the Black Sky's sword had no extra energy to defend against other attacks. That was why the Yellow Springs gourd could take the opportunity to enter. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so simple. One had to admit that the power of Mount Longhu was really terrifying. The 3 great sage kings retreated. Even the peerless Sky Saint King and the others who had left long ago were shocked. They also felt a destructive aura. The peerless Sky Saint King created a devouring vortex and enveloped everyone. In the next moment, he entered the devouring vortex and flew forward quickly. Boom! They dashed out. When they came out, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, the peerless Sky Saint King's face was cold. Damn it, he almost died in there at the last moment. The 3 great sage kings, do you want to die? Not long after, they also saw the three great sage kings coming out. However, they were all in a sorry state and had injuries on their bodies. The three great sage kings' faces were pale. It was obvious that the 3 years of continuous attacks had used up too much of their energy. In addition, they were all injured in the last attack. Fortunately, they ran quickly. Otherwise, the three great sage kings would have died in there. There were still many people waiting around. After all, they couldn't enter and wanted to see if there was anything they could get. However, when they saw the 4 great sage kings coming out, they were all scared away. What a joke! Even if there was a treasure, could they get it from the great sage kings? The answer was obviously impossible. They might even anger the great sage kings, so they all ran away. After the 3 great sage kings came out, he stared at the peerless sky Saint King in front of him. His face was extremely cold. The peerless sky Saint King's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He snorted coldly with a warning. The 3 sage kings turned their heads to look at the 9,999th gourd. They had marked this place. They were prepared to go back and study it. They wanted to join forces with more great sage kings to attack Dragon Tiger Mountain. On the other hand, the peerless sky Saint King's group left quickly. Not long after he left, the 9,999 bottle gourds disappeared. This scene made the 3 great sage kings' faces turn ugly. What happened? Did they disappear? They searched frantically and realized that they had really disappeared. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.